Hey everybody. Hi. Hey, I'm gonna switch it over real quick to my face. No dawdling this time. We're just gonna jump right the fuck over. And I went to the wrong one. This is the right one. Hey, hi, how's it going? Okay, they should be able to hear you now, so you can say things. Hi everybody, I'm here with Tenil, who is the voice of God. So, you know, pretend you're seeing Tenil's wonderful face. Just get a good picture in your mind.
What
And
what if I just never said anything?
yeah, I mean, you could just make me look insane for my birthday, I guess. That's fine too.
Happy
Otherwise, I look
birthday!
otherwise I look super normal. So, um,
Man, I know I've said it in chat, but I wanna say it to you, like,
yeah.
at least semi-IRL.
Mhm.
I love that little, like, sweater vest thing that you have. It is
Oh, the
so cute.
cardigan? My
Yes.
wonderful cardigan? Isn't it so cute? Isn't it isn't it
Oh,
so like
someone's saying there's a lot of echo.
a lot of echo. Echo? Why should
Yeah.
there be any kind of echo? There's echo on Tenil's end. That's what it says. I don't hear echo. There shouldn't be because all the sound is in my headset and it shouldn't
Yeah.
be getting picked up by the mic at all.
Okay.
Maybe it's just your phone. Yeah, it might just be you. Anyway, thank you for all of the birthday wishes very immediately. Right away. I my birthday is tomorrow, technically. But I'm gonna be doing shit for my birthday, and by doing shit, I mean I'm not gonna be doing anything. But I'm not gonna be here, so I'm gonna be like upstairs. There goes the ad. Everybody else is fucked, I guess. Sorry, everybody who doesn't pay me money. It's my birthday. You could just give me like $2. Hey, there we go. There we go. That's what I want to see.
Subscribe with Prime.
Yeah. um. Anyway, thank you for the subscription. Actually, I appreciate it. Um. I forgot I was gonna lead it with something, but I don't remember. I was really too distracted putting on these fucking Mickey gloves. Like while it's like I was doing, and then I was like, I gotta put them on. I gotta put them on fast. I got these earlier, while I was out. So, I'm ready. I'm ready.
I was gonna say, did you get those at Disney?
I did not get these at Disney. I literally got them
Okay.
at the Spirit Halloween like a couple hours ago. So,
Nice.
anyway. Oh, did you see a baby cat? I was pretty sure. Oh, there he is. I see him back there. You can't see him, but
Baby
I see him.
cat.
I heard him crunching around on his big paper. So I knew he was somewhere in here, but anyway, oh, I got complimented on just I was something I was going to say. You're like, "Oh, the cardigan is so cute." And I'm like, "Yeah, people keep complimenting it out in public." I saw some guy in his Zelda t-shirt said he liked my outfit, and I had to turn and also have a Kingdom Hearts shirt on. I also had somebody at the farmers market talk to me about my Halloween Town shirt I was wearing.
Mhm.
Um and like there was like a fudge stand, and then the guy was like, that certainly was my favorite world in Kingdom Hearts 1. And then I was like, hell yeah, kind of me too, I guess. Like I feel like my favorite is actually Monstro, which is like fucked up to say, but it is. But otherwise, but then the guy was like immediately talking to me about like, oh yeah, we're deep in enough to know how much like Walt was a monster and how much Roy was a hero. And I was like, I too like to learn about these things, and I love Defunct Land. And then the guy was like, I love Defunct Land.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, so that was a fun interaction at the farmers market yesterday. No,
Mhm.
today's Tuesday. Farmers market. So I'm all fucked up. Okay, my schedule's all out of whack. So that was 2 days ago. Sorry, I don't know what's going on anymore. Disney history, let's go.
I'll talk to you about Disney history all day.
Oh yeah, no, I know you would, and we have even just passively in our on our own time. You know,
Yeah.
we've this has come up before, so this is not.
Good fun stuff.
Yeah, it's actually
Also,
just
I have
interesting.
snacks, so y'all might hear me crunching every once in a while. I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna assume that like your bones are crunching. That was my safe bet. But based Mickey heads. Anyway, hi everybody. It's been a long time since Tenil and I have gotten to have a call together where we were like, wow, this is so much fun and we're having fun talking about
Mhm.
whatever. And then everything under the sun happened that would keep us apart. Like this terrible star-crossed streaming, you know. So um but now I'm finally done like traveling around a whole bunch like I was, and Tenil has been feeling any kind of better and not sick and dying all the time. Enough
Yeah.
so that here we are.
Here we are.
Here we are. The stars have aligned basically for my birthday. So,
Hooray!
hooray. Hold on. Okay. Hold. Wait. God, it's hard in these fucking. I can't feel if I'm on the button. I can see that I'm on it, but I can't feel. So I can't. I would love to turn this on. Okay, hold on. Button.
Button.
Ah, I got it.
I could hear the click.
I had to put a lot of
Perfect.
effort into that click, so. Anyway, I'm also you can't see, but I am wearing Halloween Town shirt. So, I was
I
at
love
the
the Halloween
doctor's.
Town shirt.
Yeah,
That's great.
it's just I love that it's just the logo, but like the KH2 logo specifically. And they
Mm-hmm.
were just billing it as just a regular shirt. But hi baby. Come here.
I mean, to be fair, when it comes to Kingdom Hearts merch, it feels like a lot of KH2 assets just are always floating around
It's true. Well, because
on
they're such high
merch.
quality is the thing. Oh right,
Mm-hmm.
I got distracted. I went to the doctor wearing this shirt, and the
Mm-hmm.
doctor so like it was like a nurse, and she so sweetly looked at my shirt and she was like, "Oh my god, that's my favorite Disney Channel original movie." And I was like,
I knew
"Oh."
you were going to say that before you said it.
I know I've told this before, but like it's just so funny that I had to be like I had to like think for a second, and I was like, "Oh, Halloween Town. Oh, yeah, I love that movie." I love that movie. She was really nice, but it was just really fucking funny. Like it really took me a second to be like the
Halloween Town.
Halloween Town, where I was scared to death of the skeleton who drives the taxi. Um Mostly because like there's that moment where he's starting to turn and get really mean, you know? And like something
Yes.
about that like scared the shit out of me. I could not handle that. But I
Well,
still
it's an
loved the movie.
extremely well done puppet too.
Yeah, it is.
No, I'm with your nurse. I also really like that Disney Channel
I
original
also really
movie.
like that movie. Like I was with her, but it was just like so funny to see like this, you know, like all of this. And it's like there's like Jack Skellington back here, and then just that was the first jump was the Halloween Town Disney Channel original movie. So,
Yeah.
which was filmed in Oregon, by the way, the town that they filmed it in. So they really go hard for Halloween every year. I'd like to go at some point,
Oh,
but
yeah, no, I've heard about that. I heard like
Mhm.
they really like hung on
Em-
to the embraced it. Yes.
yeah, they embraced it for sure. Hold on. There's a couple people in my company who played only a few Kingdom Hearts games, and they were trying to figure out something that happened in a particular game. And I asked what worlds were in that game to see if I could figure it out, and they said, "Oh, the game had Olympus Coliseum." I was like, do you have the slightest idea? Do you have the slightest idea of how much that narrows it down? Baby cat's in a box. Oh my god. Sorry.
Gimme!
Hooray! Happy times when
I
stars
want my
Alan
favorite Disney
Tilda.
world in the
Nika Sora
first
Clink love the light up
game would
wizard
be
hat.
because like if I have to pick just a favorite
Mhm.
world, it's Hollow Bastion. But
Just see, I can't, so I have to like segment them into like, okay, like what are my favorite worlds and why in like each game kind of a thing,
hmm
because I usually like am very fond of them for like different reasons. Like Hollow Bastion is like one of the best things they've ever created in general. So
yeah,
that one's like, it's like feels like I can't compare them. Like I can't go, what's my most favorite Keyblade when there's like a million of them. So many of them are good, so I have to go like game by game. Like what is my favorite or favorites plural. So
right.
it's hard to just go like, oh yeah, my favorite one thing. I'm like, it's not happening. You're not gonna get that from me. It's not an
Yeah.
answer I have for you. I still struggle to tell people like what my favorite Kingdom Hearts game is. I could not actually tell you which one.
Oh, I couldn't either. I'm in the exact same boat there because it's just like I don't know. I get to be in a mood for different ones because they're all fairly different games.
Yeah, no, it's true. And they each do something like better that the other doesn't. Um
Uh-huh.
so sorry, I haven't taken my meds today. I feel like that's kind of obvious, but like I did take gum because I was passing out after I ate food. And so
Mhm.
like I've got the energy and like it's totally directionless. So I've got the energy, it's going everywhere, and I've got cartoon gloves on my hands and a stupid hat. So it's pretty easy in the middle of like things to suddenly be not here. I'm here, but I'm not here. So
I
you
feel
need
like
to,
if you're wearing fun gloves like that, you just can't help but,
yeah, exactly. Like what else am I supposed to do with big cartoon gloves on my hands than fiddle with them and play with them and vogue in front of the camera and try to dance like somebody in GTA a little bit where my hands don't touch, you know? I'm like, "Oh, ooh, ah." But
wow.
like I can't. I'm really just like just around hovering around my model just a little bit. There is no touching. The hands don't quite bend. You know, they're just ooh, just like that. Anyway,
Yeah,
goth
Zoa, I
dancing.
agree with you. For sure, I feel a better way to ask it is what's fill in the blank that you really like. Favorite is
Yeah,
just too heavy of a word.
yeah, I agree. No, it tries to pin it into like one single thing where it's just like
Mhm.
okay, even if you want the conversation to keep going, unless they have that answer ready to fire, it's gonna be like let me think about that one, you know.
Right.
Which is still like cool, sure, it's open for discussion, but it can kind of slow down a conversation, I suppose, if you want to take that angle. So like multiple reasons it would be maybe a good idea to, I gotta take these gloves off, I have to take them away from me. I am moving them, I'm putting them over here. I can keep the hat though. That one, that's less of me like fucking with it. Anyway, yeah. I feel like that's like easier even just for a flow of conversation. As well as it is just simply easier to answer when it's just like, oh, you know, what do you really like? What are some,
Yeah.
or even some of your favorite parts? Pluralize it in the first place and then we're good to
Mhm.
go. People, when people ask what's your favorite thing in a category with completely different entries. Yeah. Yeah. Well, like Kingdom Hearts in general, all of the titles do great things in different ways. There are things I like about KH1 and things I like about KH2. There are and
Mhm.
especially when so many of the games like do different things just gameplay wise. Like I'm not gonna say I'm like, oh man, Chain of Memories, why did they ever stop doing that? But it's just like I wouldn't want Chain of Memories to not be what it is. You know, it's just like they're all
Right.
really different. So
Yeah, it's like from a gameplay standpoint, is Chain of Memories my favorite? No. Do I still really love Chain of Memories
oh
and
god,
really
I
like the
loved.
story? Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I love Chain of Memories. Chain of Memories may be one of my favorites story wise. Um, because there are so many layers to like peel back with that fucking game. There are so many things to like read into. And also
Mhm.
like god, it has some dark shit going on there that's like I wouldn't
Yeah.
say isn't present elsewhere in the series. It's just like a lot in this one game. And
Well,
it's
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 just
so
so
juicy.
crazy as, like, the 2nd game. how
Game
hard it
number
went.
2, they went fucking just
Yeah.
they went crazy. Anything depends entirely on the day and the mood. Chain of Memories fucking rules. Yep, iceberg of things. Chain of Memories whips ass.
Chain of Memories is also so magical because I was one of those people who played Kingdom Hearts 1 and then just immediately played Kingdom Hearts 2 because I did not know Chain of Memories
Right, like
existed.
so
And it
many
was
people. We were also
yeah, and it
most of
was
us were young, so it was like you just don't know and you have no
yeah.
control over like finding out, you know what I mean?
Well, and
So,
you're looking to see if there are more Kingdom Hearts games, and you're just like looking in the store, looking in the PlayStation 2 section, you're like, there's
yeah,
Kingdom Hearts
yeah.
1, and there's Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yep. And you're like, okay, well, yeah, this makes sense. Like, you have, like, no reason to believe that there would be anything in between. Like, I only knew Chain of Memories existed ever because I happened to see somebody in my class playing it. Like, he was a friend of mine. And so I
Mhm.
came over and I was like, oh, what are you playing on your Game Boy? And I was like, oh, it's Kingdom Hearts. Oh, I didn't know there was one for the Game Boy. But I knew nothing about it. I still, like, remember, like, a bit of, like, what I was seeing and just being like, oh, huh, interesting. I had no idea that existed. And
Mhm.
then it just vanishing from my life for several years, and that was about it. So by the time it was like KH2, and like, again, I hadn't played any of the games, but I had at least the slightest inkling of like, oh yeah, there was a game in between. Who knows what happened there? I like,
Right.
I've got the KH2 intro only. That's all the context I have here. And to
Yeah.
be fair, it does hit it hits some of the larger plot points. You know what I mean? Like, I think, like, I was expecting there to be more of like Sora being trapped against his will in this egg. But it's like, oh no, not exactly like that, but you know, chain
Yeah,
is an
no, it's
iceberg on top of an
surprising
iceberg.
how much, like,
Mm-hmm.
going from Kingdom Hearts 1 to Kingdom Hearts 2 without
Yeah.
Chain of Memories still flows really well narratively,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
but also, like, once I finally got that context, I was like, "Oh my god."
Yeah, you're like, holy shit. Like, it works simply because Cage 2 continues to function on what Sora knows, which he has no memory of Chain of Memories. And so
Mhm.
everything, like, Roxas has, like, nothing. Obviously, not that he got anything really with Chain of Memories, but we have no extra context. So just coming
Right.
in, and then, like, Naminé is just here, like, we know as much as Roxas does. And Sora, like, we know as much as Sora does pretty much the whole time, except for we know more about Roxas than him. But, like, it's functioning still on, like, what he is aware of. And so you can actually just go from 1 to 2 and be like, wow, all the mystery here, and like still totally understand what's going on.
Yeah.
But boy, Chain of Memories is so good. Boy howdy. Like, there's some stuff obviously like you would be learning about Riku and so on, but even so, like, functioning on what Sora knows is that Riku disappeared and then now we're trying to find him. And that's kind of all you
Mhm.
need to know. And if you could get some general idea that, like, oh, he's trying to do good stuff and, like, make up for what he did somewhere off screen, which I think is
Yeah.
a reasonable assumption as you move forward, that it's just like, you can functionally skip Chain of Memories. Do not skip Chain of Memories. Don't opt for that, but you can, because they actually keep it pretty smooth between 1 and 2. Like, of course there is
Oh,
mystery, but it's something that's meant to be mysterious, which is why it still
man.
works.
I can just envision at some point in the future someone's going to make a like you should play the series in this order, which skips Chain of Memories because like you wait to play it until after Sora gets those memories filled in or something like that.
Oh my god. That, like, I love seeing those wackadoo ass, like, people who are knowingly going like, okay, let's make this the most ridiculous ass fucking, you're playing this, stop playing this, go play this game, and like you're jumping
Right.
around fucking lists.
Mhm.
But like, they're funny, but then some people take them seriously, and I'm asking them, don't do that. just
Don't
play
take it
in the release.
seriously.
Do not. Just play it in release order. It's fine. And even then, it's like, don't listen to the fucking HD collections. Play it in release order. You don't need 358 before Kingdom Hearts 2. It's
No.
fine. I think, what was it? I said this on somebody's tweet. I don't remember, because obviously this discussion comes up quite a bit about like, oh, people being like, you should play 358, before you go into KH2. It adds so much more context to Roxas's tragedy. And I'm like, I don't know. I feel like it's still very strong for what it is. And then having like later added context doesn't take away from that per se. But I think my biggest thing is, do you really want the 358 intro to be somebody's first introduction to Sanctuary? Is that what you really want to start them off with? Like, that just, I feel like maybe we should just start with KH2 as it was released. Like, come on. And I feel like that's a point that I feel like I'm like, this should be brought up in the greater conversation of this for people, because I think that might make people go, you know what?
And also, there's just the fact that, like, 358, I don't think that any Kingdom Hearts game is made to be fan service, but 358 was made to be fan service for the organization. And so if you are not already familiar and excited about seeing more of the organization, why would you want to jump into 358 first?
Yeah. I feel like
because you just want
people
to get the experience of like filling that in after you've beaten KH2.
Yeah, no, it's something that I feel like it's just a nice bonus kind of like context filler. You're like, ooh, I'm already like intrigued by these characters, and now you get to kind of find out more of them. Not too in depth, but like even then, like the multiplayer aspect that most people don't have access to, obviously, but like this, like that was what was fun about it, was like getting to indulge in this like large cast of characters people were already interested in.
Right.
But like obviously people are like, when they're suggesting it, it's like very like, oh yeah, everything with like Shion and then Roxas and Axel, and it gives context to everything here. And like I personally feel like it takes a bit of the punch out of what's happening, because you just get to like experience Roxas's confusion with him, and then we get to find out later more about it, and it's just like, wow, this is all very tragic, but like knowing already and then seeing all of this and the frustration that he's going through, I just feel like isn't like the strongest, I suppose.
No.
When it's just like, when you're coming off the heels of like everything that was happening with Shion, like this feels like peanuts in comparison, and it shouldn't. Which isn't to say that it is peanuts, like, it's just like, they're not exactly on the same level of like what's going on, so that it makes it feel like Roxas has no memory and he's sitting in a digital town for like a week or whatever, and it's just like, okay, that's kind of weird. And then you're like, how sad, I guess. Like the sad thing already happened, instead of just getting to experience like this kid and this is all he knows, and then suddenly it's getting torn away from him. And then it turns out there was a lot more going on in the background, but like that's something we get to find out as we go, I guess.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2's beginning is paced with the assumption that you as the player know the same amount of info as Roxas. So you're trying to like which is nothing. And so you're trying to piece it together. If you go from 358 into 2, you already know what's going on, and so the pacing of the beginning feels, I think it would feel even slower than it already kind of is, because 2 is trying to like give you little bits of information at a time so that you can kind of piece it together as Roxas is piecing it together. And if you're already going in going, yeah, I know what this is, come on, let's get with the program.
Which obviously I don't think everybody's going to take it that way. But like it's still something that I think is like, say if you're having someone go through the first time, I feel like just letting the story beats hit as they had when they were released is still stronger than having like kind of this curated like, okay, you have to play it this way, and this way, which is coming from somebody who, like, I think people forget sometimes like how much they know or how much they're familiar versus like somebody who's going in like fresh. You know what I mean? And it's not that they need to know stuff. It's more that like you just have a much different perspective than somebody who's coming in new. And it's, I feel like, more about like how effective will this be for this new person versus how you think that you may prefer it, I suppose. Obviously people came in all at sort of different points. Some people, you know, plenty of people started with 358 and then went back and like things that's fine. That's fine for people. Though it's just, we're just in a different era now where it's like, okay, you can play the whole fucking series, just play it in release order. Yeah. That's the way things make the most sense, I promise. Because everything is always building off of knowledge that came from the last game that came out. It doesn't matter what it's about. Like, it's all working off of that functioning knowledge. And if you don't know something, at this point, you're not supposed to know it. It's that simple.
As much as the fandom gives Dream Drop Distance crap for
boy howdy,
like being too complicated or whatever, or like muddying up the series, I can't tell you how many times I've seen different people talk about how that was their first Kingdom Hearts game, and they're like, yeah, the story was like a lot, but I was able to follow along just fine because they gave you like all these little story synopses and stuff.
Yeah, basically, like they put it all right there for you. I feel like what's strange is that like I felt like the time that like Kingdom Hearts got quote unquote the most muddied, or at least it was like, I wouldn't call it muddied, but like what people think that it's like too complex or it's like changing a lot of stuff and like shifting a lot of pieces around and stuff, was really like, in my opinion, Birth by Sleep. But I feel like a lot of people came in with Birth by Sleep, and so like this all feels normal to them, or they have like different expectations, and then like Dream Drop is just kind of continuing the exact line that Birth by Sleep did.
I don't know. I feel like whenever I'm talking to people, coded is where, like, especially
if
in my
if
video,
they played it.
yeah, coded is where you lose people, because you're just like, that's why in the video I have to like put name tags on them, because otherwise people are just like, their data, what? And you just always kind of have to stop, and you're just like, pretend it's just like, it's them if they were like written in a game, or if they were in a book from their own universe, you know?
Yeah. I mean, and I don't even mean for like necessarily where things lose people. When I bring up Birth by Sleep, I just mean how like, I guess the best way I can put it is like the storytelling conventions of the series, like then on.
They changed.
Yeah, they change. And I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. It's just different. And so a lot of the like plot points and like overarching things that we then had to contend with moving forward, including Dream Drop Distance, which had to, you know, swing at the ball that Birth by Sleep teed up, that like, I feel like, what was it? I think it was King K who put it, that he was just like, if you like, Birth by Sleep is like a turning point where either you're here for the bullshit or you're not, kind of a thing. And I was like, I feel like that's a good like point of like, okay, it's definitely like different, of like a different era, especially between like KH1 and KH2, which isn't to say that like you don't have that same magic in there or even in later titles. It's just Birth by Sleep's just kind of different for a lot of reasons. Like for a different, I mean, it's just like, obviously it's like 10 years prior, we're following a bunch of different characters, but it's even like the design conventions for all the characters are like a bit different.
Well, Birth by Sleep opens up, like, it really widens the scope of how deep the lore is going to go.
Yeah, I think so. Because I mean, just even just going like, we're gonna go 10 years back and we're gonna have these new kind of set of characters, and now we're really gonna be like Xehanort, and then the rest of everything is like, okay, we're dealing with the Xehanort chant, like that's the rest of this arc.
Mhm.
Is everything that was set up there. So it's like the wrapping around to the beginning of this and how like people think that like Dream Drop like muddied things or was confusing to me seems silly when a lot of these same people are like, and I love Birth by Sleep, and I'm like, it's just following everything that game set up. I'm sorry. It's not any crazier. It's just not, I don't think, what people were expecting. And like the whole, I understand, I'll give people this one thing that like I know the whole last section where young Xehanort is talking to Sora and he's kind of just going through a bunch of shit and we're like looking very literally in Sora's perspective at everything is like, it's confusing, but Sora is confused because this whole thing is supposed to be a lot. You know what I mean? Like we're seeing in his perspective and he's like, what the fuck is, what are you talking about? You know? And it's just like, yeah, we as fans, we can take the time to kind of like parse through and be like, oh, okay, he's talking about this. Oh, this is how the time travel works. Oh, okay, you know, yada yada. And I can understand that like a lot of that is confusing. But it's supposed to be. So it's kind of like, okay, well, I mean, I'm not sure how much we can pin this on the game being like bad as much as like it just delivering the effect that it's supposed
that it wanted to deliver.
Yeah. Where like all the information is there and it's like that section and then like everything else is pretty, you can follow it, you know, but I don't know, people really like to dunk on the game as much as possible.
Gameplay and story-wise, I want to say that like Dream Drop Distance, it always makes me like side-eye people when they're like, you know, I didn't like Dream Drop Distance's story, I didn't like the gameplay, but then they like really love Birth by Sleep or something.
That drives me insane. Here,
and I'm like,
it's
like Dream Drop Distance is just like the evolution of the handheld
it's literally
games.
the same system. It's like it's the same battle system, but like in my opinion, much more polished, much more like just fixed up because like I don't really like Birth by Sleep's battle system. And on that, I'm also not crazy about Dream Drops just because I don't really prefer it. But like I still love Dream Drop, right? But it's like it is simply silly and kind of goofy even, maybe a little stupid to be like Birth by Sleep is so good and I love it. But Dream Drop, and I'm like, that's your brother. Like, what are you fucking talking about? That is your sibling. Be nice, man. It's the same fucking thing. If anything, it really, like criticisms I would have for Birth by Sleep, I feel like they improved upon with Dream Drop Distance. I think narrowing the focus, obviously, to 2 characters helps them a lot. And it makes it so you don't have to play the same worlds 3 times in a row. And also you can swap.
And having them go through the story together, too.
Yes, they have like an intertwining story that's like, okay, this is all directly like related. It's a little easier to kind of piece together like when this is happening and then when this is happening. Not to say that Birth by Sleep is so bad or anything. I don't think it compromises the story. It's just like there's less that you have to keep track of. It focuses on 2 characters. You can also switch between those 2 characters at will, unlike Birth by Sleep. And the combat itself is just kind of improved upon. Everybody wants to complain about Balloonra, but if you have a problem with it, then don't fucking use it, baby. It's that simple. Don't fucking use it, you baby.
Yeah, it's also a fun ability.
Yeah, I like the funny balloons, and like if it works, it works, okay? But if you think it breaks the game, let me tell you, Birth by Sleep is not any different. There's plenty of shit that just totally trivializes like everything that's going on. It doesn't matter. It's a video game. Like, Jesus Christ. Balloonra was the shit. I love Balloonra. I love to get to shoot off a bunch of funny little balloons.
Yeah.
I realize
Riku and Sora just go like, ha!
And then it goes,
they all,
and they wee everywhere, and they pop, and you're like, wow! I realize I should be putting a little bit of music. quietly playing in the background. This isn't Kingdom Hearts, but I do like it. This also is Kingdom Hearts. Dot. Whatever, fine, that's fine. That's fine. Listen to my castle town. I'll take that. Anyway, okay.
But, like, there's just certain people who make such a big stink about how much they don't like Dream Drop Distance.
I know.
And I'm just like,
yeah, they're like, there's like, okay, we can reasonably talk about, like, the game isn't as confusing as people want to make it out to be. You know, the gameplay itself is not that bad, especially if you like Birth by Sleep. And if you're saying you like that and you don't like Dream Drop, then you are lying. You are lying to me. But then there's just the added context of like, okay, you can say all these things and we can discuss them, but also it's easily the gayest game in the series, which is funny because it is shortly followed by fucking Recoded of all the games. Number 1, Dream Drop. Number 2, Recoded.
Recoded.
Fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, anyway, there's just plenty of, like, pushback. That's like, okay, if you're, like, trying to, like, change course with your, not being happy, maybe, with how very blatantly gay it is, into something, like, I didn't like the gameplay. I didn't like this. The story was so confusing. And it's just like, well, I don't know. I mean, like, to each their own, that's fine. But I think there's a difference between going, I didn't like this thing very much for me, versus, this is so bad and stupid and bad. In general, objectively. So bad.
Yeah, it just
and
always
it's like,
kind of feels like it's hiding behind what their actual problem with the game is.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't want to accuse anyone of anything.
No, of course not. And, like, I feel like plenty of people could say this and maybe do this without realizing, like, what they're doing.
Yes.
Exactly. But,
like, I definitely, because I want to assume the best of everyone,
yeah.
I kind of assume that there's probably a lot of people out there who are like, there's something about Dream Drop Distance that just rubs me the wrong way because I have some, you know, homophobia that I'm not dealing with.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to put that into words, so instead I'll latch on to other things I've heard other people complain about. Like, Sora's character is flanderized, or the gameplay
that's another one.
isn't good.
Yeah, that's another fucking fun complaint about, like, Sora not being in character, which is very silly to me.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, this is just a guy having a good time, thinking everything's totally hunky-dory, and, like, he didn't even want to take the test in the first place, because he was like, why? And then Riku wanted to, and he's like, I will now. I will do this. And that's, like, it. And then everything kind of goes wrong, and it's like, oops. Oh shit!
Yeah, this
like
has
he
been
had
Sora's
no idea.
This has been Sora's like most stress-free adventure, and so he's just like out there making friends,
having a fun time, you know.
Yeah, he doesn't have a big cloud like hanging on his shoulder, like trying to find Riku in, you know, games 1, 2.
Yeah, it's very like the most like defenses down. Like he's just fucking doing what's supposed to be a silly little test. You know what I mean? It's just like he's getting arrested and then he's like, and then he just runs away. Like, and it's like, that's all, you know? Like, it's fine. He's just kind of having a time. And then there are other machinations going on behind the scenes. I don't know. It all makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Going in, you know, it's just like, you can also just be a multifaceted person. Like, Sora, you know, being like the way he acts in like Chain of Memories is still like a part of him, even though like the very first time I like went through it, I was like, wow, he is so angry in this game. And it's just like, it makes sense, right? Like they're literally like doing shit to make him like angry and defensive and like overly protective and stuff like that. But it's just like, that's not like yes, they're manipulating him, but like it's still coming from somewhere. Like that's not like they didn't like brainwash him into feeling angry. Like this is it's still like a part of him, you know. He can be very angry and he can be like a very sweet, relaxed little guy. Like it's just there's multitudes. People contain multitudes. Like I remember like people saying that like Sora in Cage 2 is out of character. Like he's different from Cage 1. And she's like, well, I too would probably be different after saving the world. You know, maybe a little more confident in myself and my abilities, like he clearly is here, but he's still him. It's just like he's kind of got one, he's just looking for Riku and kind of taking care of things along the way. And then two, riding on the confidence of having done this, he's been to this rodeo before, you know, so it's like it's still the same guy.
Plus, he just took the world's biggest, bestest nap. He's ready to take on
exactly. Oh my god, the world's best fucking nap. An entire year's worth of nap time. In an egg, suspended. He came out with a wedgie, but like that was the biggest price he really had to pay for it, I guess. Outside of maybe losing a year of your life, but like, you know, feeling so refreshed after that nap.
Just
wow. Lands on the ground and falls. Right onto his little bear baby knees.
Those little twigs.
I know. Two opposing character traits can be true at the same time. It just has to be written well and believable. It's true. It's true. You could be a little goofy guy, and you could also contain so much anger within yourself.
Canary, he's like Bambi.
Yeah. His shaky, knobby little knees.
I love that.
Ugh. Just funny. It's just silly. I think everybody's dumb and wrong about Kingdom Hearts except for us and everyone listening to us right now. That's what this amounts to. I think everyone's a big dumb baby.
Nah, it's just something that gets under my skin a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think it's something too that there's like a very clear difference between people who have been building up their own expectations as they have been playing through the series over the years versus people who are just getting into it now and they are playing all of the games like in one go. And for people who are experiencing it all at once, they're like, yeah, this is totally cohesive. Like the characterization is fine. Like all of this makes sense. And like I'm picking up on all the little story beats. You know what I mean? Like most of the time these complaints that I see from people are people who are like, I've been a Kingdom Hearts fan since the series started, you know, and like I know what's good for Kingdom Hearts, you know, and it's just like it's often, which is not everybody, obviously, but like there are just, I feel like people do not realize the preconceptions they get hung up on. Like they don't realize their own biases or expectations. They're just like, this is what would make sense, and you've had plenty of time to cement this in your brain in between releases. And so when it doesn't match up to whatever you've built up in your head, then you're like, well, yeah, this thing is bad, this characterization is wrong, you know, so on and so forth. Versus,
well, as somebody who has been with the series basically since the beginning, you know, I gotta say, almost every time there's a new Kingdom Hearts game that challenges our preconception of something in the past, I always have that, like, gut reaction of, no! Why did they do this? You know, because, like, your brain just doesn't like change, and it doesn't like change of things that you think you know or you think should happen. And then, you know, I always give it a chance. Like, Shion, you know, for example, was one of those... What do you mean there's a 14th organization member? What do you mean there was a girl out with Axel and Roxas. That's okay.
Yeah, that was also particularly, like, I feel like that setup was, at the time, like, it was gonna be, I remember people being like, dude, what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck is going on? Poor Shion, honestly.
Yeah, but
anyway.
if you just let it sit with you, and you, like, look at what its purpose in the story is, you just come to appreciate it. And you're like, oh, that's actually really cool.
I thought I understood Cage until the Sariku corner started cooking. Started making a big luncheon for everybody. Just a big buffet.
I love seeing the couple of videos that have come out here in the last few months where people are just talking about, like, specific things from Kingdom Hearts 3 and talking about theories and stuff. It's like, yes, spread the word.
Yeah, I do like to see it, like, just in a greater, like, bubble.
Gimme!
Talking about stuff.
Sorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusorikusoriku
it, I guess. Won't even try.
SORIKUUUUUUUUU.
Jesus.
Nickach Nickets Jogboy.
Fuck. Oh, right. Changes. Things. Sorry, that really threw me off for a second. Shit. I was gonna say something. No, I think that, like, and I think this is useful genuinely for literally any media that you're consuming, is that, like, your first impressions are not always the reality of it.
Right.
There will be, like, movies that I watch it, and there will be a lot of things I have, like, nitpicks or things I don't like about it when I watch it the first time. And then when I watch it a second time, I go, oh, never mind. I was getting upset over, like, nothing. Like, it was just like, oh, I don't actually feel that way about it now. I just have more information. Because we're flawed creatures, and we're not always, like, sometimes you just miss stuff that's, like, not, like, anybody's fault. It's not like they didn't show it enough. Sometimes we're just fucking thinking about something else. We miss a detail, you know, but it doesn't mean it was actually at fault of the media telling its story, you know. It's like our first impressions are just, like, the one time through is just not always true. And I'm not saying that you have to play everything again, but if you want to understand something, or, like, you are really frustrated with this thing, I think it's important to actually just comb through it once more by yourself, and you'll probably find that a lot of it does not piss you off as much as you thought it did. There are plenty of times that that's happened to me, and I've also, in general, tried to be a lot less judgmental, I guess, about some things. It's easy to, like, create nitpicks for yourself, which isn't to say that you shouldn't, like, take note, or, like, there's no criticism that to be had, or being like, I think it would be better or stronger if it had done this instead of this, right? But, like, there are some things where it's just like, you gotta realize that it's just your own personal preference that you're just bitching about for no reason. And it might not even be real, you know? So it's just like, just going through something at least twice, if you really want to wrap your head around it, can do so much for you. Like, my first impression of 358 was bad. It was not a good time. I think genuinely the movie did not do itself any favors, because, like, not everybody can have access to the game, but it was just like, I was watching this and it was such a grind the first time I watched it.
Oh, did you watch it first before playing it?
Yeah, no, I was going through, like, you know, the collections. I was just like, I'm just going through what it's giving me, right?
Yeah.
And then we did have a copy. My partner just had a copy from back in the day, and they're like, yeah, you can just take it, it's fine. And so I was like, let's fucking go. And it's like, I made the effort to be like, okay, I'm going to go and play the game. And I'm not going in to be like, I don't like this, let's see if it changes my mind. I was just like, no, I know that, like, I've been harsher on it than I've needed to, and I'm just gonna let the game be the game for me. And then I was like, oh, actually, this is pretty great. I really like this, like way more. I think the game does way better a job telling its story than the movie does, but I understand why they opted for a movie for the collections. That's fine.
Yeah.
But like, it's so
Maybe
like
one day we can get a remake or something.
Maybe
that would be nice.
one day, you know, but like, and that would be so fun, especially for like multiplayer purposes. I think that would be a lot of fun, but it's one of those things that's so like, if they had like the resources, maybe, sure, but they're obviously so like preoccupied with progressing everything forward that it's like, God, if we ever do.
Unfortunately, it feels kind of like the window for a remake has passed.
That's how I feel, but like,
Because,
I don't want to say it could never happen, but like,
right.
a lot of these happened kind of during like a different era, you know what I mean? Like, there was a lot of like, we can fill time, we also are working with one system, like the old engine, everything was a lot easier to like make this shit. Like, they made Dream Drop in a fucking year, you know what I mean? Like, that's insane. But like, everything has such a higher fidelity now that everything takes so much longer to make. And like, it takes a lot of manpower versus like, we're working on the next game, but we can also kind of siphon away a team to make this like re-release of Chain of Memories using the engine we already have, you know, and then like re-release this whole fucking game, but like on the PS2 this time.
Right.
And so it's just like, I don't know. We'll see. They obviously did it with like Dream Drop Distance. Probably because Dream Drop is like the lead into Kingdom Hearts 3. I feel like it has a bit more of a priority.
Well, but, and I feel like with it being on the 3DS at the very least, it was easier to port over. Similar with like Birth by Sleep. They were easier to port over. But when it comes to like the DS, they really had to crunch those models from the PS2.
Like, it was a lot easier for like this, well, by comparison, higher fidelity versus fucking Recoded and 358, which were both like, I mean, obviously one started as a phone game, but they're DS games, so it's like there was a lot more munchy crunchy compression going on. But that's a lot of what I think it is that it's just like they really have to like build things from the ground up, and it's just like they're just busy doing other shit right now. Like, we're just not
like, I just don't know that it's like, it's not like worth the time and effort, but it almost isn't if it would be up to like what industry standard is now.
Yeah. Like, if they went and like redid it in any like anything like the old engine, like of that like level of the that we can just bang this out, like that would be cool and great, but we're not gonna get it like at the level of releases we're getting now, because it's just not enough of a priority. It really isn't, which I know a lot of people
already starving for Missing Link and Kingdom Hearts 4 news, so
so I just feel like priorities are elsewhere, which isn't to say people can't dream or even say, God, I would love that to happen. You know, we can still be like, wow, that sure would be cool. But the reality of it being that like there's just no priority for this right now. We've got other shit. Like, I do want to see Kingdom Hearts 4. I do want to play Missing Link. I would rather these happen sooner than than a 358 remake.
Sun Guardian brings up a good point too, and I also really want this even over a 358 remake, is a Union Cross Dark Road voice acted. I want a reunion. Like, that name is so perfect.
Easy reunion. That would be so good, because that's something where it's like, I think if you were just to simply prioritize like somebody who's ever played, we're trying to just make the story accessible for people as they have done. So it's just like, sure, okay, they can't bring up the whole game, so we're just gonna make a movie for 3858 and a movie for Coded, just so people get the plot points that they need to get so they can keep going. That, like, Union Cross and Dark Road, while yes, they're on your phone, yes, you can watch them on YouTube, I think having anything that'd be like, cool, I'm buying this collection or whatever, again, you know, but like having it just be like, here is like a movie, or even just here are the cutscenes in order and they are voice acted, would make that shit just so much more easily accessible for people. Like, just accessibility for the story and overall comprehension of what's going on.
Like, if we had another collection, you know, if they didn't already release all the collections, if they had another collection where they had games to go with it, I could easily see them doing, like, sequel to back cover is Reunion, and it's just the second half of the Union Cross storyline, where it's Ephemer and the 5 leaders.
It's crazy that we got, like, back cover in the first place, by the way. Like, so many people had, like, no real access to, like, Union Cross, or just, well, I mean, Key as a story, right? Because it was Japan only. But it was like, yeah, anyway, here's 0.2, here's, you know, Dream Drop, and here's just a whole fucking movie about goddamn Union Cross, but not Union Cross, but, like, the behind the scenes, you know, the back cover. And it's just like, they just made a whole movie, and it's good. It's a great watch, but it's just so funny that it's just like, yeah, they just did that, you know? It's like, well, thank you, I appreciate it. But can we also get Union Cross? Can we get the actual, like, story part that this is, like, you know, a part of? That'd be so cool. Right. I remember distinctly still at some point watching, maybe it was like E3, I don't really remember, but I remember seeing, like, trailers for, you know, Kingdom Hearts generally, and it was like, okay, some Kingdom Hearts 3 kind of stuff, and it was like, all right, we're getting imagery of, you know, Ericus and Xehanort in the chest kind of stuff a little bit, but then it was like, yeah, 2.8, here we go, and it was just like showing back cover, and I was seeing all of this, and I was like, this is Kingdom Hearts still, right? What the fuck is going on? Like, it was something that it was so removed in a way that, like, outside of, like, obvious organization code, I was like, what did Kingdom Hearts go and do over the years? Like,
okay, so you know how earlier I said that Birth by Sleep widened the lore possibilities?
Yeah.
Union Cross kind of, like, chopped down the rest of the walls.
Yeah, no, it's so, like, I think, like, there are these, like, steps of, like, things, like the funnel gets bigger of, like, this huge of just, like, what is Kingdom Hearts, the scale of it. And we obviously have KH1 starting, it's nice and solid. Chain of Memories is kind of, like, opening it up a bit, but, like, not going too deep into things where it's like, ooh, what's this organization? What's going on? Haha. And then KH2 is we're starting to get a wider net, you know? And then Birth by Sleep is, like, it's like, okay, look, we are establishing all of the shit and moving forward. And then the next time we get this was Union Cross, where it's just, like, or Key specifically, technically.
Yeah.
That it's just, like, there are these, like, certain points of just, like, jumping huge into a larger scale for this fucking series. And I feel like Birth by Sleep was one, and then Union Cross was the next one, but, like, that one was even, like, more, like, sneakily in the background because not everybody knew what the fuck it was or that it exists, or they don't want to play a mobile game. But boy, the level of shit that it introduced, and not in a bad way by any means, all absolutely fascinating and intriguing stuff, but it is just funny how much it's just like, you look at KH1, you're like, I thought I kind of had an idea of what Kingdom Hearts was. Who are these animal people? What is going on?
Who are
Who's
these
this
fancy
guy?
robed furries?
Yeah, really. Who's this very charismatic man? Like, the whole
I
mobile
feel
game
like Missing
stigma.
Link has
Boy,
the
howdy.
has the potential to really widen things up again.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking, like, excited about Missing Link.
Me too. I
It
wish you
drives
would just
me
hear
insane.
anything.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
have you been hearing people talk? And I don't think this rumor is based on anything credible, but have you been hearing people talk about maybe they are not making it a mobile game anymore and they are
Oh
switching
yeah,
it to another system?
this is something that I didn't see anybody talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
As much as hold on. I'm gonna allow this. I am going to really quick side note. Okay, putting a pin in that, don't let me forget what we were talking about. I
Okay,
suggest
it.
if you are talking about like a Japanese account, put JP, because JAP is a slur that most people don't realize. That's the thing. It's something it's a reminiscent of the World War II era. It's still, and that's why I got flagged in the chat and I had to allow it because I know that's not what you're saying. But it is a slur for Japanese people. And so that's all. I'm just saying like JP, and that's usually just Japanese. So
yeah.
But that's no, don't worry. You don't have to, like, it's, you had no idea. I always just make sure to be like, oh, this is why, you know, this is just what it is, and then this is where it came from. And so it's just, don't worry, little tidbit of information for you there. But anyway, that's why people put JP, or like, and usually versus it's like JP and then like EN for English. But some people, they see ENG and then they're like, oh, okay, JAP. And you're like, oops. I mean, that's something that's a little before our time, but still a thing. So we just have to be careful, that's all. So there you go. There's your fun fact of the day, I guess. So anyway, unpinning.
Because we can't be educational. Educational.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Anyway, unpinning. Now you can't let me forget what we were saying.
Missing Link, we were talking about it potentially being on a
right,
different system.
okay, about it not being a mobile game kind of a thing, because mobile games obviously have not been doing very well for Square Enix recently. But I didn't see people talking about it so much, but I had also come to the same conclusion and I was talking to Gemma about it, because it was just like, what was it? There was, is it?
They did like a lineup of mobile games that were coming out.
Yeah,
soon.
that were coming,
and like Missing Link was nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and then what was it? Was it the Final Fantasy mobile game that's happening
Ever
right
After?
now? And then Ever After, and then
Ever Crisis.
Isn't that the Crisis Core one? I don't know anymore. I keep fucking mixing them up. The Final Fantasy 7 mobile game right now, and then I think and I believe that's like they're porting some, and they're like, it's gonna come to PC, and everyone's like, oh, thank Christ, right? Because like there's a number of reasons people don't play mobile games as much. Like obviously, like most people these days have access to a phone. That does not mean the phone is capable of playing what they want, and then also it doesn't mean it's always the easiest to play on a phone. Just because it's there doesn't necessarily mean it's fun to play on your phone. Which is why
phones and like the way that phones can play games now is similar to where we were with PC gaming in like the mid-aughts, where like everyone used to be able to play all PC games on like your Windows 95, and then suddenly you couldn't anymore.
Yeah.
And like mobiles games are kind of getting to that point too.
Yeah. It's just, I also feel like computers just casually nowadays also have a lot more capability in just playing fucking games. Just off the shelf, right? You just get it and you're like, wow, I can go play whatever the fuck. Or like, I got a laptop in like 2009 and I couldn't play Portal on it without my laptop fucking crashing. But like, I feel like people like PC gaming in general has just become a lot more normal and accessible. Even like in Japan, it has grown quite a bit. And a lot of people just like playing games sitting at their desk versus like having to do it on their phone, kind of a thing. And that's part of like what killed First Soldier, the other Final Fantasy VII mobile game that they fucking discontinued after 1 year. And everyone was like, please put this on the PC, because then I'll actually play it. Like, I don't want to play the shooter on my phone. It's not fun. And I'm like, I can't blame people for not wanting to play the battle royale ass shooter on their fucking phone. I don't blame them. And then, you know, it didn't go very well. And so now it's like, okay, cool. You're actually realizing a lot of this audience who wants to play your stuff are really requesting it be elsewhere also. Which, seeing that, one, that's great. But like, two, that also is like, that doesn't not affect Missing Link. So, like, knowing that they're finally doing something that, like, the thing that would have saved First Soldier had they actually done it, and then realizing, hey, maybe we should have done that, we're gonna do that with these, and then seeing how long it's been taking for Missing Link to have virtually any news about it, almost an entire year. The last we heard about it was in goddamn January. And even then, that wasn't so much official news. We got a lot of leaks that we weren't supposed to get from people testing the game, but... You know, if you wanted to consider official word, the last one was Nomura being like, haha, we have to test it on Androids soon, because I have an Android phone. And it's like, okay, we'll hear from you soon, right? We did not.
Nomura did say something, too, after the beta, I believe. I think he said something along the lines of, like, I have to write the story for this now, because none of that's done. I think so.
I believe you, but I don't remember at all.
Like, okay, look, I've been not feeling well most of this year. I could easily be making shit up.
Look,
thinking it's
I'm
true.
sick. I'm fucked up. Don't listen to me.
But I feel like I remember seeing either a tweet of his or a tweet of someone saying, like, yeah, Nomura is saying, like, hey, I don't have anything for the story done. Like, I need to actually write this out. Story is 0% complete.
I don't even remember. Well, if anybody else can corroborate it, I guess, then we'll discuss it. But I have no idea. The last I remember was the, haha, we'll be doing something soon, and then we did not be doing something soon.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the last thing I remember, and that was, like, soon after the beta was done. But that's it.
Yeah. Well, either way, the silence and then seeing the actual company-wide decision of, hey, we're taking our mobile games and we're gonna actually start putting this stuff on PC, definitely opens the door for Missing Link to be on a PC, or at least whether PC, which I doubt that that's necessarily their first choice, but like something that's not locked to the phone. Especially because Nomura was like, I don't like fucking walking, but we're putting it in. So like we put in other means to play it without having to walk. And so that lends itself to anything else, I guess, as well. But anything that's not your phone, I suppose, is what I mean to say.
The concert thing is, like, infuriating, but also, that could be anything. And for those of you who don't know what we're talking about...
Right, okay. Sorry, I was like, the concert thing. Oh, yeah! the shit he was saying at the concert, that's right.
And...
Anyway, continue.
Yeah, he basically, he went up on stage, and it was at the, like, KH Orchestra, so they were doing, like, all the songs, big show, everything. Nomura went up, and he's like, hey, haha, letting y'all know, something big just happened, but I'm not gonna tell you about it. And then, like...
Or at least it had happened, like, a year prior.
Right.
But this is like the first he's mentioning it. He's just like, yeah, a big thing that changed the course of the series. Yeah, happened. It's already been settled. It happened like a year ago, you know? But like, haha, you know, and everyone was like, excuse me? But like, there was a lot of also like, it's difficult to say exactly the tone of this message because we were hearing it very second and third hand from people mentioning it, people who were at the concert, and then they're speaking in Japanese, and then people trying to translate the Japanese of what they're saying, you know, and just trying to get like, but like, this sounds bad, you know, and it's just like, okay, it doesn't seem like other people were saying that like he didn't sound like upset about it, and then like Shimomura was like, what, you know, and he's like, oh, you don't know? I'll tell you backstage. And like that's kind of the only tone we have for it.
Fucking nuts.
Yeah, it drives everybody insane, and I think a lot of people want to think it negative, but I just don't think it's something. If it were that negative, like, yeah, he's kind of a spiteful guy, but like he does keep his trap shut about most things. And it's like when he's upset about something, we find out about it like later. Like him being really salty about having to redo a year's worth of work, very reasonably salty for KH3, and then it was just like, it's like he's still really upset about it, kind of, and it was like in an interview, like post KH3 having come out, kind of a thing where they got to talk about stuff, and so it's like clear, like he's not gonna say that while he's working on stuff, and it's like he's not gonna be dropping some like huge terrible news or something on people at a concert.
Right.
To be like, yeah, anyway, the series is fucked from here on forward. It's all downhill. Everything is, you know, flush in the toilet. You know, it's, I think it's fine.
I definitely
it's just
think
like,
it's a
what are the
good
implications?
thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, it's important to keep in mind that it could be literally anything that was, it could be, you know, yay, our wildest dreams of like, oh, he got Suriku confirmed with Disney or something like that. But it could also be something like, we got this world in that I have wanted to have in for a really long time, like Star Wars.
And it's
or
totally
something.
like, it literally could be like he got Star Wars. Like, it could be something that simple. It could also just be something where like, yeah, I'm totally hinging on this like plot decision I've wanted to make for years and years and years that maybe I wouldn't have been able to make in like 2010 or so. And so I had to buy time, as he has been quoted in saying that he couldn't quite make Kingdom Hearts 3 yet, basically for reasons. And so then he had to and so in between that, he decided to keep working on more games to keep things relevant and like get to explore some other stuff. He literally, that's what he said. He said 4 reasons.
Put a pin in that, because I would love to pull that up and talk about that.
Yes.
But I also just want to say that, like, his thing at the concert could also just be like, you know, we developed this new thing for our engine, and so the gameplay is going to be like faster or better or whatever. Like, it could literally be something that like does not really affect us at all.
Yeah. I mean, he did saying something that it would kind of like change the trajectory of the series implies something a lot bigger. You know what I mean? But like it didn't seem
but for a game
negative.
Dev, that is big news.
That's true. That's true. But that's also like, he's like the story guy. You know what I mean? He's the director, and then he's got these fucking crazy ass ideas, and then Tai Yasue has to be like, we can't do that. And he's like, and he's like, no, we can't fucking do that, bud. And he's like, God damn it. And he has to reel him back in. But like,
anyway, we could take that pin out if you want.
Yeah. Taking the pin out, I guess. But it's just like, I mean, even then it's still like related, right? Where it's just like saying something as like the director of this very story heavy franchise that is absolutely his baby. Like, this is all his, and he's involved in almost every fucking aspect of the development, you know? That's saying something that it's like something like that, which isn't to discredit the idea of like, oh, this changes the trajectory, it being just some kind of game dev thing. It's just like contextually coming from this guy about this game series, that it's like probably something more significant than that, but
Probably.
I mean,
Probably.
probably.
Nomura-
It's just
Nomura
not
is
to say
also
it
a
can't be something.
troll.
This is true. This is also entirely true. But I guess here also consider it's something that he was surprised Shimomura hadn't heard about yet.
Yes.
So I'm gonna guess it's probably not a game dev thing. But
Yeah.
on the topic of the 4 reasons, going back to that, it was
Yes.
an interview with him that we'd have to pull it up. I don't remember fucking when was this? Because I remember we were going crazy about it. I bet it's in our fucking DMs. Hold on.
He brought me pizza.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Voice
me
of
see.
God. That's good.
Voice of God.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you later.
Let
Thank
me
you for the
see.
pizza.
Yeah. Up on the street.
Yeah.
I can't find it immediately. And I don't want to sit here trying to like as I'm trying to search for it on fucking Discord.
Hold up.
Okay.
I mean, go ahead and talk, but like.
Yeah.
I'll see
Yeah,
if
no,
can
I
find
was going like, okay, you're probably gonna go look and then I can keep talking about it.
it. Mhm.
But it was something that it was just like, okay, yeah, like there was obviously a lot of stuff going on around this time with Final Fantasy Versus 13. And then that not coming to fruition with what he was doing. And then, you know, it was a whole fucking mess. Frankly, it was a whole goddamn mess, and we still don't even know the whole story behind that. But, you know, outside of those complications, that, like, not that he couldn't talk about it kind of for a long time, but if there was something as simple as, like, I am busy working on this other project, he just says that. Like, you know, historically, like, these things are not a secret. You know, he's just like, okay, I'm busy doing this, you know, but I have my team working on this, so on and so forth. But he does talk about, I'm trying to remember at what point this was, but it was, like, obviously a lot of, like, sequels had been coming out, were KH2, and then everything after that, basically. And people, the question had been, like, okay, like, how come all of these and not just Kingdom Hearts 3? And he was like, well, around the time it's just like, I could, like, you know, there's stuff I want to do with Kingdom Hearts 3, but, like, I can't make Kingdom Hearts 3 yet and he's like, well, basically 4 reasons, and just leaves it right there. I couldn't make KH3 yet, 4 reasons. And so, in the meantime, he had decided to, like, just keep making more Kingdom Hearts games, which, like, you know, opens up, like, we get to explore about this character and yada yada, but he just wanted to keep Kingdom Hearts relevant as well while he waited to be able to make Kingdom Hearts 3.
Okay, I've got it.
Oh, you found it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so this was in 2013.
2013. Okay.
And this is what Nomura said. The main reason why we had so many spin-offs for Kingdom Hearts is because we couldn't start preparing for Kingdom Hearts 3 for a while. For a long time. Because of some reasons, basically. However, if we didn't release any Kingdom Hearts games after the second at all, people might forget about the game, and might forget about the series. Obviously, I didn't want to do that. That's why we decided to make spin-off games until the preparation for Kingdom Hearts 3 was ready to do. So in a way, because of this, if there were no spin-off games, there was no Kingdom Hearts 3. It was kind of needed to have all those spin-offs, a lot of spin-offs, because the time was quite long before Kingdom Hearts 3's preparation started.
Like, even, not even starting to, like, prepare for it. Like, you just can't even, like, it's not even, like, preparations are taking a really long time, you know? Like, obviously, it still would take a while to get Pixar, but, like, it would take a while to get that shit on like lockdown, right? But this is like talking about like, oh, KH2, and then knowing that for some large amount of time you simply cannot make KH3 yet. You can't even start preparing for it. So we're just gonna buy a lot of time in the meantime is just strange versus the I'm still waiting to get Toy Story. Like and I think they talk about it somewhere how long it took to get Toy Story. Because obviously that's also when he put his foot down and he was like, if we do not have Toy Story, we don't have Kingdom Hearts 3. And then like they had to go into negotiations and get things set up. And then that was like one of the first things they fucking did. But it's something that like I'm pretty sure that when did Disney acquire Pixar? I don't remember.
Oh god, Disney acquired Pixar. Well, okay. When Pixar started, Disney distributed for them. So
yes.
they've kind of always
they've always been, but there was like a proper acquisition.
Where it was purchased. Yeah.
Yes.
2006 or 2005, that sounds about right.
Okay.
Because that's also about the time John Lasseter became executive creative for like both companies.
Yeah.
Because that was like part of the deal.
Right. Yeah. I've watched like videos about it, but I don't remember the details other than I was like, yeah, and then they acquired Pixar, and then John Lasseter was just like, I'm the head guy now, you know. We're like, great. So anyway,
well, at the time everyone was like, oh yeah, cool, awesome.
I'm saying this in retrospective that it's like,
and now in retrospect like,
but anyway, that aside, where it's just like, oh, okay, like, sure, you're saying this in like if it was a matter of like acquiring the ability to use Toy Story, which obviously he wanted to do even earlier, but it did not work out. Like, I just don't think that say would be the hinging factor in it. Like, it still was a very important factor in KH3, and that he was like, I won't make it if we don't get Toy Story. I won't do it. Sorry,
John Lasseter is one of the people who created Pixar, but then he was also found to be sexually harassing many of the female animators and staff who worked at Pixar, which is why Pixar was such a male-dominated space for most of its beginning.
Yeah, it's not great. Like, he's a guy who has his name on a lot of good movies. And he sucks, and like a lot of that came out and it's just like, oh god, okay. So that's why at the time people would be like, yeah, all right, John Lasseter, and now we're like, no, stop, cut.
Yeah.
But if you watch a Disney release of Ghibli movies, they literally all start with, hi, I'm John Lasseter, and you're gonna love this movie. I think I remember that. Yeah, that's coming back to me now.
Because that was another issue with him, is that he really wanted to take credit for Disney distributing Ghibli movies.
Yeah.
And he like really wanted to be friends with Hayao Miyazaki, and he just kind of like overstepped when it came to that whole situation, which is why Ghibli and Disney don't work that much together anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I also think that, like, people, like, the idea of being like, oh, wow, Studio Ghibli is, like, you know, it's like Japan's Disney, and it's like, no. No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's like Japan's Ghibli.
Yeah, basically. Sorry, it's not the same thing. Anyway, what the fuck we were talking about? Oh, right. So, we were talking about the acquisition and the access to these things, and like, I just don't think that that's what was like holding it back per se, to have to be like, we cannot, like, knowing that there is something that's stopping you from even preparing the game until many years down the line. Like, there are so many things that there are plenty of things it could be, but like, none of these small scale things are it. You know what I mean? But there are also, like, it's reading this and I see things like, I think back to this interview about Bridget and how, like, Bridget, if you don't know Bridget from Guilty Gear, Bridget, who has been confirmed to be a trans girl, which is, like, fantastic. It's, like, in-game confirmation, a part of her story and her journey, which is fantastic. But, like, she was a character in the game, introduced in, like, 2002 or 3. I can't remember. It was, like, right around that same time. And it was very, like, very, I would say, of the time, but, like, oh, yeah, like, was, like, a pair of twins. They were both boys, so they had one of them, like, they raised one as a girl to be like, we have to avoid a curse. Like, twins are bad things will happen, so, you know, if it's, like, twin boys or whatever. Like, it was like this, they were avoiding some superstition thing. And then, so it was very like, oh yeah, haha, I'm very looking like a girl, but I'm a boy, really, you know, and, like, this comes up, like, a lot kind of a thing, and it was, like, part of the character. But then was finally brought back, and it was just like, yeah, we're actually gonna, like, we're gonna go into this, and it's just like, Bridget is just, like, actually just trans. Despite, like, even, I wouldn't even say despite, it was just like, oh yeah, raised to be, like, a girl for, like, this kind of, I guess, superstition, you know? And then the whole story was trying to prove that, like, this isn't real, I'll show you, and, like, I'm gonna go out there and, like, prove myself, and things are good. But then after that is, like, but I don't actually think I'm a boy, though. Even though, like, that was the whole point that I was trying to make.
Right.
I don't think I'm a boy. And then they're like, yeah, you're a girl, that's great, you know, and it's just like, oh my god, Bridget's trans, and this is fantastic.
Yay!
But there was, like, an interview with, like, one of the devs who was just like, well, like, we wanted to do something about this, like, we wanted to do this a long time ago, but we couldn't for a lot of obvious reasons. We couldn't exactly just whip out
Make
a trans character.
trans.
Yeah. And so it was just like, it was just something that we were just holding on to until we felt the time was right to be able to, like, evolve on this. And, like, she hadn't been in a game basically since then. And then they were like, we're bringing Bridget back, and everyone was like, ah! And then it was like, also she's trans, and everyone was like, ah! And so, like, she's very sweet, but it's just something where it was like, yeah, this is not uncommon. There are plenty of people who work in the industry all over the world, it doesn't matter, who are like, I did this intending this thing to be queer. You can see, like, we were putting the signs in, but obviously our hands were tied. Or people just, even like this, being like, well, we wanted to make, like, a trans character, but, like, it was 2002, and so we just kind of tucked that one away in the back pocket until we felt like we could bring it back, and then, you know, got to. And so it's just like, there are plenty of, like, examples of, like, I have to buy time because I can't do this. Like, there are plenty of things like that where you're just like, you have to put it in there. Like, She-Ra was one of them, being like, I was putting all of the seeds in there to be like, it only makes sense if they are gay and they have feelings for each other. And, like, I'm going to stack the cards so high that eventually when it comes around to be like, okay, we're too deep in and this is the only thing that makes sense, it has to happen this way. And then they were like, yeah, that's great, that's a great idea, let's do that. Like, oh my god. Oh shit. Oh really? Okay, yeah, let's do it. But it's just like, it's just a thing, it happens. Like, people have plans and ideas, and sometimes they have to buy, like, 20 years worth of time before they can make the story that they've wanted to make, because the landscape is finally shifted. And while oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, what I was gonna say and add on to that is that, pretend you're in Nomura's shoes. You're in the story maker's shoes for Kingdom Hearts. You've made Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain of Memories, and 2. You know everybody is waiting for 3. But you have a specific idea of how Kingdom Hearts 3 should play out. But you also know that, like, you can't make it that way now.
Yeah.
So what games did we get in between 2 and 3? Games that, like, fleshed out what was already kind of there, and
Mhm.
very little that actually progressed the narrative.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to progress the narrative, because where the narrative is progressing is the part that you can't get to yet.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you
And
really have to,
then,
like, just build everything around it and, like, lateral, you know, instead of moving forward.
yeah, and then because you've built so much around this, like with Recoded, like with 358, like with Birth by Sleep, now suddenly you have a lot more that has to fit into Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah, you have
That
so
maybe
many
you
more
didn't
things.
that maybe weren't necessarily huge plot points before, but now
Mhm.
they're pretty big.
Yeah.
Which means, okay, we're gonna have to make another game to set up for Kingdom Hearts 3. So that's Dream Drop Distance, and it's, 0.2 Fragmentary Passage. And then, when you get to Kingdom Hearts 3, because you've had to wait so long, there is a lot of additional writing you are needing to throw in that you just didn't necessarily need to do when you first conceived of Kingdom Hearts 3. And maybe
Mhm.
that's why some of the plot beats in Kingdom Hearts 3 are maybe a little like, alright, we've checked that off the box.
Yeah, we had, like, a list of stuff that, like, oops, suddenly we're saddled with tying up all of these loose ends that we
Yes.
built up by buying time all these years.
Uh-huh.
And they're things that, like, the fans so desperately want to see. Like, you could not ignore them if you tried. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like now we have to. And so it feels like KH3 uh it had become like it had become, instead of like directly like wherever he probably wanted to take, is more as like now it's like a launching off point for that thing he's wanted to do this whole time, because
Mm-hmm.
we had to spend so much of it cleaning up everything else. And now suddenly we have that weight like shed and we're just launching into unknown territory, and it's just like focused, narrowed down to just Sora and Riku. And it's like,
Right, because that's another thing to keep in mind. You're the storyteller, you're Nomura. If you have been waiting to tell this story, or sorry, let me backtrack. If instead you just prefer telling stories the way that Nomura has told them in between 2 and 3, you would think that post Kingdom Hearts 3, we'd be getting a whole lot of smaller stories again. Like, now would be the perfect time to get like 2 or 3 quote unquote like side games.
right.
But we're not, because we've hit the point that Nomura wanted to hit now with Kingdom Hearts 3, and he's like, okay, cool, let's make Kingdom Hearts 4.
Yeah.
Let's make Missing Link, which is like a lead into Kingdom Hearts
Yep.
4.
Yeah. Like,
And
it's,
Virum Rex is a side thing that I want to do, but I've decided that the main story is more important right now.
yeah. Yeah. Like, there are, like, side titles, but they're all very, like, we kind of have, like, two, like, major plot threads happening at the same time that are obviously inevitably going to converge, but like everything that's been kind of going like these two like just lateral like like parallel fucking plot points with everything with like Union Cross and all of that, and now it's starting to like we're starting to get close to like converging with like the main storyline in a sense. So even then, it's less like a a sequel. Not that that's what you were saying, but it's just like it's just like, oh, we're fucking, the lanes are merging, we're coming up. Please let me in, beep. I'm trying to merge. But like it's like, oh, obviously like Verum Rex would be like, that's very directly related and everything with Yozora, which is like moving one of the big main points moving forward, and then everything with like Union Cross and now going into Missing Link, and Missing Link is kind of the it's supposed to be the Missing Link. We're bridging this like gap between everything with like Union Cross and everything there, and then like meeting kind of where we're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And so it's like these are all things that like make sense like for what's happening moving forward very specifically, where like 358 was like, let's look at a period of time that we already know about. Birth by Sleep is again looking into the past, but it's something that was like setting up things larger for the future, and like very little was ever moving forward. But like all of these other things are very like directly like it's all this like new era, you know, all at once moving forward into new unknown territory. So it's just kind of like you're right, there is a big difference between like, I am making these games to buy time.
Right.
Which they're still like nice, they're still fun explorations, and like, you know, we get to flesh out like things with Roxas, and like we get to look into we get to have Birth by Sleep at all, and like all of this stuff, right? But those are definitely like, they're not moving forward at all. They're just building around it. And then this is all, we're here now and we're going. Like, I've waited long enough. We're going forward.
forward.
Yeah. Especially after everything with Kingdom Hearts 3. Like, being able to finally move past that and then just get to go, whether it's like this new turning point for the story or not. Like, I can imagine anybody would be eager to move past what has been this like horrible weight around Nomura's neck for like a really long time.
Yeah.
Like, it's like anybody would be pretty excited to be like, it's finally done and I can go do new things. But it seems like it's more than just that. You know, we get to like, oh, finally, we get to go ass blast into the story direction I have been waiting to do for a while. Oh, an ad is coming. I'm so sorry, everybody. Brace yourselves.
Good, that'll give me a chance to finish up my pizza.
There you go. Go ahead and eat your little pizza. What kind of pizza did you get?
Pepperoni.
Wow. Sometimes simple is best, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes just a good pepperoni pizza really hits the spot. I had a pineapple, like, it wasn't quite like a Hawaiian pizza, but it was just like, it was just a pizza I got at the store that they were just like, oh, I'm at Winco. Here, you can take home this pizza and bake it. And usually it's fine and good even. But this time, I don't know what it was. The pineapple was like bitter.
Pepperoni pizza yummy.
And I don't know what went wrong with that pineapple. And we were fine. Nobody got like sick off of it. We were like, what's wrong with this pineapple? Like, it's like distinctly like not what it should be doing. And it was just strangely bitter. And then
You'd be completely valid for saying that pineapple ruined that pizza.
Yeah, in this one case. And I love pineapple on pizza, but like it was not the play this time. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with it, but it was bad. It was not good.
You play a dangerous game with fruit sometimes, you know?
Yeah. Let's see, I'm looking up through the chat a little bit. Because when I'm talking, I can't read anything anybody's saying, or I will totally lose all train of thought. So I have to, in small moments, I have to go and look.
I also want Lorium in the next game. I just want more Lorium.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's this game or the next game, whatever. I just...
I'm just stoked that we have...
Vest.
Yeah, I'm just stoked that we even have just Strelitzia at all. Just like there, full. It's like it's so funny to me the amount of people being like, "Who the fuck is this?" And
we're like, "Woo, it's
yeah, she's here,
yeah,
woo!" It's like, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to go. Like the mobile games are important. They are like incredibly important. So you're just gonna have to fucking tough it out. Sorry, you get literally like free content. I think that's one of the things that drives me the craziest about the whole thing, is that it's like people getting upset that they're just getting free Kingdom Hearts story.
I know.
You don't
And,
even have to play it. You can just watch it somewhere, but it's like, it's free to play. Like,
we've been in this drought too, and I'm just like, man, I miss the Dark Road Gaming Cross days.
I miss that shit so much. I miss just having
Yeah.
something to just passively play. Even if it's like, there's no story update, but they're like, look at the cute little outfits, look at the little, and I'm like, oh, wow, a little bit of Kingdom Hearts just for me. Yummy,
Yeah.
you know. It was just a little drip feed, and now I have nothing. I have nothing. My water bottle is empty in my hamster cage, and I'm running in my wheel. I'm going crazy. We really watched the trailer together. We had split reactions between the who is she and where did Sora's shoes go. I think one of the first things when I was like showing my partner, like they were seeing the trailer for the first time, and it was like, he has no shoes on, and their first thing was, are his toes spread in that weird way like a lot of models do where they can't get the foot to look right? Where it's just like, sure, he's got all his toes, but like, normally our toes are all kind of together, you know? But then like, there's like, I've modeled all of their toes. They are like this. All of the toes are out, and they're like, are the toes all separate? They are! And I was like, no! The toes are separate, no! But like, here's hoping maybe is they like, you know, they're like, it already looks better. It's in like Unreal Engine 5 now, you know. I'm hoping they sort out the toe issue to make them look natural.
I'm really excited to see what Sora will look like without the quadratum form change.
Yes, I'm very excited. I'm excited to see how much of that like carries over to other worlds.
Yeah.
Because like he looks like that because he is in quadratum, right? So like that's like a world form essentially. But I'm curious about how much that's going to influence like world forms that he may have moving forward. Like, is it going to be more based around this base design of him in quadratum? Is it going to be based more on like that KH3 look that like Nomura was like, yeah, if he went back he would look like that, you know? So it's like, where are we gonna go with this? Because I feel like the KH4 design is kind of gonna be, you know, the design. So
yeah,
I guess we'll see. But thinks about Namine's KH3 feet. Maddie's thinking about feet.
Oh no.
Oh no. I'm never fixing the toes because KH hands are still horrifying. I've seen his gorilla. I made the tweet about like me when I wake up and look at my gorilla hands, and it's like him waking up and he's just like, at least I'm all here, and his hands are like fucking gigantic and like it's just so God. Oh my God. I'm just wondering how the Disney worlds would work because he's in reality now. Does that mean the Disney worlds are different? I mean, probably to some degree. Who the fuck knows? Like, they have to decide worlds. We're gonna have worlds still, you know, and they're like, the Disney element is still here. That's why we put Donald and Goofy in the trailer for all of the people who were like, no more Disney, thank God, you know, and it's like, sorry, it's just forever going to be a part of the series. Like, it wouldn't be what it is without it, so you're just gonna have to suck it up.
I take those people and I throttle their little necks.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Just give me Zootopia Sora along with Zootopia Riku. Live action Wonderland? Absolutely not. If that, I will be so upset if that's it. You bad. Shut up. Don't bring that into it.
I think one thing to keep in mind is while Quadratum looks very realistic, we know from them talking about in the past how difficult it is to do those realistic worlds.
Yeah.
So at most we can probably only expect like one other realistic world, and the rest are probably going to be
more stylized.
You know, more stylized.
Like, I think we've even directly spoken about that on one of these streams we've had. I feel like that's I know I've at least definitely talked about that, where it's like, it's probably like, you know, they get like their one like super realistic one, because otherwise it's so much work to make that happen.
Right.
It's so much. So like anything else that's just even remotely stylized will probably be, you know, we get the one and then we get a bunch of other fun shit. But
Mm-hmm.
need to be realistic Pete. Need to see his pores. Pirates of the Caribbean Pete. Was Lion Pete not cursed enough? We're just gonna, everybody else, like, but me has to deal with Pete. I'm so excited to see him. For me, it's a treat. I love to see Pete. I love to see him be a weird, fucked up lion, and then he falls down. I love to see him clench his fist with Maleficent looking at the box. Like, he just forever gets to be, like, an actually important part of Kingdom Hearts.
You know,
and I love it.
I would love to see them do either Lion King or some other animal-based world again, because I think they could do it so much better. Because I'll be real, Lion King in Kingdom Hearts 2 is kind of a letdown. Like, the models just aren't quite there.
Like, I think Sora is like
isn't quite there.
Yeah, it's not my favorite world, like, at all.
Yeah,
like, I think the designs are cute. I even think I think Donald and Goofy are really cute. You know, Sora's just a cute little lion.
Yeah, like that's awesome.
Yeah, all that stuff's great. I don't really like playing there that much. The music doesn't really catch me. You know.
Mm-hmm. Lion King has such good iconic music, and I guess for copyright reasons or for some reason they aren't able to use any of those good like musical motifs in the Lion King soundtrack,
because they're obviously that's not like off the table. There are many others that are just like, here's the Pirates of the Caribbean like theme as the fight music, here is, you know, just Halloween Town in general. Like, even Toy Story, You Got a Friend in Me is, like, the main part of the melody and stuff. So, it like, Lion King, not sure what happened there.
Where's my...
Yeah. I don't know. We got some in Melody of Memory. Like, we got, you know... we got it there, I guess, but... I'm not sure, and I don't know what happened with it, because it's also, like, I understand story-wise why the Pride Lands look like shit. Mm-hmm. Makes it a very boring place to be.
Right.
It makes it not fun. Like, sure, we get our one green area, but it's very, very small, and a lot of it's still very, very brown, because we're, like, on the ground, because we're tiny, and, you know, we're a small little lion, and we get some kind of jungly a little bit, but it's... You know, and then the rest of it's like this huge open area that's brown and gray and brown. And I'm just not that crazy about it. I also think
it's like
the fight with Scar's goofy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just not, the Pride Lands just aren't my favorite. What's this food I smell? Oh no, I think it's just dinner. Sorry, I was smelling a very specific part of it. I was like, ooh, peppers. Then I'm like, all right, there were peppers in the pasta. Okay, we're good. Never mind.
Oh, I love peppers.
I also love peppers. We got a bunch at the farmer's market. Fucking yum. Anyway.
And okay, this is gonna be another like Disney thing. They always have trouble. Like, normally, Kingdom Hearts models for turning, like, 2D characters into 3D characters, they do a great job.
Oh, yeah, better than pretty much everybody else.
You know what characters they have a really hard time with?
I feel like I know who you're going to say. Yes.
And Jafar.
Yeah. Jafar looks like... Okay, like... right angles, you know, you get my good side kind of a thing. But yeah, no, I feel like Scar's especially one that struggles. Like, it's like animating the face.
It's really the jaw.
Yeah, it's the jaw, for sure.
It's the jaw, and it's because Andreas Deja designed both of those characters to, like, have jaws that are, like, detached from their skulls.
Yeah.
And they're very, like, long. And I think, for whatever reason, that's just really hard to translate into 3D.
Yeah, you have to, like... I think it's something that, like, if you're willing to break the model and, like, animate it, then you would be fine. But obviously, most of the time, they're working with very, like... There were a lot more limitations when they were, like, doing this shit, right? So it's just like, okay, we gotta have them just kind of, like... and it looks really limited. And kind of loses that a bit.
It's just a hard thing to capture in 3D.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't envy them for having to figure out a limited way of making those models work.
Yeah. I feel like it's something that, like, if they got to have, like, a take two on some of this, that it would be, like, the best shit ever. Like, like Pirates. Like, me just absolutely hating fucking Port Royal, and then I absolutely adore the Caribbean. Like, it's like they're night and fucking day. Kind of literally. One is like night and one is like day. So, it's like you could not have gone harder the other direction. It's so good. It's so fucking good.
It fulfills all my pirate dreams. I'm like right there with Sora. I'm like, this is so fucking cool. We have a boat.
Yeah, you have a boat. It's like, it's so funny that one world truly is like what some people try to make an entire game out of. And they were just like, it's just this one part of the game. It's also well made. Like, it's something that you can spend your time fucking around and exploring in just this one world. Which is a shame because it's so good, and then you go to San Francisco and it's so empty. It's so sadly empty. There's like, you can run around, but there's no life in that city at all.
I think that San Francisco would feel so much better if the map wasn't a square.
Yeah,
just
I feel like they should have
changed.
I feel like they should have broken sections of, even if they kept the map like the same size, having segmented parts of the map. Oh, hi, baby. Don't step on the buttons. Sorry, you can't, well, you can see his tail. He's here, he's huge, haha.
Baby cat.
Anyway, even just having that to, like, have, like, sometimes less is more, and sometimes getting to have, like, a smaller, more controlled area can do for a lot to make it feel a lot bigger. Which is, I think, something that KH1 really excelled at, where, like, yeah, the places aren't that big, and they're working with a lot of limitations, but, like, there was so much to come back for that, like, there was so much, like, verticality and, like, other shit to, like, find and explore just in KH1 alone. And then there was kind of a trend of making things, like, we're going from room to room. And then with KH3, they were trying to push boundaries in a whole bunch of ways because they were like, hey, we have the technology. We got to have our, you know, literally Pirates of the Caribbean was because they wanted a really realistic movie. Well, I mean, to, like, try their hand at, to be like, okay, let's see what we can fucking do. We got to show off, you know, we got to flex a little bit. And so it was like, San Francisco, here we are. Yes, we have verticality, but it's just like, how big, we want a big map. We want it to be big. We want it to, you know, feel like a big city we can run all around. And, like, I like the idea, yes, but if there is nothing in it, it's nothing. There's nothing happening anywhere. There's no reason to go out. There's nothing, like, what if you had, like, smaller areas? Like, you have to, sure, maybe you have to have load zones and stuff, but, like, you can actually make it feel like a city. You know, you can go into an alleyway and there's, like, a little fucking fight bot, like, mini game thing you can do.
Right.
You know, or, like, you can just see some people walking around and doing stuff. Like, sometimes near save points, there's, like, some fuckers standing on, like, the sidewalk, and you can kind of, like, talk to them, and they don't really have anything to say. And then otherwise, you're just running down a street, and you're like, there's nothing. They're not even cars. No cars. I'm on the fucking railway to just get somewhere faster. Please, God. It's. I feel like that's probably one of the worlds that they probably wanted to do a lot more, and they did not get the chance.
Well, I think that the San Francisco world and the Arendelle world kind of have a similar problem for me in that, and this was something that I commented on before Kingdom Hearts 3 started telling us like what worlds are going to be in.
Yeah.
I like Frozen just fine, but before they announced Frozen, I was like, I kind of hope they don't do Frozen because I just don't feel like there's enough really memorable locations that would make for fun places to visit in the world and to build the world design around.
Yeah.
And I kind of have a similar issue with Big Hero 6 because like some of
Yeah.
the most iconic locations from Big Hero 6 then they don't use. Like
Yeah,
you
well,
have Hero's
even
garage, but like you
Mhm.
don't have his bedroom
You don't have his
or the
bedroom
school.
or Aunt Cass's cafe
Yeah,
or like
the
any like
school or the like shack that they first find Callahan in. Like
yeah.
those are your like, or like Fred's house.
Yeah, or you know, anything, or even just like I said, like an alleyway with like bot fighting. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you could, and usually they're like really good about these kind of details and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I agree that it's like, oh, it's just a big city, you know, and so
Mm-hmm.
like either you have to kind of create new content to fit into this city to kind of give it a presence, you know, to have like places people will remember. And like Arendelle is similar, but even then, in the same way, they're like there are places they could have gone
Mm-hmm.
and they fucking didn't. Like we don't even go we
Yeah.
don't go into town once. We don't get to see the castle. We just get Snow Mountain and Snow Mountain, and it's all like it
And
doesn't like
Elsa, or not Elsa's, but Larxine's
we
maze.
Larxine's maze, you know, like the only notable thing we get to visit from the movie is like the area with the little frozen dewdrop trees, and that's about it. Like we don't even get to go into her castle, and it was like
Right.
all modeled and mapped, you know, and it's just like fuck man, what happened? And like
Yeah.
that's something where it's like I really don't blame the devs like whatsoever. Like I don't, because it's like they're just trying to make the best thing they can. And it's
Oh,
so easy
yeah.
to be like, I want to make this fun thing. Of course we want to go to fucking Elsa's castle. Are you kidding me? Of course we'd want to go into actual Arendelle or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And just more likely being stopped short by a very strong hand over a very precious IP. I know for a fact that they had planned something for that world, but definitely had to cut a lot of corners for reasons. Yeah, it's something that's like, having even remotely been on the other side, like I like, not that I was like a part of like the dev process, but I was definitely aware of a lot of what was going on behind some games I have helped work on. And there is so much shit that's out of your control. There is so much shit. There's just like, we're just dealing with the hand we're dealt the best we fucking can. And it happens so much, even with the best of intentions. Even if you have all of your shit organized on your end, dealing with publishers, and in Nomura's case, like Disney in general, and not just like, I'm doing stuff with Mickey Mouse. It's like, I'm doing stuff with like 40 of their different movies all at the same time. It just makes things really difficult. And so
Well,
it's...
and he's finally working with properties where like those people are still working at the
Exactly.
company.
Yeah, those people are still there. Like he doesn't just get to be like, can I use Snow White? And they're like, yeah, sure, whatever. You know, he's like, oh,
Right.
yeah, okay, thank you. You know, and they just get to go do whatever with Snow White. But like now it's like, oh yeah, people who worked on fucking Frozen are like still at the company, and now we have to like go through these other creatives who also don't know jack or shit about Kingdom Hearts. Like most do not. Like, yeah, of course there are people who are Kingdom Hearts fans who work within the company, and people who work at Pixar, thank God, because that's how we got there, right? But like it's stuff where it's just like a lot of creatives, and they're just like, I'm older and I don't play video games and I have no idea anything that's going on, so I would like it
and
if
I work
you don't...
at Disney and I have no life outside of my career.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So it's a lot of just like, this guy wants to use like the story I worked on. Here are some rules. Don't break these rules. I don't want you to do this, this, and this. And then it's just like, okay, that really ties my hands a little bit, but like I'm doing my best.
Right.
Mrs. Kingdom Hearts guides. Oh my god. Wow. Hello, hi.
Welcome.
Thank you for the follow. But shit, what was I saying? Oh yeah, no, it's just like there's just so much shit behind the scenes that like we'll never know about or see. I mean, I'll know because Nomura's my dad and I go talk to him and he tells me all of his secrets, so
Can you ask your dad when he's gonna like come out and let us know anything?
I keep putting food under his door and I'm not sure if he's even eating it, so like I can't tell you anything. Like there's like we got a food slot established and I put that in there and like I'm getting like no feedback. Sometimes the tray comes out empty. I don't know if he's eating the silverware or not. I have no way of knowing. He won't talk to me. So like we're on the same page here. Was there being a villain in Kingdom Hearts actually planned though? Who knows? There's a lot of reasons to infer or think that. I mean, it would make sense. Exploring
yeah, especially
her.
since they were going the whole like Sora and Riku parallel Elsa and Anna thing.
Exactly. Is that Million Dreams Award winner Yukitsune? It's
Oh.
me. It's me. I don't have I put the trophy. It's upstairs, so I don't have it with me, but I do have the card with my name in it. So
Wow.
it's me. Anyway. I do remember, by the way, the joke about Nomura being my dad. One time my actual father was in stream and I had to be like, this is my dad, because my dad was like saying dad stuff and being like, oh, my kid, you know, and I was like, let me make this clear for everybody in chat. That's my actual father. And then people were like, oh, making jokes about Nomura being my dad at my dad, and my dad has no idea what the fuck anybody's saying, and I was just like, oh, you know. And I was like, he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
He doesn't get it.
He doesn't
He's
get
out
it.
of the loop, you guys.
I didn't mean to tell you that I adored your video. I laughed so much. I'm so glad. I made that at like the last fucking minute and I feel like it shows. I was sitting here and it was like half an hour before I had to turn it in and I was just like, Googling Destiny Islands GIF, like putting it back there and like trying to, and then I started recording one of the videos, by the way, and I swore, and then I was like, I don't think I can do that. I was like, because I was like, ah, shit. I stopped the recording. It's just like, no. So, anyway. I think it shows, but I don't necessarily mean that's a bad thing. I think it just adds to the goof of it, I suppose. So, I'm glad. I'm glad people liked it, so. Let's see. I don't think the execs were responsible for any creative stuff in KH3's Disney Worlds because I doubt they cared. I agree with Tenil that it was the actual creatives who worked on the film, and I don't think that's entirely a bad thing. It's just that this is a new kind of collab. Like, I think it's something... I think Kingdom Hearts 3 has ushered in a new era of the company being like...
Hey,
like,
wait.
People... What?
the company just being like, oh, hey.
Oh yeah, I thought you were going, hey, wait,
on.
at like me having one, like I put a glove back on.
No.
And I was gonna be like, what? I don't, what are you talking about? Wait, hold on. That takes a lot more force than you'd think to like wrap it around. There's like padding on the top of the hand that makes it like, there we go. Anyway, yeah, anyway, there's been like a huge shift in basically like the relationship with Kingdom Hearts and like Disney as a whole, realizing, oh shit, this is actually like incredibly popular worldwide. It's a very well-established, successful series. Like, I'm sure people saw and knew, and they're seeing numbies, and they're getting money for it. They're like, nice, sick, but, like, nobody's, like, super paying attention other than, like, making sure that, like, things are generally in line with how they want their IPs treated.
Disney has been allergic to video games, like,
for
since
so
the
long.
90s.
For so long. Oh, thank you. Happy birthday to me. Everybody who has wished me a happy birthday, I saw. And thank you. I'm just gonna put that out there. It's like I see it, and then I'm like, okay, if I stop every single time, I'll never speak on anything else again. I'll lose it all, as Riku likes to say. You're gonna lose it all. And this would be a much less entertaining stream. So, anyway, I said that. I don't remember what we were just saying. Oh, they're allergic. They're allergic to fucking video games. Happy birthday, Eve. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
But, yeah, no, but they're much more aware of it now, which is, like, a good and bad thing. Even Nomura has said himself, where it's like, now I can do things I couldn't do before, and now I can't do things that I could do before. So everything's always kind of changing and shifting, and I'm just hoping that, like, with them, like, recognizing what Kingdom Hearts is, and then also, I kind of have no doubt in my mind that, like, they could never do anything with Kingdom Hearts that did not have Nomura behind the wheel, because he is the lightning in the bottle. He is the secret spice to this shit working out.
Yeah.
And being what it is. So I'm really hoping that, like, they are a lot more supportive with what he wants to do, because, like, I think that's even, like, God, my nose is so red. I rubbed it once. And it's just, like, clown shit going on. But, shit, what was the point I was gonna make? Oh my god. God damn it.
Disney being more involved.
Disney being more lenient with, like, letting him do what he wants to do. Oh, right. The point I was going to say is that, like, I don't think there's ever been a point of, like, even, like, at any point during the series, him, like, in just the treatment of the IP has probably been the most, like, respectful to the source material out of virtually any Disney property, game, shit, anything. Like, it's such a, like, faithful recreation of, like, the environments and, like, just all of the assets in the movie. Like, it's fucked up how much it's not just, like, I'm in a box that's made to kind of look like the room we're in. It's, like, they go to such painstaking detail to, like, really create the physical space of, like, oh shit, I watch a movie and I go, I've walked around there. Like, this is the exact, like, it's not just kind of looks like it, it looks exactly like it. Like, exactly to the movie specifications. But it's, like, not just that it's recreated, it is also presented in a way that makes you go, oh, this looks exactly like the fucking movies.
Right.
Like, it was, like, specifically, I had not watched Hunchback for a very long time, since I was, like, a kid.
Oh.
And then I played Dream Drop, and I was like, sick! Hunchback. I mean, like, I'm so tired of those gargoyles that I was even as a child, but, like, this is really cool. And it made me want to go watch Hunchback, and then I did, and then I was, like, blown away with how, like, exact everything was. And particularly, it's, like, the, like, peasant's house with, like, the windmill that, like, Frollo sets fire to. Yeah. And it's, like, the way that you walk in and the way they, like, have you, they present it, like, visually, that you're just like, oh, this is just the shot from the movie.
Right.
It's, like, to the finest detail. They do such a good job, like, recreating and, like, I guess, in a sense, like, paying tribute to, like, just these pieces of media, these artistic works, you know, and, like, I feel like that's always been at the forefront. I mean, they've even said that they're, like, first things first, like, we're slapping shit on there, it's just, like, we are using these movies and trying to be as, like, respectful to them as possible, and yeah. So it's, like, I feel like, with, like, 20 years of this, that they could probably feel like they could, like, trust him to work with their stuff and not fuck it up, even when they want to do something new with it. So I'm hoping that, like, this, like, track record, plus now they know that, hey, this is actually, like, a big deal and people really, really care about it. Maybe we should, like, give him a little more lenience with things. And
I mean, just think about it this way. Nomura and the team put a lot more love and care into Kingdom Hearts than Disney does in, like, the live action remakes. So,
for
like,
sure.
Like, how much is Disney really meddling?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel like it's evidence of, like, how little they have been meddling, that it's really good.
Right.
But, I just hope that, like, it's something that maybe they realize works because they've been a little, like, it works more when they're kind of hands-off with it. You know, it's just like, okay, let's get you what you need, and, like, you know, sure, yeah, we're gonna check in. They're probably gonna have notes of, like, please don't have, like, characters do or say this. But, like, just you gotta let the guy cook. You gotta let him cook,
Right.
okay? Because he's actually really good at it when you just let him fucking cook, okay?
Yeah.
I know plenty of people have their doubts about that, and they're all little haters, and I don't care. But, like, I think genuinely he's just a good storyteller if you just give him the means to do that. I still think he benefits from having somebody there to reel him in, but, like, that's a little different than, like, corporate, like, overstepping and being like, no. Elsa can't be a party member. You know, like, we don't want either of the princesses. Not to say that they're quoted in saying this, but it's just like, why on earth would you not have Elsa or even, like Anna or, like, literally anybody? Like, we have fucking, what's his nut? Snowball?
Olaf?
No, the big guy.
Oh,
we have him.
Marshmallow.
Marshmallow. There we go. I don't know what the fuck. That big guy. It's like we get him as a party member, which I'm not against. I just feel like that would be something that'd be like, not party member status. Like, maybe it's like a summon. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it feels like equivalent to, is like, you know, I get to summon the big stupid guy, you know?
It's funny, but it's also,
yeah.
like, funny in a, wait, really?
Yeah, this guy? Okay, I guess. You know, it just...
Like, not even, like, Kristoff and Sven?
Yeah, nothing. You get nothing. And then, like, obviously we get nothing with, like, Han, like, he's not around at all.
Mhm.
It's just so silly, especially for something like, you think the guy who went in, watched Frozen, and then was like, oh boy, I hope this movie does well, but I'm gonna put this in my game.
Mhm.
You know, and was so excited to do this, and then we got what we got. Like, do you think that was his, like, dream? You know? Do you think that was the ultimate, like, this is what he wanted to do with Frozen? You know? No.
I think the bare bones are there, but, you know,
Yeah,
probably
like,
not much past that.
like, they got in the, like, okay, the very obvious, like, the things that fans had been seeing for years, like the Riku Elsa comparisons,
Right.
the Sora and Anna comparisons, like, that they got to get that in there, but I feel like, you know,
Mhm.
they didn't get to really sink their teeth in like they probably wanted to.
Yeah.
So. Thanks to everybody putting music in, because I've been like, oh, this sounds nice. Oh, this sounds fun. Like, sometimes, you know, obviously it's just soundtrack stuff, but it's just like, sometimes it's a nice little guitar cover of Traverse Town. But anyway, yeah, here's hoping to this brand new era of Nomura just getting to do what he actually wants. And we all get to reap the benefits of that.
Yeah.
And I mean that in every sense, not just like, oh, he gets to use the Disney worlds how he wants, though I think that's like a part of all of it. But like, yeah, you know, maybe you should just let the boys kiss. I think that'd be really great.
Just let them
Trust the process. Just let them do
Well,
it, you know?
Yeah.
Like I
Let
said,
them
let
follow
them
their
cook.
hearts.
Exactly. You know, let him do the thing he's been waiting to do for however long. Whatever it is. So
Right.
crazy. Feel
Let
like my
them
neck has to
cook,
pop,
let
but-
them kiss.
Yeah. Glad that Let It Go was included, though, regardless of who made that decision, because I want more musical numbers. I also would love musical numbers. Everybody who hates Atlantica and KH2,
I want more of that, too.
I want more of that. This game is for me, and I get everything I want, so you're just gonna have to, like, deal with there being more musical numbers in it. It's just so funny. Like, there's so much shit that's just, like, there's, like, never a time where, like, it doesn't go exactly how I want it to go. Like, like, it's just, like, oh yeah, like, I remember even just like, oh, this Kingdom Hearts, like, Melody of Memory, and I was like, this better be, like, a rhythm game for me. And then it was. Or just, like, it's just, like, it always just goes, I'm just like, okay, yeah, here we go, we're gonna go into the game, and, like, I know this is Kyrie's game. I say that, not really. Kyrie's on the cover, but I'm like, it's just not gonna be anything. And then, like, it's Riku he's like the main, like, focus moving forward. And then it was just exactly that. Like, it was, oh my god, hold on, sorry. This is just a fun little side note that I just had a screenshot on my phone. I don't remember what I was looking for, but, like, I found this one screenshot that was just, like, somebody saying, and this was 2 days before Melody of Memory came out. 2 days before Melody of Memory came out, and this person with their Kyrie icon was like, you guys don't think that Kyrie would like want to stay there and not go after and save Sora? You guys don't know Kyrie at all. Like, she would do everything to go save him. And it was like, oh no. 2 days before the game came out. And then it was just the exact opposite. Like, yeah, she kind of wanted to go, but she did not fight for that. Like, it's like, it was so, like, yeah, of course, like, she would want to, because everybody, like, does, right? Because everybody's trying to find him and, like, doing what they can. But it was something that was just, like, it was, maybe I can find the phrasing of it.
Summoned Nomura out of his cave.
It's like the same thing with, like, seeing people say that, like, oh yeah, you don't think this, what was it? It was like the Riku, like, reaching his hand out for Namine and being like, people pretending like this scene doesn't mean anything. And that, like, being said, like, the day the changes were made to make that, like, less romantic.
Right.
I remember that one real clearly, and I thought it was very, very funny. Imagine being in that. Okay, let's see. The fact some KH fans truly don't want Kyrie to help save Sora at all just makes me laugh. You really think she'd be okay staying behind after everything and letting everyone else save Sora? If you say yes, then you honestly don't understand Kyrie's character at all. And that was 2 days before the game came out, and that's all. I just thought that was really funny.
Okay. I explained this to my friend the other day.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about how much, like, you know, people don't understand Kyrie, and you know, they were saying, like, oh, like, it sucks that, like, Kyrie doesn't get to do much, and, like, she isn't a bigger character and, like, better written and stuff. And I was like, yes. However, I think what the fundamental problem is that people pretend and, like, want to believe that Kyrie is a protagonist, like, one of the main characters of the story. Yes. And she's not. Like, that's not her purpose in the story. She is an important character. She is very closely connected to the protagonist, but she herself is not a protagonist. And when you're looking at, you know, what was going on in Melody of Memory and what was going on in Remind and everything else, it's the story saying, look at all of these options that we had to go save Sora, and look how none of them are going to work. This isn't going to work. That's not going to work. This won't do it. No, not even this. We've tried everything. It has to be Riku going to Quadratum.
Yeah.
Like, that is the narrative purpose of that.
Yeah, it's like, that's the, like, a whole year has passed. Virtually everything that they've tried has not worked. Everybody is doing something different, and it's leading nowhere. And then, obviously, like, Kyrie has been searching her heart for a clue for a year, and we still got nothing out of it. And even what we did get out of it was something unrelated to Sora after Xehanort literally tells her that there's nothing here for her. Like, you are searching your memories for clues about Sora, but, like, he says it in a way that's more, like like there is just like he says there's nothing here, right? But it was just so like pointed in a way of just like
for you to find.
yeah. It's so just like you are looking for Sora within your heart, and I'm sorry, but it's not here. It's just like okay.
Yikes.
Yeah, here's your one tidbit of info you get, and it's about like it's something that's a lot more ominous implications and things to do with like Kyrie and like her part in things. But like like I've said before, we're probably gonna find this shit out, and we're gonna find stuff out about Kyrie, and Kyrie is not going to be anywhere or any way involved with finding this out. Like they're just going to find this out through some other source and be like, oh, Kyrie, she was sent to do this and that and like track whatever and blah 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 without her knowing, but like she's not gonna be there for that revelation. It's just gonna be like, here you go.
Well, it's gonna be something like because she was sleeping for a year, Ansem the Wise has all of her memories put into data, and they're just gonna be like sifting through the data while she's on training, and then they're gonna be like, hey guys, guess what we found out? Guess how I violated this person's memories, and I'm just gonna tell you about them now.
It's fine, it's just data, it's fine. I'm just looking through. But yeah, she's really like unfortunately like never really evolved much farther past being a plot device, which sounds incredibly mean, but that's kind of just how it's just the truth of it is like how it's been, which is why people are so frustrated. Like there are so many people who would be mad at me for saying that she has been nothing but a plot device while simultaneously being frustrated with the writing decisions that come from her being a plot device. So it's just like she is, like you said, she is very closely like linked to like the like main protagonists of the series, but she herself is not a protagonist. Like that is just not what like people want to think protagonist just means a main character. That is not true. That's not how that works. So it's like she is just there, and it's like they definitely had intention to do more with her at the beginning, like finding out that they wanted to give her like a playable segment in the first game, but they had to cut it as they had to cut a lot of other stuff at the same time. And I think that like after that and as the series went on, they just kind of like the focus and priorities just shifted elsewhere, and there's been no real reason to go back to that just because of like they're just focusing on other things. Like things change, you know what I mean? They're just like, okay, well, when it was a smaller cast, like yeah, we kind of wanted to explore we got like 3 original characters and we wanted to give them their time to shine, but we kind of couldn't afford to do that. And then as you move on, it's just like things have just expanded far beyond that. And like Kyrie is still a part of things, but like she's just not that same like she's not at that same level she once was when things were much smaller. And the focus has simply shifted to telling the story like it just going its own way. And so she's just like she is a side character. That's just the truth of it. No matter what. And it's like we could have a side character or this plot device kind of like position for her, and like she could still be a more fleshed out person. These things can coexist. They kind of don't. But
and when it comes to Kingdom Hearts 4, you know, obviously there's still people out there who are like, Kyrie's gonna come in and save the day. Which, like, sure, she could. There's no... And, like, there is a precedent of that. Throughout the series, of, like, Kyrie coming in last minute.
Yeah.
Like, that's a pretty common thing. But I'm just also thinking, like, Kingdom Hearts 4 is wanting to be a game that is smaller in scale, and yet we already know there is a huge cast of characters.
Yeah.
That they are working with. They're working with, like, Sora and Riku, obviously, Master of Masters, maybe Lushu?
Yeah, like, he'll probably be a part of things, but then we also have this, we got a new guy who's here. Fucking
Strelitzia.
We got Strelitzia, Yozora,
Nameless Star.
Yes. And like we don't know how, when, or where anything to do with, like, you know, we got potentially Maleficent and Pete. We have Annie. of the fucking the Lost Masters. You know, we got fucking a whole slew
Yeah,
of
it's like we
characters.
already have a huge cast.
Yeah. That there are plenty of reasons to I do get that it's just like, oh yeah, and Kyrie, like, she's training, and so if she's training, then like she's training to do something, and if they're gonna execute on that, like, she'll come in and save the day all like strong and stuff. And it's just like, I'm not saying that that can't happen. I think people are very betting on it in a way, like, in spite of Riku being the one who has left to save Sora, like, in trying to like eschew the significance of that, like, as if it has no part to play, which is silly. Sorry, he already fucking left, and like there's no reason to believe genuinely that like she's gonna have to follow up later. If she does, cool, great, but like that's just kind of wishful thinking at this point.
Right.
Look, we got a game with her on the cover and she couldn't even be in the credits, so like I just feel like there's a level here we can expect.
If anything, I see her training as a way of being like, this is how she is going to, like, come in and be a stronger fighter whenever we get around to the part of the story where we're fighting masters or whatever the big battle is after a game or two.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
it's
I don't
basically
think that's
like
gonna happen in Kingdom Hearts 4.
It functions basically as like they have just written to, like, they just put her on the shelf and she's there and they're like, she's training, and now we don't have to pay attention to that while we go focus on other things, and then when we're ready to take her off the shelf, you know, she trained, she's so strong now, you know. And it's like, yeah, I would love to see things where it's just like, I would love to see her interacting with Ventus or anything to do with Aqua, obviously, you know. Like, I would love for her to have even just a little bit of like it doesn't even have to be like character development. Just let me see some personality for her, like her interacting, like her just having interactions with Axel. Did a lot in a very short time. That was great. You know, it was like, oh, cool. Giving her any kind of dynamic with like other people, I feel has done so much better for her character than anytime she's in the same room as Sora, basically. Though I do enjoy like the complications of like her feelings about Sora and like that relationship. And I do like that, but that does take like reading it, I guess. There's stuff there, but like it's just like you have to look like it's in the novels, or like, you know, we just don't ever get to hear her own thoughts most of the time. And we don't get to hear Sora's thoughts about her virtually ever. So I don't know. It would just be nice that, like, I don't have to be kind of, like, bored with her as a person. You know what I mean? Like, I would love to see some little bit of personality there and just feel better about that being rounded out without having to... We don't have to devote a whole bunch of time to her and, like, her having, like, a huge arc or anything. Mostly because interests lie elsewhere. Like, obviously, Nomura is interested in carrying through other stories, and I just want to see whatever he's fucking doing. But...
yeah. Like, I think the stuff about her past is going to be, like, the next big move for her character.
Yeah,
but like we've said before, it might not even necessarily involve her that much. Maybe it will, but even still, I don't know how much more there will be after that point.
Yeah, we have no idea, right? Like, obviously we have no idea about anything, but it's just like, oh, there's a setup for, like, what's going on with that? And Nomura being like, oh, obviously her kind of mysterious past, we're kind of getting a glimpse into that. And so, yeah, it's pretty likely, you know, we'll see, like, follow-ups on that and stuff. But, like, if the past has anything to show for it, it will just be something we get to find out, and then she won't even be around for it, you know? And it's just like... But... I don't remember what greater point got us onto this. I think he was just talking about, like, people's odd expectations of just, like... Yeah. She's definitely going to be so important, and it's like, unfortunately, she is not functioning at the same, like, level as, like, the other characters.
Just
like at
I
all.
think we were just talking about people misunderstanding that she is not a protagonist.
Yeah, for sure. There is cat hair on my water bottle.
The life of a
Could have
cat
done that.
owner.
Yeah. Oh, he's on the pillow back there. My little baby boy.
Oh, good baby cat.
He's a baby. He's a giant little chicken guy. Chicken dinner. I do think it's funny how we did not even attempt to look at the Suriku TED Talk at all. Like,
We're making new Suriku TED Talks.
exactly. I mean, that's basically how people have felt about it anyway.
Yeah.
Which is just funny, but you know, now they'll finally get new content. They'll be so stoked. All the little people hungrily feeding on these like several hour videos on YouTube. Hi, YouTube.
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy. Hey, I'm Woody. Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. I just hear you singing because I'm not listening to the stream, obviously. I'm just listening through Discord.
Yeah, that's really funny. Cause yeah, obviously you can't hear the fucking stream or it would be the worst echo ever. But I hope you can tell what it is when I do sing it.
Mhm.
Oh, good. That's good. Probably good.
How about that Wish movie coming out? People are weird about it, man.
People are weird about it. I watched the other trailer, like, it came out like last week or something. And I watched it and like I heard word of people saying that like some of these shots just looked like not quite finished renders in a way, and seeing it I can agree, but it depends on like the lighting, where like I think every shot at nighttime looks really good. I think the like the backgrounds, like just the settings and stuff are like, they look really nice, but it's like dependent on it being nighttime, because all of the daytime shots I was like not exactly thrilled about. Like some of the environments and stuff like just look really nice, but like once you get like people in, it's something where it's like there's a lack of depth in a way that makes it look like it's not quite rendered out entirely, I guess.
Yeah, like the lighting isn't pushing enough contrast.
Yeah, where it's just
foreground and background elements.
Yep, it just kind of looks like a little odd in that, and like who knows, maybe they'll make little tweaks, because as we know with Frozen 2, they released a fucking trailer 6 months before the movie came out, and that was all they had rendered. So we'll see with Wish.
And yes, Sky Paper Guardian Brown, there definitely is a difference if you're watching it in 4K versus not.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I was looking at my phone, so I could only see, like, I can choose 4K all I want, but, like, my phone can only show so much, right? But I do think that does make a difference, but it is unfortunate because, like, hey, not everybody has access to, like, 4K in general, even if they were just going to watch the movie on, like, you just can't expect that, like, you can't rely on that level of detail for people to, like, really see the movie looking at its best, I guess. Where otherwise it kind of, there are shots that don't look great. You know what I mean? That's just, like, I feel like that's just gonna hold your movie back a little bit. Not to say that they are completely, like, relying on that, but that's just something where it's, like, there's a noticeable difference. Like that I heard many people being like, "Oh yeah, if you watch it in 4K, it looks better." And it's like, "Well, yeah, lots of things do." But like it's like it's like expecting you to afford some level of detail to like really see the movie, where otherwise everyone's like, "This looks kind of flat and doughy and strange in a lot of shots." Huh. And unfortunately, that's going to be like most people's impression of it. If you do stuff like that. So
I wish that they went harder on the art direction.
Yeah, me too.
To emphasize it more. I feel like they kind of picked a little bit of a wishier washier middle ground
Yeah.
between what execs wanted and what the creative team probably wanted, and
It
maybe
feels
not,
safe.
but
Like they're trying to do something new with like obviously like
Mhm.
oh the textures and the colors and like trying to make things look a little bit like a storybook, right? But like boy, you could do a better job of making it look like a storybook. And it feels
Yeah.
like they were like, well no, it needs to look this way because that you know, we have found success obviously in our movies looking this way since Tangled. And so
Mhm.
we have like this established like look to all of the designs now, and people have to see that and go, yeah, that's Disney, as we can't deviate from that at all, you know. So it feels like it's like they're trying something and then they did not get to push it as far as they wanted to.
Like
We are talking
I
about Wish looking like an unfinished render. That's
I
exactly,
want
yeah.
people to appreciate and realize how impossible the movie Atlantis would be for Disney to make
Yeah.
nowadays.
Oh yeah.
A traditionally animated uh sci-fi adventure Jules Verne inspired
Mhm.
movie that has the art direction of well, I can't remember his name right now, but the guy who made Hellboy.
Oh, right, right.
Like he is directly stated as the
Like
person that they were inspired for the
yeah,
art style.
the
Like
influence here.
that would not happen today.
No, absolutely. I mean, it like barely got to happen then. You know what I mean? Like they
Yeah.
got it out, and then it was just like one of the nails in the coffin, if you will, which
Right.
is very frustrating. But we obviously also live in like a different era now, the post
Mhm.
Spider-Verse huge success era. And it's still funny that even with that and like what we have seen come out after that and that being very successful, like Puss in Boots just in general, or like, and a lot of these things, obviously things are in the works for years at a time, right? But like we have Puss in Boots and we have Spider-Verse 2, we have TMNT, like we have things that finally got to like do new shit. And then we have Wish and it's just like, hold on, watch out. Watch out, you know, they're walking right down the middle of the street. Like they're like
Disney,
you know.
like we have to remember, Disney has Paperman technology.
Yeah.
Feast. They
Yeah.
made Feast and Paperman, and they have done nothing with that
Yep.
tech.
Like absolute guarantee it has nothing to do. I mean, not that you need to hear this, but like it has nothing to do with the actual creatives whatsoever. Like
Oh, no.
people back there be wanting to make crazy shit all the time. Forever. They're just back there like gnashing, just chomping at the bit to make something cool and fun and like go crazy with it. Go a little stupid, you know? And then you have people stepping in to be like, no. Shh. We need it to make money. We need it to make money.
Paperman was expensive to do, but they did it again.
This is like obviously money goes into it, right? Like you
now
need to
they
pay
know
the
how to
people.
do it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's just like something that could really be something, and then like having to be like, we need to sand this down. We need to really, we need to round these edges out. We need to make it nice and just a little safe, so we can make money. You're like, okay, well, I promise, we'll probably make money if you let us do what we want at the same time. And they're like, no, I don't think so. I don't really. You know, I've been in this business a long time, sitting in chairs and making decisions about other people's projects, and I feel like this would be a good decision. So, no.
The problem with Disney sticking their noses in the creative's way when it comes to art direction is that they think it's one of those things that will make or break a movie, when in reality, like 70% or more of their audience cannot tell the difference between computer animation and hand-drawn animation. Like, they can't even
it's
tell that
cartoon,
difference.
you know.
Right. Like, it's just another cartoon to them.
Yeah.
And yet Disney, you know, like, destroyed their traditional animation department because they were positive that traditional animation was dead and computer animation was the only way to make money.
Mm-hmm. The only way. It's all anybody wants to see anymore. Boy, genuine, the repercussions of, like, the success of Shrek, insane.
Oh,
absolutely insane. Like, just
Uh-huh.
the waves and the effects that we're still feeling just from Shrek being that successful. It literally,
have such
like,
complicated feelings about Shrek.
yeah, because it's like, look, Shrek itself, good movie. It's a fun time. You know, it's not really like its fault, but like everything that happened because of it. Shrek was a monkey's paw, absolutely. It's
also it's a film made out of such malice.
It's
and
true.
Bitterness.
It's true.
Like, not even like there's the surface level, like it was made out of malice as a way of like mocking Disney.
It's absolutely like
Jeffrey
a direct
Katzenberg,
dig. Yeah,
there's
so much
was kicked out of Disney.
Yeah.
But also, even within the DreamWorks staff, it is a source of bitterness because if you were working on the Prince of Egypt and
you got sent to the Shrek gulags.
You got sent to Shrek.
Yeah. Was like you get to go to the dungeon and just fucking deal with Shrek. Like, that was the punishment. Like, that was like, it was, you know, fucking Prince of Egypt was like the high art, like, ooh, we're making art. And like, they were. That shit slaps, right? But like, it was like, you did a naughty, you go work on Shrek, you know? And so everybody fucking hated it. Then it was like, what was it? It was, oh my god. What's his name? The voice of Shrek.
Mike Myers.
Thank you. God damn. I was sitting there and I was like, look, there's Mike Myers and then there's Michael Myers. They're two very different people. And I was like, anyway, wasn't it like, you know, he was recording voices too, and then he decided he was like, no, we're gonna do a Scottish accent. And so then they had to reanimate a bunch of the lip sync because he had to redo a bunch of the voice work.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's something sorry, go ahead.
In general, it's also just like one of the first animated films, so there was also just so many technical problems with fabric, donkey's fur. Like,
Yeah.
There was nightmares at every turn.
Yeah. Hold on,
like,
hold on. P was like, fun fact, one time on my project management class, we got to talk to someone that worked on Prince of Egypt, and all she did was complain, and then was like, wow, doing Sausage Party was so fun. I walked out of that room like a different dimension. You would be surprised sometimes that, like, some of the dog shit stuff that comes out, like, had pretty, like, I know that there was strife with Sausage Party and, like, people getting credited. It's been a long time. But, like, sometimes because it's just so whatever, like, weirdo time that, like, you just have better working conditions versus something where, like, people have, like, weight to throw around, which is something that's still used today, where it's like a prestige project. Like, oh, you should just be happy you get to work on this. And they'll use that leverage to treat people like shit. So then you go work on fucking Big Mouth, and people are like, this is the best, like, working environment I have ever had, working on fucking Big Mouth. And it's just like, they just get to kind of do whatever, and they, like, run it well and treat all of their employees, like, super nice. And it's just a, you know. So then it's really like this leverage of, like, prestige. They do actively very use that to manipulate people working.
You wanna know a fun behind the scenes story I got to hear from somebody who worked at Disney?
Yes.
Okay.
Please share with the class.
I got to talk to somebody who worked on Bolt.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And
I have watched that movie
like,
all of one time, by the way.
Yeah,
anyway.
He was like, this was a really fun movie to work on, actually, and stuff. I got to work on a lot of the opening bits of it, and he's like, one of the days we go in every day at the end of the day for like dailies to see what got done. And one of the days someone submitted their shot, and it's the shot of Bolt jumping over the helicopter blades, and then you see him land on the other side.
Yeah.
And someone submitted the shot, but with just like a pile of meat landing on the other side, like he'd been chopped up by the helicopter blades.
Uh-huh. Wow. Check this shit out.
Somewhere out there.
There's a clip of Bolt being shredded by the helicopter blades.
Yeah.
That's great. That's
yeah.
Love that.
I just thought that was fun.
People just be doing shit. They're just having fun behind the scenes, doing what they can, working in often terrible conditions, but sometimes you get to animate Bolt getting shredded by a helicopter for fun.
The random pile of weird stuff Disney has.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. Natto's gonna be on sale. I'm gonna get a bunch of Natto. Yum, yum.
Yeah.
My guts will love it. So, anyway.
Yes.
But
anyway, Shrek.
Anyway, fucking Shrek and the everything that was caused by Shrek's success is very interesting, but also absolutely exhausting. Like, so exhausting. Like, it really just had such a ripple effect and causing so many, like, everybody had to try and be Shrek. Everything had to be, it's a 3D animated movie. We have to have some star voicing. Like, that's something that was, like, had been picking up anyway after the success of Aladdin with, you know, Robin Williams being Genie. So that was a trend that already existed. But it's something that, like, really fucking, like, went crazy. Where it became so much less about, like, trying to pick, like,
find a good performance.
Exactly. And now it's just like, we gotta put star power into this. We have to have jokes. We have to have licensed music, which, like, within Shrek, I think it's a good use within Shrek as, like, a piece of satire. Like, and what it is, like, satirizing is just, like, you know, obviously it's, like, digs at Disney, for, you know, and already went over that. It was very spiteful and made out of malice and stuff. But, like, for the piece itself, just for being Shrek and what it is, like, it works there, and it works there very well. And this is also long before this was ever a huge trend where we all got super fucking exhausted about these choices. But it really kickstarted that, like, we gotta have it. We gotta have the licensed music.
The Shrek and the Shrek 2 soundtrack are probably some of my most, like, dude, those
they're great.
Memories of that music is, like, lodged so deep in my brain.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're good and they're effective. They're also just good movies, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, like, it's just everything that tried to copy that success one way or another all became...
Oh.
Yeah. I will say, I think the use of, like, specifically licensed music being used in movies is such a huge pet peeve for me. Because it is often just putting it there because they get points when people go, I know this song, and most people aren't going to think about that. Most of them are your parents, and they're going, I love that song! This is a good movie, and, like, that's it. It stops there, you know? But, like, I will say that, like...
It has to be done with purpose. Like,
it has to, like, that's the thing is,
Trolls.
Like... See, okay,
the first Trolls does a good job of that. I don't really care for the other ones, but...
Okay, the first Trolls movie, I was more annoyed by it. The Trolls World Tour, where they were like, let's actually make this a very specific part of the world. Like, I think that their little song mixes that they did in the first one are fun, because it's less about just slapping a song in there for recognition. And they, like, got to do stuff with it. And that's fun, at least. But I liked that they got to do that, and then they got to go way harder into it with World Tour. And then they made it, like, a part of, like, the world. You know, like the world lore was like, oh, all of the different trolls like sing different kinds of music. And so it's like, oh, cool, we have like there is a reason why this is happening. And so now I can just enjoy it, right? Like they're just gonna have fun with this and we get fun mixes. I have listened to the World Tours track, like the soundtrack, quite a bit, actually. I'm like, damn, this shit fucking slaps. These are good, like, mashups and shit and just like nice, like, it's just a fun time. But like, I feel like for usage of like licensed music, the Mario movie pissed me off so much. And especially knowing that was like, they put them in because they were scared is one of the worst parts about it. It's like, it's just like, oh, proving that it's like, you guys are just doing this for like the safety of like the success of like, you know, this song, and it doesn't have to match up at all. They're just putting it in.
Ridiculous too, because it's the Mario movie. It was gonna be fine.
Oh my god, so stupid. It just feels like so detached. You know what I mean? Like you really have no idea like what you're really dealing with if you're scared that the Mario movie made by Illumination, which is so like, I don't like virtually any of their movies, like but like people love it and they were gonna make money. It was gonna be fine. And that like they had like music made for it and these sections that made sense, and then they took them out. They're still in the soundtrack. It's so annoying. Anyway, I think TMNT had licensed music, and it was one of the first times in a long time that I felt totally okay about it being there, because it felt that it fit within the world, because it's very much like our world, and these are very much like teenagers that would have like, there's a point sometimes where like when you skirt around the real world thing and like you're trying to not like, ooh, you know, we don't have Twitter, we have Schmitter, you know, and it's just like, okay, like you know, it feels like
I
it can kind of take.
Just watched the TMNT movie. It was a good time.
It's such a fun time. I love that movie. It was so fun. I've watched it like more than once. I actually saw I was at the Spirit Halloween earlier, and I saw like they had TMNT masks like just from the movie, and because the faces get to be so stylized, those masks looked really good. They're really cute. They have such a good shape. I took a picture of it. I'll have to like send it to you or something, but I was just like, oh my god, these are really cute. These are good. Like if I were a kid that could wear these masks because my head is too huge, I would have gone insane. I would have gotten one of them. And I say this as a kid who had like, I desperately needed to be the pink Power Ranger, and I wanted to wear the mask. And then one of the adults in my life, I would say, was like, you can't breathe out of that. I'm gonna cut a hole in the mask for your mouth, even though there was. And then did, and I was so upset that it was ruined that like I didn't even wear my costume. And I'm like, I get it, well intended, but like I was fine, okay? I could breathe through my little plastic mask that did not cover the entirety of my head. You did not need to cut a very bad looking hole in it. Anyway, I saw the slit in the mask, in the TMNT mask, and I had flashbacks to my Power Rangers mask.
As a theater kid, and as a kid who also loved Halloween and costume time, like, I feel
the pain.
Used pain.
Yeah, I was very upset about it. Anyway, the mask was fucking sick, and TMNT is really good, and I really liked it, and the use of the licensed music in it felt like it belonged in the world, right? Because it's something that is just like, why pretend that like they don't listen, like that Donatello doesn't like BTS, you know, like why skirt around it? Like they're in fucking New York, you know, that they have smartphones. It's like real teenagers playing teenage characters. Like just let them organically do what they want, and they did, and it's better for it. So it's stuff like that where I'm like, but also their actual like original soundtrack stuff is also really good. So I never really felt like I missed out on like, it didn't feel like it was just shoehorned in. It just felt like, yeah, this is kind of what I would expect. This is just, we're just in the world, you know? So it's like, you can use it, and you can use it in a way that like serves a purpose, or even just feels fitting. Like it doesn't detract from it or anything. And I feel like it just did that successfully. That's like one of the few fucking movies I can think of in recent memory that have ever made me feel okay about like, oh, the licensed music that's in here. Sick.
Right.
This actually is really fucking cool.
Yeah.
Like the whole montage scene where they're like fighting and it's like all of the quick cuts.
so
God,
good.
it's such a ooh, it's so good.
Such a good scene.
It's such a good scene. It was something that like I was showing my mom and like because my mom just loves cartoons and she always has, but it was like I was like, Mom, I think you'll like this movie, we should watch it. And so I pulled it on up and like the music started playing and my mom was like, no way. And she was like singing with it and like being like this this is so cool, you know? And I was like, hell yeah, Mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mom, it is cool. And she did like the movie quite a bit, so she thought it was really cool. So that's my mom's verdict on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Mutant Mayhem. Anyway,
That's
fucking
like one of the
licensed
best
music.
things about the movie is that a lot of the lines were improvised by teenagers.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
it's so genuine. It's so cool.
It is, and it doesn't feel like. Well, I was gonna say that because it is just teenagers just getting to talk how they talk, that it doesn't sound like
Forced.
alienated or forced or removed or anything. Yeah, because it's not like
Right.
people trying to emulate what teenagers sound like. And I think people try too hard to like think that like teenagers talk so differently. They're just like there's always just going to be an evolution of word for slang. There we go. There's always going to be an evolution of slang no matter what. Like that's always going to happen. And like either you can just learn and embrace it or like, you know, you can treat every new slang that comes in past you being in high school, you know, as some weird alien shit. And that's on you, I guess. But like it's something where I'm just like none of this sounds like weird to me, but maybe that's because I'm on the internet. You know, I'm just like none of this sounds like yeah, it's something where it's just like, well, yeah, they sound like teenagers, but not because of like their word choice per se.
No.
It's like it's just like
It's the attitude. It's the way they like talk over each other.
exactly. Yeah, it's that very like everybody is talking at the same time kind of a thing, you know, and it's just even just like kind of the jokes and stuff they're making and it's just a good time. They did such a good job with that. I had been seeing reviews on it that I had to like stop watching because everybody's pissing me off. Because it's like it keeps coming from like angles of like people who are like TMNT fans and I'm like I realize I don't want to hear anything you guys have to say. I'm sorry.
No.
Don't talk to me about this movie. And I say this as somebody who like I have always really liked Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles ever since I was like a really little kid, but I'm not gonna say I'm like a deep in fan. But I have, watched like every fucking movie and have watched I have watched shows, plural, but like there are recent iterations I have yet to really watch. But it's something where it's just like I'm not gonna say I know nothing, but I feel like some of these things, while you're upset about them as a fan, I think strictly make for a better movie. Like, I feel like this is just stronger because of this, and because it's just fan expectations. People have preferences, and they want to think that their preferences are the right choice. And that's just not the case. And you just have to learn to have that degree of separation between something you would really like to see and would be so cool versus what makes a better piece.
Or a better movie or a better story.
Yeah. So it was so much of just like people being weird about shit and me just like I have to leave. Goodbye. People
Toodles.
being like talking about like the like teenagers and having like whatever like lingo these days, their slang, right? But like anytime people focus really on, they're like, oh man, Gen Z, you know, as if they're really that different at all from like, they're just teenagers, and teenagers are like the same across time. It's just like, I'm not gonna say that there's nothing different. Like we live in a, you know, society continues to evolve and change, and our technology and access to information obviously affects like how people, like what they have access to, right? And that's gonna affect, it's gonna change over time, but it's something where it's just like teenagers still be teenagers, like they're still like the same, you know, it's not really that crazy different. And like hearing these like reviewers being like, I don't know, Gen Z, you know, kind of thing. And I'm like, what is your fucking problem? You guys are
If
so...
it was written where it's like the exact same thing, you have teenagers playing the characters, but they made it more of like a period piece where the teenagers were talking more and using more slang from the 80s, these people would not have a complaint at all.
Yeah. Yeah, probably not. Which is just kind of like, dude, we have enough of that. Aren't you tired? Like, can we not have anything new or fresh while still feeling very true to what this is supposed to be or like what these characters are? Like, I think this is just like, I saw someone be like, oh, this movie may not be for me, but it's definitely one of the better ones. And I was like, one of the better ones of all of the TMNT movies? A lot of these are bad. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Like, most of these, like, I think they're fun or endearing or kind of goofy, but they're not always like good movies. And this is easily like the best movie. Like, come on, like, I'm not saying that there's no room for criticism or anything, but it's just like, come on, you guys. It's not, we don't need to rose-colored glasses like the Michael Bay movies or anything, okay? That shit's bad. That shit sucks, man. I saw it in theaters, I can tell you personally. I don't know why I saw it in theaters. I think I saw it with my mom. I don't remember, but I have seen them, and I don't recommend it.
It was the time, it was the place.
Yeah, it was. What are you gonna do, huh?
Yep.
Wasn't there a recent-ish one with really like uncanny valley turrets? You're probably thinking of the Michael Bay movies.
In which that was like 2012-ish?
Yeah.
11-ish?
Yeah, it was. There have been live action. Like, that one was kind of live action. The much earlier movies where they were in, like, costumes, live action. Those costumes be rotten away, by the way. That shit is not surviving. Just by the way. And then there was, like, after the Michael Bay movies, there was an animated movie that, like, actually made it to theaters. I saw that one in theaters, too. And that was, like, a pretty okay time. Like, that was something that, you know, it certainly wasn't a fucking Michael Bay movie, so already an improvement.
Like, have you just sorry, I'm thinking about shit rotting away. Have you ever seen, like, the old Rankin Bass puppets?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, most of them no, because they're just like gone forever. But the ones that are still around, it's like they
well, they were made out of like whatever. You know, they were like, okay, like it's one of the ways you can tell if it's a real Rankin Bass puppet is like the inside is like Japanese newspaper. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, this is the real one then. But like a lot of them were like, you know, they just made these movies and then they were like, here, I'll give it to my kids. It's just like a toy, you know, and it's they had no idea, you know. So a lot of that shit has not survived like at all. But also a lot of just the material that they're made out of, that shit just withers away over time.
If you want real nightmare fuel, look up the Stitch animatronic.
The Stitch animatronic?
Oh, have you not seen this?
I guess not. It's not coming to mind. Would you enlighten me?
Yes. So there used to be like an alien encounter thing at Disney World.
Okay, yeah.
And then they changed it to a like Stitch Escape. Stitch's Great Escape kind of ride.
This sounds familiar.
And now he is like defunct and nobody sees him anymore. But you know, people go back there and look.
Yeah.
Oh, where is he? Oh, there he is. One second. Give you a big ass link, but there you go.
Okay. Yeah, trust google.com links from now on. Oh my god! Hold on.
It's terrible.
Oh, Christ. hold on, I gotta like... Holy Christ. Okay, hold on a second. I'll put it up here in a moment, just so we can all view. Let's see, I'm gonna go over here, and I have to turn off the Elgato, and then I turn on the... And I'll... Where's my fucking camera? I gotta get out of the way here. Don't look at my activate windows.
There he is!
Anyway, yeah, it's so funny because this truly is like everything Five Nights at Freddy's has always wanted to be, you know? Which isn't to say it hasn't done it successfully, it's just like, here it is, it's real, you know?
It's real.
Like, oh my god. It's, especially like his teeth. Because of the teeth. They remain, you know?
They remain.
They withstand the test of time, those pearly whites. And he's just a skull, a skeleton. He's... God.
Well, and he's all, like, hunched over.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, like, he can't just be standing there, or, like, it's just like... lurching forward, you know?
Yeah, like, that's
why is this one so...
Could be coming at you in your dreams.
Yeah. I like this, like, why does it look so much less creepy than the original? And I'm like, well, I think, like, there's something about the, like, wrinkles around the eyes that make it look a little, like, well, it's, you know, it does look a little weird, but it's certainly, oh boy. Anyway, let me turn this back on for myself later, and then I come over here. Yeah, wow, that's great. What a good time we just had.
Looking up defunct Disney park stuff is always wild because, like, they just leave stuff out to rot.
Yeah, like, that doesn't surprise me.
They just leave it there.
It's strange because it's like, people have, like, began to, like, they have understood now for a little while, like, the importance of preserving things like movie props and, like, other stuff, right? Like, you never know how successful a movie's going to be, but there's at least some level of, like, not treating the props like literal garbage after the movie's done. But, like, I don't think, like, history of, like, theme parks have been taken serious. Like, it takes, like, something has to spark sometimes for, like, people to take the archival of something very seriously, which, like, the archival of, like, fan spaces and stuff, like, it's all, like, anthropology is just about, like, humans and customs and things that they do, and, like, people don't realize that even just doing shit in a fan space is, like, worth archival or, like, paying attention to, because, like, it is just humans interacting and creating and doing stuff as much as we're just used to it, and it's just like, yeah, yes, somebody's Naruto fanfiction is worth, like, looking at and, like, preserving in a sense just because of the humanity of it all. All the same, but, like, it's something about, like, because theme parks are so transient, like, things change and shift, and, like, even just the ideology behind Disneyland and being like, it'll never be done, it'll always be changing, right, kind of a thing, that there just hasn't been a lot of, like, archival of like rides, and, like, we're getting that now more, even just with people going like, I'm gonna do my 4K POV riding Pirates of the Caribbean, you cannot see what's going on, but I am in the ride, baby, but it's all dark, you know, and I'm like, you know, by myself in my living room, but, like, it's like we're getting this now, but not necessarily out of, like, people purposefully trying to archive stuff. But I think even with, like, stuff like Defunctland has gotten so much, like, has gotten such a huge audience that, like, some of this stuff is being taken more seriously, and who knows when that'll actually get up to a more, like, corporate level where they're like, hey, maybe we should give a shit about the animatronics we make because, like, this is still a piece of history, you know, instead of just letting fucking Stitch rot in the back room, you know, like, maybe one of these days they'll start to take, like, the history of their own parks a little more seriously, I feel like, because I know they have, like, actual, like, Disney-ass vaults for, like, movie props, and they've had to go and hunt shit down to be like, please, we want to preserve this piece of history in our vaults and stuff. So there's like
and they
some
do
level of
have
recognition,
archives
but
for the parks too. It's
do
just
they?
a lot of times. Yeah, a lot of times
I
they
would
don't-
think, right? But sorry, continue.
a lot of times they don't get around to archiving anything until like it's way past the point of
Yeah.
preservation because they just like they either don't want to pay cleaning it up or they're like, well, maybe we'll like touch this up and reopen it at some point.
Oh, maybe I'll just keep this like little piece of trash around because like maybe I'll use it one day.
Right.
You know, maybe I'll
You
use
know,
it one day. You never know. We'll just let
one of the
Stitch rot
reasons-
back there. It's fine. What if we decide
One of the
to
reasons-
use the skeleton one day? Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. One of the reasons I'm so interested in this is because when I was 6, my family went to Disney World, and we stayed in the is it Typhoon Lagoon, I think, which was like their campground water park.
Okay.
Across the lake from Magic Kingdom, basically. And then the year after I was like, that was the last year that park was open. Was the year I was there, because after that 9/11 hit, then there was like the huge decline in vacationers and like people just didn't like go out as much anymore after that.
Yeah,
And
you know.
so that whole campground and water park was just left to rot. And like you could literally look at it. I think they've started cleaning it up now.
Oh my
but
God.
you could just look at it on Google Images.
Uh-huh.
And so like I have all these like very distinct memories of these places and being there as a kid, and then like I can look at it like just deteriorate.
Yeah, you could just like you have this like there's a before and after, you know. You can be like, I remember being there, and you look and it's just like foghorn sound. Wee, you know, you're like, ugh, gross.
And even as you are, because one of the ways you can get to Magic Kingdom is via ferry. And from the ferry, you can even like see the old dock where that park is.
Oh,
and like the dock is all fucked up and
like you'd think there'd just be like, even just for their own level of like, oh, you know, for the experience like of being at Disney World, like we gotta make sure things looking good. We have a level, like a standard, you know, of how things should look. And it just like leaves this rotting wooden dock out there. And it's just like, okay, and if you look to your right, look to your left, please look to your left. Don't look to the right. Here we go. You're like, oh, okay. Yeah, no problem.
Like, I have a picture of my parents standing on that pier.
God. It's just so strange. Like, it just is so strange to me to leave it to such a degree to where it rots.
Oh,
or it's just falling, because it's like you're just making that shit harder for yourself down the line. So I don't know, but thank you for the follow. Do you click links? That really depends. I'm not going to click a link. Yeah, it depends on the link. I'm not going to click a link without context. And seeing as you are new, and this is the first thing that you are saying, reasonably suspect, but you know. Anyway, yeah, that Stitch is fucked up.
Yeah.
Dude, that Stitch is fucked up. On a similar note, when I did get to go to Disneyland, and I did get to ride the Monsters, Inc. ride, which, you know, as many people do know, and if you don't know, it is a reskin of a Hollywood, like, fucking celebrity ass ride, basically, where you are like...
is that finally open?
The Little Monsters, Inc. one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's been... I mean, it's old.
Wait, is it?
Yeah, it's, like, not that great looking. It's definitely showing its age.
I might be thinking of something else. Oh, wait, no. Okay, no, I'm thinking of something else. Never mind.
Okay. Yeah, no, this one, it's like like, the premise of it being like, oh, you were seeing all of these, like, famous actors and comedians of the time, which is obviously going to date it a lot. And then it was after Princess Diana died because she was being chased by the paparazzi that maybe the premise of being the paparazzi chasing down celebrities, not a good ride. Maybe it's not a good ride idea. I mean, people were stoked about it in the first place, but like you know, there was a pretty noticeable like, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this. So then they basically like took down the already not so popular ride with a reasonable prompting at this point, and then they reskinned a lot of it to be Monsters Inc. and it's still like cute and fun, but they reused some of the like, I guess, like mannequins. They didn't really move, so they weren't exactly animatronics, but sometimes they would like, they just pop in, and one of them was just fucking Drew Carey. And he's very distinctly like Drew Carey, and he pops out and he's holding like a bunch of tickets or whatever. It's like, oh, it's like this really distinct shape, and they still used that one, and they instead they put like the like Monsters Inc., like the hazmat suits over these characters and stuff, right? So it's just like, if you know what to look for, you can still find Drew Carey.
Yeah.
And I did. I was like, where is he? Where is he? I know he's here. And it's just like, here, you know, and he's like holding like a, I forget what they're holding now. But it's just like, it's just the same thing. They just kind of like did what they could with it, you know? And it's just, he pops out and I'm like, I know what you are. I know what you are under that mask. Drew Carey. And I did get a picture, and it's a little blurry, which I think adds to the whole thing. So, you know, I'm just like, so, anyway, I'm still paparazziing in my own way, I guess.
I have to bring this up every fucking time.
Yeah.
Fucking Cars Land.
Goddamn Cars Land?
Goddamn Cars Land.
What the fuck is... I think I talked about this before. I never remember anything I talked about on stream, other than I have this vague inkling that I'm like, I have spoken about this out loud before.
We talked about this.
We talked about this, but like, Cars Land is fucked up. Because it's really good. I saw,
so
there is
fucking good.
There is drone footage, like, not like sneaking in like we're breaking rules drone footage, but there's drone footage like going through fucking Zootopia at Hong Kong Disney, and it's like much more like, it's very built, and it's looking like it's gonna be kind of another Cars Land ass situation where you're like, whoa, and it's just like Zootopia land, and I saw it.
That's cool.
Yeah, that'll be very interesting to see. I'm excited to see videos of people like being there, but like, it's looking pretty good. That's all. I just like 2 days ago or something, I saw like footage of it, and I was like, damn, look at them. Wow. Have you seen drone footage from Tokyo's Fantasy Springs? I haven't seen much about Fantasy Springs for a while. I know they're working at it. I'm interested to see where that's going, but
man, I would kill. I would kill someone. To see that.
And then I take that completely out of context. Tenil, I would kill someone.
I would kill someone.
Oh my god, Coolsville sucks. Anyway.
to be on that, I think it's another ride that's at Tokyo Disney. But they've got this Belle animatronic.
Yeah. The
so
Beauty and the Beast
good.
ride. That's like, yeah, I think, you know what's the most fucked up? Is the Lumiere. The Lumiere is so smooth and convincing. It's like, it fucks me up every time I see him. It's like, because like, they have him, like, you can come into a room and like, he just talks to like, everybody in the room and stuff. And like, he's up there and it's like, yeah, he has like this little black backdrop behind him. And there are like poles, also black, right? So it's like very classic, like puppeteering kind of like techniques, right? Of like the poles like attached to like his little arms and stuff. You can't really see them very well. You can if you want, if you're trying, but like if you just let it be, you're like, holy shit, this is like, because like his actual motions are so like, his little arms can do fucking anything. And like the projection of his face looks really good, where like sometimes you get that projection face technology and you can really see the lit up ass part of it on like the animatronic, but Lumiere, he looks fantastic. Also, he's a candle, so like it doesn't look weird. Like you
Right.
just see him and he's there because part of it too is like he has like an articulated like mouth and stuff. So like so much of it is just like the actual animatronic, and he's just there talking and like moving so fluidly, and you're like, oh my god, Lumiere is real. He's in the room with us right now.
He's right here.
Is he in the room with you? Yes, he's right there and he's speaking to me. It's something I absolutely recommend looking at some point. I could bring it up, but I also am lazy, so who knows. But
enough.
it's something that's like those animatronics, because they're way more recent. Fantastic. They're incredible.
They're crazy.
It's fucking insane to watch them, like just seeing Belle walk around with like her horse, and she's really just like looking and moving and like, and you're like, oh my god, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like there's her dancing with Beast at some point too, and that looks really good. Like them like kind of like waltzing a bit in like the middle of the room and stuff, but you're like, damn, that shit's incredible. Yeah, their animatronic technology has been like, obviously when you have people like dedicated to trying to make robots move and do fun stuff, like these people go crazy. They go hard. So now there's that little like baby Groot. Well, not like baby, but he's like walking around on two legs. Groot.
Right.
That's like an animatronic that's like freestanding. And can walk around and do stuff and like has articulation in his face, and so it's not just I'm a robot that can move smoothly. It's like I'm a little Groot and I woo and then walk around and go make little baby faces and whatever. And it's like I saw like development for it as it was going, and then recently apparently I think they had some little show where they had him on stage doing stuff. And it was something where it's like, okay, you can tell that there's obviously somebody controlling him. Like, I think he might still have some, like, cords for, like, whatever. But it's, like, for the most part, like, this... Otherwise, it is entirely freestanding and, like, moving and can do stuff. And it's like, oh my god.
That's so crazy.
I know. It's insane. I think they were trying to get it to some level where they could have him walking around the parks a little bit. Probably in a very controlled, area,
right.
or like
the way they do like BB-8.
Yeah, stuff like that. So it's like I know that they were aiming for that level, and so like they're definitely getting there. If this is anything to go by, like he's up there kind of dancing on a stage and stuff, and it's just like, this is cute. They did a really good job. I have no particular feelings one way or another about Guardians of the Galaxy, other than what was the Tower of Terror, and now it is that Guardians of the Galaxy, right? It should be Hollow Bastion. And that's my feelings about it. Like,
God, I wish there was a Kingdom Hearts ride so bad.
I know. See, it just already basically looks like it. It just looks like it should. It just should be Hollow Bastion. That's all. They should do that.
The Tower of Terror, though, is legit, and I do feel bad for California peeps that they don't have that anymore.
Yeah, see, that was something where I was like, I'd like to, and then like Claude was like, yeah, no, that's the Guardians of the Galaxy right now. And I was like, oh yeah. So I never ended up writing it or anything either. So
yeah,
I was only there for Oogie Boogie Bash, so it was like I had a very limited time in California Adventure, and I used that to ride the Radiator Springs race ride like twice. So
thank you.
Oh, good. Yeah, I love the out of context. The Coolsville sucks. Fucking I will kill someone. Man, it should be Hollow Bastion. It should. It's like halfway there. It's got little pipes and weird shit sticking off of it. Come on. And it would be a lot more visually interesting if they did. So,
there is so many things they could make really cool rides out of that, someone has probably pitched to Disney and they were like, nah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot goes into making rides. Also, the Rocket Raccoon animatronic, I was seeing a video about it where it was just talking about like, oh yeah, how they have like they'll have him like up there and it'll be like only waist down or like waist up is like the whole animatronic, and then they make him duck down, and then to like have the illusion of him like scampering across, like they have just like little bits and pieces that like stick up or whatever, and then they just have another animatronic on the other side that he's like, all right, hey, you know.
Yeah.
It's all about just
tricks.
yeah, it's all about just finding ways to sell the illusion, I guess. But like it was just like, oh, this is actually a really cool little animatronic, but because he's so small, they cannot afford that much articulation with him, because they don't have the space to work with to like give him like really precise movements and stuff. So I think is like his arms are really limited. They're mostly just kind of like the hands don't do much, but like they work with it in a way that you can't tell too much. You know, they're not like gonna put him in a position where he has to go and like delicately grab something with his little raccoon fingers, you know? They're just gonna be like, yeah, he's up there, and he's like, hey, what's going on? Oh, woo woo, you know? And then he's somewhere else, you know? But otherwise, like, he looks cool and he looks good. I don't have to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Last time I was able to go to Disney World, we were able to go to the new like Pandora experience in Animal Kingdom.
Yes.
And let me tell you, we weren't able to ride Flight of Passage, so because that was an all day long wait. But the other one, the other ride that they have there, is like the most boring bad dark ride Disney has done in a really, really long time. Yeah. But it has an amazing Navi animatronic at the end.
That's the, yes, okay, wait, I know the animatronic you're talking about, because it's like, she's like sitting there and like singing and stuff or whatever, right? And it's like so smoothly, like, oh, you know, and singing that fucking song that like, it's something, it's like, A-Y.
Yes.
I've seen the Jenny Nicholson video about it, and it really just, that one song really stands out. Got on the Star Wars
ride. That animatronic literally blew me away. I was like, the rest of the ride was garbage, but I got to the end, I was like,
it is just like the world's most, it is a dark ride, it's a jungle, things light up, you know, you're like, woo. And then you get to see one really cool animatronic right at the end.
It's so bad because they don't build sets around it. It's like just obviously screens are like on either side of you. And then there's like, you know, a few plants like blocking the screens. But like it's they don't do the depth very well, and it's so bad. But the animatronic at the end is just like, okay, holy shit,
like,
wow.
Oh, well now hold on. Wait a second.
Hold on.
Look at this. Like, they really just, all of the budget went into that animatronic, and then the rest they were like, put some glow, make it glow. Go. Yeah. You're like, okay, great. All right.
In general, walking around the Pandora area is just like, holy shit, the attention to detail. And then you're like, it's kind of the same feeling you get with Cars Land, where you're like, why this though?
Yeah, it's so like, why the effort in like this specific property? Like, of all things, like, yes, I know Cars is very popular, but so is like everything else.
Right.
Also, did you see the Flying Spider-Man animatronic while you're at California Adventure? No, I did not. Because by the time I was in California Adventure, it was like the Oogie Boogie Bash, so they weren't really doing that. But I did get to tell my partner about it and how they make, they're like, and then Spider-Man's up there and he's like, all right, guys, how are we gonna go do a flip? And then he runs off, he runs off, and then you see, you know, and then he pops out, he's like, whoo, that was a good flip, you know? It's just really funny, but like, I got to at least explain that to somebody. It is a cool piece of technology. I will give it that they made like a whole like animatronic, like human person in a suit flying through the air, and it's just like actually does like tucks and does a flip, and then like doesn't look like shit and doesn't just shatter on impact or anything. Love when that one breaks down. It's just fucking just stiff as a rod. Where'd my mouse go? Oh, okay. What were you saying? These gloves don't smell very good, by the way.
You did get them
an
at a Party
aside.
City, so like.
Yeah, I got them at
I
a
feel like-
spirit. I got them at a Spirit Halloween. Okay,
Spirit
Party City,
Halloween.
absolutely would smell even worse though. I'm gonna.
Yeah,
be
yeah,
real.
you know, you're so right. But it,
Yeah.
like, I know what they smell like. You
Yeah,
just,
I've definitely smelt worse.
uh-huh.
But you know the smell when you walk into the Halloween store and everything's kind of plastic and rubbery in like the grossest way.
Yeah.
It's like that, but very way down.
Yeah.
I'll fix that. I
It's
don't know
like
how, but I'll fix it.
deep in the fabric.
Yeah, it's that stink I hate. I love Halloween. I hate that fucking smell.
Yeah.
Drives me insane.
I
I've
mean,
also-
if Halloween doesn't invoke the memories of like dust and rubber, like what even are you doing?
What are you doing? You're so right. It's another part of it.
It's another part of it. Similar to like the pumpkin spice and the apples, you know, you also get dusty ass rubber.
I saw miraculous ladybug stuff at the Spirit Halloween and I was like blown away. Like I understand that exists and is popular in some realm.
Don't speak that cursed name to me.
Okay, look,
I've been so betrayed.
Okay, look, I sit very much as like somebody so on the outside. I remember when that very, very first trailer came out and it was like 2D and it looked really, really cute and fun. And then, and I was like, I'm interested in this. And then it was like, okay, things fall through. We're gonna do like 3D. Doesn't really look that good. But like anytime I hear, look, or see anything from that show, I'm like, and I'm trying to be so charitable, I'm like, this looks like bad. Everything I hear or see from this show is insane in a way that it feels like it does not need to be. And it's just like being a cheaply, I'm trying to choose my words carefully, but like being like, I guess a cheaper end, like it's still like a show kind of aimed at like, I'd say like tweens. I feel like that's where we're kind of hitting. We're like not quite kids, but
charitable. It's aimed kind of younger than that.
Yeah, I would say kids to tweens. We're not hitting teens, but like I see so many people who are definitely adults closer to my age who are like very actively into the show, and I'm at a total loss. I don't understand. I don't get it. I'm sorry. I look at it and I'm like, I just think it like looks bad, and everything I see from it, and like story stuff, and like I was literally, we were like trying to figure this out. We were like reading Wikipedia articles, or like, well, I guess it was more of like a fan kind of like, it was just more of actually like show centric, I would say. And we were trying to kind of like put together anything, which obviously is never going to do the same justice as if you just go through it yourself. I understand that, right? But like at the same time, we're like reading just we were watching a video trying to explain plot shit to us. And we were all sitting there like, this sounds like dog shit.
It's so, like, a synopsis cannot express how painful it is. Okay.
We were kind of gathering that. I'm gonna be real. We were kind of, you can really pick up. I don't think it's hard. Like, I'm just trying to be like nice because I know people who like the show, and I can understand picking good things out of a bad batch, right? If you're like, I like aspects or things that it could have done better but didn't. And like, I'm trying to be nice, but on the whole, I think it isn't even like a good like empty ass kids show. You know what I mean? It's just, please speak. I keep speaking over you.
Miraculous Ladybug has done something to me that I have never done in the past. Okay.
Okay.
All right. If don't end up liking where a show is going. If I think, I try to give shows like a lot of benefit of the doubt during like a season 1, especially for cartoons, because like a lot of it is like the writers really like getting their flow and like figuring out how they work together and stuff.
Yeah.
So like season 1 of Miraculous Ladybug, I was like, all right, yeah, fun, cool. There's like, it's a little awkward. It can be a little hit or miss sometimes. Season 2, okay, we're kind of going somewhere. I like this. And then it just like goes completely off the rails. This show,
Okay.
if I don't like a show and where it's going, if I think it's a waste of my time, I just drop it. That's what I do. I don't waste my time with a show that I think is going nowhere.
Yes, which I think is the smart thing to do.
Miraculous Ladybug has somehow turned me into a hate watcher.
Okay.
All
right.
I would never. Like, I think the concept of hate watching is bad. If you don't like something, you should just move on. But like, there is just something about that goddamn show that I'm like, God, I have to know what's happening. I do. I have to know.
I have to see what horseshit are you getting up to? Show me.
Yeah. Yeah. And like I can't stop. Like I'll put it out of my mind, and then all of a sudden I just like I have this like ringing in my ears, and it's like Miraculous Ladybug still exists. You should see if there are any new episodes. Yeah. And then I'll like binge it and I'll catch up and I'll be like, man, how did they make this even more horseshit?
I don't get it. I mean, I can understand being driven to be like, I'm not saying I don't get it about that. I'm just like, I see Miraculous Ladybug and I just don't understand how did we get here? What is going on? And it was like seeing like costumes for not just like the main two, but several other characters, and then like a bunch of little like stuff. And I was just like, are we seriously like, is it actually that popular? I feel like we're just pretending at this point. Like I do not doubt that children watch this show. Children just consume, right? Like they're just there and they're like, wow. And like, I was one, I did that too. But like, it's something where I'm just like, I'm not buying this. Like, I cannot believe that I'm seeing like this whole section of Miraculous Ladybug right now at the Spirit Halloween. But
I mean, I think it is still pretty popular with younger kids, but yeah.
I can believe that. I guess like, again, obviously I'm not going to be in any sphere that would like properly give me an idea of how many children are watching Miraculous Ladybug. I am not a child. I also don't have children, and I'm not around children at all that would have this marketed at them, you know? So I'm just like, okay, well, I'm not gonna actually hear a child's opinion about it or anything. But I think it's like the thing that always confuses me the most is seeing like people who are adults who are like kind of earnestly into it in some way. Not to say that they don't have criticisms of their own, but it's just like out here drawing a lot of fan art for it. And I'm just like, what? This? Is there something I'm missing? And then like we were watching, like they were trying to summarize and talk to us about whatever. And it's like, there is so much kind of like horseshit terminology in that show. In the way that like makes everything like really needlessly confusing. And like people so badly want to pretend that that's what Kingdom Hearts is. So badly. They want to pretend it's some like they're just saying stupid shit that you're like, huh? What? And it's just like, I'm sorry if you're confused about something called a heartless and a nobody, and the concept of having a heart and a body as two separate things. If that's losing you, frankly, I don't know how you consume media on the whole, but
I'm
most
sorry,
of this shit is really straightforward.
Symbolism is like really difficult for you to understand, and like wordplay.
Yeah, it's like it's not that fucking complex, actually at all. Like it's just at least like the actual like, what's the fucking word I'm thinking of? I guess like the series like vocabulary. I feel like there's another word for this, but The terminology. There we go.
Yeah.
Terminology, jargon. Jargon was that was it. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, like series jargon, like people want to pretend is like. I feel like a good example of like, hey, you're going fucking crazy with this, and I'm getting confused. Is like Final Fantasy 13 went a little hard in a way that I was like, I'm having trouble keeping up with what you're talking about, but okay. But like Kingdom Hearts is just like, wow, not super deep wordplay. Like, for like, and they're very basic, normal words for the most part. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, something like Demix is not a normal name, but like, it's fine. Like, you can
Right.
stand to have a little something weird here and there, but it's just like, I'll never get over that Genshin Impact fat pussy Moonshard post. I remember seeing that post, and I was just like, look, hold on. P's gonna have to give the context because I don't remember everything about the post, but it was just like, I remember seeing posts that was just like, P had made a post that was like saying a whole bunch of jargon that I was like, this is one of the first times I've ever like read a post and I could not garner context for what the fuck you're talking about. Like, I was so lost because it was so far and away like removed from context, like many layers. Hold on, P's gonna type it out. But like, this was something where it's just like, yeah, usually I feel like I can read something and I'm like, I may not know exactly everything that's being said, but I can still gather context. Like, sometimes the name doesn't matter so much, but I can understand what this thing is functioning as, right? Cool, good, whatever. But like, looking at anything from Miraculous Ladybug, I was like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, what is this? Why is it called this? This, as you describe it, has nothing to do with whatever the fuck it's called. It's so needlessly, like, complicated. It, like, complicates it for, like, no reason. And I'm like, I'm an adult. I should be able to understand to some degree what's being, like, laid out in front of me. And I'm sure that in context, if I were watching the show from start to finish, I'd be like, yeah, of course, the fucking big butt fuck candle mabob, you know? And I'd be like, I know exactly what that is, I guess, but that doesn't necessarily mean its naming convention is good or relays anything that it actually is or makes any kind of fucking sense. And I feel like that's a lot of like what, like, trying to read anything about Miraculous Ladybug, I was like, why? Why did you do this? Why is it like this? This show sounds bad.
The way, like, there's so many. It has such a nice setup. Like, the setup of the plot is just like, wow, this is a fun idea. And like, you know exactly where this kind of plot should go just from the setup, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, this is going to be a nice little slow burn superhero romance of like finding your identity and figuring out who you are. Just like, oh, what a nice show where the good guys win, they beat the bad guys, they learn something about themselves, they learn stuff about family, that kind of thing. And I try to be so charitable when a story does not go the way I think it's going to go.
Yeah.
The way Miraculous Ladybug just does not understand any of its characters is a testament to bad storytelling.
Didn't they also have like this really racist shit they did more than once, but like specifically there was like a comic or something, I think, where like they were portraying a bunch of black men in an alley as like Marionette was like, oh no, I'm scared of them. And then like people were like, hey, that's not great. And there's just like, it was something
I
about
actually
like,
didn't hear about this.
Okay, it was something that
The comics.
it was
I didn't even know there
so
were
bad.
comics.
Yeah, it was something where like Marionette is like in an alley or something and then like sees a bunch of black guys and then is scared of them, and then it's like, oh no, I shouldn't be scared of them. And like the creator dude, like people were like, hey, the way you're portraying black people in this comic is really not, like, this is not good. Are you thinking about this? You know? And he was just like, did you read the whole thing? Because obviously, like, it's supposed to be about her learning about this kind of a thing, but it was like, it was so, like, he wasn't understanding, and it's like, it was just like, let's just portray black people as, like, big and, like, thugs and threats. And, like, it was handled so poorly, and then he was, like, super defensive about it, and everyone was like, please listen.
Really weird anyway.
Look, also, this always happens, like, it's always the French. Why are they fucking doing, why are they like this? It's always the French for some reason, and I'm like, you guys can't keep doing this.
Knock off.
Knock it off, okay? Stop it. Anyway, I know that was a thing that was like, it was a very poorly handled, like, fumbled ass, like, racist portrayal that was a very tone deaf, trying to be like, racism is bad. But then, like, they did it really badly. And everyone was like, hey man, I don't think that's so good. And then he was like, it is good. It is good. Shut up. So, like, okay, all right, bud. So that was something I know was a thing. I remember people talking about that at the time.
Somehow I did not know about that. But that does not surprise
one of them
me
is
seeing-
named Ghetto. Oh my god. No fucking way. Holy shit. And the creator shot down any characters with hijabs because he can't have religion in his work. So yeah, it's anyway. So yeah, there's that as well. I know that there were some other things. I think there were some others too that were like a little less severe, but it was still like, oh, here's somebody, she's Japanese, she loves sushi and ninja powers, and like just the most like stereotypical bullshit ever, and everyone was like, can you not do that?
they do that several times. Where,
yeah, I
like,
don't doubt it.
because the like when the villain gives the people of Ferris like their superpowers to make them villains too, they tend to go for like a really simplified thing that represents the character. And a lot of times when it comes to characters with any kind of ethnic background, it's just like, even Marinette's mom, they're like, oh, she's Chinese, so let's do this stereotypical Chinese thing. Or they do it multiple times with the Chinese characters in Marinette's family, actually, where like there's another one where her uncle is visiting, and he is a chef, and so they make him like really, I don't remember exactly what it is, but they just do like a really stereotypical thing with him too, and it's just
yeah, it's being said, oh yeah, they kind of mix Japanese and Chinese stuff and like really weirify it, basically. It's, you know, it's just like Asian, you know, and it's just like, oh my god, dude. Hi, baby. Why don't you just,
like, this
like,
is the main
hang out with
character
me?
and her family you are talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Who's this guy? Over here.
A baby cat.
Oh my god. What do you see out there? He's looking very hard, as you can see.
A good baby cat.
He's guarding.
I need to post that
Anyway.
art I did of baby cat in the
Yeah!
server.
Yes, you should. You should do that. Ooh, we're getting close to... I was like, oh yeah, it's like, it's gonna be my birthday after all. I'm like, oh my god, it's almost 11. Then it's gonna hit midnight, and then it'll be my birthday.
Birthday time. But no,
Anyway.
like, there's a lot of problems with Miraculous Ladybug, but the character writing in particular is just something that...
It sounds like, to me, it has always felt like something that, like, had a lot of potential, obviously, and then things fell through and it changed, and, like, you know, people still giving it a shot, but just being like, well, it doesn't have to, just because it looks different, it could still be good, kind of a thing. And then, like, it just somehow like gained enough footing to become like this crazy, like something that was otherwise like kind of just mediocre, and then never got better, and people are just in it. They're just stuck here, you know?
Well, I mean, to the team's credit, they started out with like like I said, a really nice premise and two really likable characters. Marinette was really cute, really likable, and Adrian was really cute and really likable, and they had a great dynamic with each other. And then the conflict of like them being in a love square with each other is like,
I mean, that's very like
so silly.
Like that's so like that's something that I feel is like that's like the most interesting part, is that you're like, oh, the designs are cute, the characters are cute, it has like, you know, an interesting little dynamic. So that's like, I can understand that, and that's where I'm like, it has a lot of potential that it just never capitalized on, and that it just went totally off the rails. Like it's just like, but people are here like with such good faith for it for some reason. I feel like it's so, and I'm like,
well,
couldn't be me.
You have a great setup too with the villain being Adrian's dad.
Yeah, I do know that much.
Yeah, the villain being Adrian's dad, and then so like there's like that conflict that you're building up to, you know, where like obviously Adrian's going to find out at some point that the villain is his papa, and then they're gonna have a whole family drama about it. And he gets to be a sad boy, and who doesn't like a wet cat sad boy?
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, this is what I signed up for. And then, they decide to, according to what has happened in this last season, defeat Adrian's dad, with Adrian not taking part in that conflict whatsoever, and in fact not even being in those episodes because they shipped him off to London.
Okay. Right. Yeah. And then also, wasn't it something like it's like he was like created, and then so was the other guy who looks like him but is like, it's like is your cousin, but like they were both like made, and then they're like, also, you know what, real quick, I think that like the designs for the little creatures look like ass. I think they all look bad.
Yeah.
But that's an
Mickey
aside.
and Plag are okay, but like the rest of them are
I just feel like it's easy to make a cute little creature sometimes, more so than other things, and like they're just, you know, at best they're like passable, and that's about it. I'm like, damn, that was like that could easily be one of the most marketable parts,
right?
And they just be looking like this. Okay, anyway,
dozen cute little plushes, and
absolutely. You fucked it. You fucked it, dude.
Somehow, the Miraculous Ladybug movie that just came out on Netflix, like, understood the characters and the story that they should have gone with so much better.
It also looks a lot better, but that can be afforded because it's a movie, right? But like,
right, yeah.
Because we looked at like some scenes from it. We just had like this stint of like trying to look at it and be like, what is happening? Why do people
pick it
like
up
this
like
show?
A curiosity and just like turn it around.
Just like, what is going on here? And I'm like trying to read stuff, and I'm like, you know, like what is this?
Oh my goodness.
Maybe someone could explain it. And then it's just people just being like, in this season, this blah 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 happened, and then the drama between the new couple and the blah, and we were like, you're not okay. This is such an absurd world we've stepped into. Where it was like, enthused
I'll be right back
fan.
really quick.
Okay, that's fine. Hi everybody, how's it going? Welcome to my stream where I talk about, there's Hamilton style rapping in the movie. Wow, that's you know, I just don't have high expectations or anything for anything Miraculous Ladybug. We have a box on the ground. Baby Cat's really stoked about it. He keeps crawling inside. Go on, boy. I know you were considering it. Okay. Well,
right, I am back.
Hi. He's whatever. That's fine. Anyway. The
Is
new
he a
emo
baby and a
ladybug
cat?
is named. He is a baby and a cat, and he keeps going in a box.
Love that.
Love that for him. The thing is, you know what prompted me looking into this was seeing the design for Shadybug and going, this show looks bad. Like, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. I was like, am I missing something? And then I'm just like, still lost. So, you know?
Yeah.
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 It's not great, so.
Miraculous.
Oh, miraculous. Don't you dare. Okay. Thought he was gonna try and knock over the trash. Don't do that.
But yeah, hate watching things, 0 out of 10, would never recommend.
Yeah.
Miraculous Ladybug did that to me, though.
That was me with Korra for a bit until I was like,
Oh,
I have to
God.
stop. I was like, I have to stop doing this. Like, I'm getting too pissed off. I have to leave. And then I never went back, and I don't plan on it.
I mean, this tells you how much I try to be forgiving. I stuck through all of Korra. Like,
Yeah.
I was like,
You're so strong.
it's trying to be something different, and I don't really like it, but like, Tenzin's kind of cool, and
I
I
liked
like
Tenzin.
Sora,
Mm-hmm.
but like everybody else. Ugh.
What if it's like watching something bad? It's something that's bad, but you enjoy it because it's bad. Well, that's totally different. That is way different than hate watching. Because sometimes you watch something that's bad, and it's just like, but it's a fun time. A movie can
you're
still
like,
be
"Tee-hee,
bad.
This is so bad.
Yeah, and it's
silly."
like, even then, it's just like, sometimes a movie doesn't have to be good, but it can still be fun. You know what I mean? Without even being like the worst thing you've ever seen. Like, you can just be like, this is just a fun time. It's not a great movie, but like, there are different kind of levels of that. Sometimes things are bad and they're like endearing because they're bad. And then it turns around and makes them kind of good. What? Hi.
With Korra, it's just been like a slow ebb of me like gradually accepting that like I really don't like this.
Yeah.
I really don't like this at all.
Yeah, I was in like by the end of season 1, I was like, I'm getting pissed off. And then like I was trying to watch season 2 as it was coming out, and I was like, I have got to stop. Like it was I remember watching the I don't remember his name, but he was like the first Avatar guy, right? Like they were trying to give an origin. Yeah, and I was like,
Avatar 1, because he's number
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I remember like not being so pissed off at those episodes simply because however you feel about them per se, I felt that they were doing a better job just telling their own little story and just being what they are in the middle of like a weird fucking like everything else pissing me off. And so I was like, okay, well, because this is not like, it's just doing its own thing. I feel like some things don't need to be explained all the time. And also they already had explanations for how people had started to learn how to bend. So it's like, some of this shit just was like, come on, you guys, like it's your own lore. Like, but it was something where I'm like, at least this story, it was like 2 episodes, right? Or something. And it was just kind of, and so it just told its own little story. And I was like, you at least did an okay job telling your own little story, criticisms aside. And then immediately going back into like everything with like the spirit world and then like the clash of like basically good and evil and there being little to no nuance about it and just being like that they're bad, and it's just like, I went from like having even a slight reprieve of going like, oh, okay, I can just follow this little story and be like, sure, yeah. And then going immediately, I was like, I can't do this anymore. Like, I was like, that was my fucking like cut off point was I was like, nope, if I'm like this pissed watching this show, I'm not doing this anymore. I just left. I never turned back.
So, here's the thing, is a lot of people are like, well, you just don't like it because it's not Avatar. And I'm like, yes, that is correct. I do not like it because it is not like Avatar. It is not like Avatar in all the worst ways. And as a show that was promising to be more Avatar, it failed in that regard, and I think that's a fair criticism.
Yeah, I think it's not like Avatar, because Avatar is written well for the most part, and
Yeah.
this one is not. So you're right, it's not like Avatar.
Yeah.
It's really not. Like, yes, it does have really cool animated action sequences, but you know what? That does not a good story make. Yes, you can still enjoy the spectacle of it, but oh my god, does that show piss me off so much. Holy
and
shit.
it doesn't even the action sequences don't even like capture the same kind of magic that the old show
it
managed
doesn't.
to catch, because like it's just not as it's not as lovingly crafted to replicate the different types of
like martial arts that they were based
martial
off of.
arts. Yeah.
It's mostly just like it's spectacle. I also feel like a lot of the situations and the fights in Avatar were more situation based than just we are going to have a fight now. Like most of the time it's like put those guys in a situation kind of a thing, which makes for interesting action. Like the whole sequence of just like Boomy and they're like sliding down and like they have to do a whole bunch of shit while he's like on it, and it's just like, I don't know, there's just like shit that's like interesting situation that also brings about an action sequence, I guess, you know, and that's just like, this is just fun, and like it gives you opportunities
using the
to
environment.
Yeah, and it gives you like opportunities to like teach us about the characters, even just like decisions they're making or how do they deal with problems and so on and so forth, as opposed to I'm gonna make the coolest fight where they go oh, kapah, and they do a flip and then they shoot a fireball and then that guy runs on a wall, and it's just like great, but like does it mean anything? Is it are we just having a fight? We're just banging toys together, you know, versus like actually, oh god, okay, sorry, there's headphones muting noise, baby cat making noise, and I thought he was doing something to my computer. Anyway. I feel like there was something I was going to say.
The fight scene?
What do you see, baby? Hold on. What do you see?
Oh.
What is it? Did you see something? Did you see that cat? He's getting all bushy. He's getting big. It's not, there's nothing. It's getting
Halloween
bushy.
Time, baby.
Yeah, there's like some cat that walks in our neighborhood, but sometimes there's also a skunk. See, he's like patrolling. He saw something, and his tail is all like bushy and huge, and like the rest of him is getting like puffed. You good? He sees something. Need to make sure he doesn't freak out. What do you see, huh? I don't see nothing, bud. Oh, what is it? You good? God, you're huge. Anyway, I think he's fine, but...
Yeah, the decision to make Toph a cop was certainly a choice.
I know. Oh my god. Miss the point harder. Like, oh my... there's so much about it. There is so much.
I mean, I really don't care for how they treated any of the gang post Avatar.
Me either, at all. I felt like the, like, Aang being a bad dad thing feels forced in a way that, like, I feel like this is an aspect that, like, if you wanted to explore, like, I'm not saying that this can't coexist with his character if you wanted to, but it feels like it's just tacked on. Like, it feels like, oh yeah, and whatever, he's a bad dad. Like, it feels like he's a bad dad, like they made Naruto a bad dad, which was, like, weird and, like, it just doesn't make sense for the character and, like, what they stood for, I guess. But...
Okay, so I have multiple feelings on this. I have facets on this.
Okay.
As someone who is also a Zutara shipper and felt so betrayed by Bryke in that regard.
Yeah. Yes.
Aang being a bad dad and a horrible husband
feels
like such a slap in the face.
Yes.
Because it's like exactly how we predicted Katara and Aang's relationship would be. Because Aang was never forced to like grow up.
Yeah. That's where like that's why I say that like I think that these things can like coexist. Like I feel like this is like a person can be a great person and not necessarily be a good parent. And so I think that these things can coexist, but I do not think they did it with that nuance. You know, I don't think they understood the assignment enough to make this meaningful. They just were like, and he's a bad dad in a way that feels weird. You know what I mean?
Right.
It feels stupid. Like if you really wanted to explore that aspect with that angle, I would be all for it. But it really just feels like something where it's just like they threw darts at a wall. You know what I mean? They were like, yeah, and then Aang was a bad dad and a bad husband and all this stuff. And I'm like, I don't know. It feels like there's like no nuance here. There's no character exploration. You're just kind of using this for
like it makes perfect sense that Aang has favoritism towards his airbending child. And you know, he does not value water tribe culture at all. And so his other two kids who are kind of raised more in water tribe culture, he's like, what? But yeah, it's one of those things that's like, that makes sense to me as a Zutara shipper who looked at Katang like, yeah, they have these problems that if you wanted me to get invested in the ship, you should have had them work out. But because that is not how they wanted to portray Katang, they wanted it to be very like, look, Katara and Aang, they're just destined to be together and they love each other so much. But also,
he's the boy and she's the girl. Can we make it any more obvious?
Problems.
Yeah.
But also, yeah, like, you're right. They would have all these problems. We're just not going to have them ever address them. And then Aang dies.
Yeah.
And Katara stays in the South Pole and never gets a statue. And she's like this sad old woman.
Yeah. Yes.
Also doesn't get involved in the Civil War.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And, you know, well, she's so sweet and kind, obviously, and she would never be angry, and that's definitely not a core part of her character at all, of course. Yeah. Also, P just being like, honestly, it's so sad because I would be invested in a story about comp het bad. Like, I would be so willing to... Like, I'm so interested in a story, like, actually addressing or exploring, like, hey, we got into this relationship because we were kind of expected to, or like expected, not like directly people were like, hey, you gotta get into the, you know, it's just like there's this expectation that is implied your whole life, you know, through just heteronormativity, to be like, all right, you know, that's the girl, you're the guy, and like, you know, you should be getting together, and then, hey, the relationship, like, fucking sucks, and then, you know, maybe exploring that or getting out of that in some way. And so, like, that's why, like, I'm open to, like I said, like, Aang being a bad dad. I just don't think they chose that out of any actual knowledge or nuance of exploring his character. Like, I just don't think they're smart enough for that. I just feel like they just put it on, and then they're like, yeah, he's just a bad dad, and then that plot thread is done. You know, he's dead now, who cares? It's just so, like, excuse me? Like, it's something that, like, I feel like would be so interesting if, like, if they had a brain in the first place, which obviously they don't, but, like, the idea of being like, hey, Aang, maybe you're kind of, like, really focusing on, like, your one airbender kid, and, like, there are reasons for that, and I understand, but, like, you have to realize the damage you're causing the rest of your family, and, like, boy, wouldn't that be, like, a really interesting plot point?
Your other children are air nomads like you. They share your heritage, even if they are not airbenders.
Yeah, it's something where it's just, like, you gotta, like, let's just explore this, huh? Why don't we use this as, like, an interesting story and, like, exploration of characters and, like, trying to grow past this. But it's kind of just left at this note of, like, and he was a bad father, and now he's dead. And it's just like, okay, well, There's just no thought. That's how I feel about it. And that's how I feel about all of Korra, is that there's kind of just no fucking thought about any goddamn thing in that show. And it drives me insane. It drives me insane.
To answer the question, there is a lot of the same people from the team who worked on Korra, but like the lead creators work on Korra, but there's also a lot of people from the original team who didn't continue to work with Korra, so
yeah.
So it's a mix.
Extreme corporate meddling. Well, I mean, they did get really fucked over by Nickelodeon, I will say that.
But you can't really blame all the problems of Korra on that.
No, not at all. There are so many things that's just like, if you had any level of like foresight for your own story, like some of them are just like, just dumb shit, stupid fucking decisions. But it's like, they did get pretty screwed, because it's like, this is also just so common for any cartoon, and especially anything trying to be anything different, i.e. like an actual serialized like episode, like overarching plot kind of show, that we don't get very often, for a lot of reasons, and like they get just kind of treated like garbage, and they have little control over like when they, absolutely fucking zero control over when things air, even if they get aired in the right order sometimes. Like once they've made it and it's like, it's totally out of their hands and there's like nothing people can do, and so they can, you know, really screw shows over through this. And like, yeah, Korra did get a shit end of the stick, especially because of what it is. And, you know, also you cannot ignore that, like, the lead character is, like, a girl who is also a person of color. So it's like, you know, it's not a good look for Nickelodeon, but that does not mean that all of those shortcomings the show has are from that. There's a lot where it's just like, oh, you're not good at writing. Oh,
you knew you were being given one season to write a show,
and that's how you did it.
Maybe,
sorry. Oh my god.
Maybe you would be able to add on more seasons too.
I hate the end of season 1 so much. It's some of the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life. Sorry. Oh my god. I just remembering like watching it happen in real time. And watching like the decline of like the characterization and the writing, and just how the way they wrapped it up at the end was so...
From what I remember, from like episode 1 to episode 8, it's like, wow, okay, things are like moving along. It's a little slow at the beginning, but like
yeah, but it's like establishing things. You know what I mean? It's
and
like
then,
slow,
like,
but
from 8 onward, it just...
Oh yeah. No, there's like so much where you're like, I'm having fun, I'm interested. Ooh, there's character drama. We're establishing like and exploring a bit like the world of Avatar, but like now we're in this kind of like, we have much more modern technology, and now we're looking at like the social like strife and dynamics between like bending and non-bending, and like these really interesting aspects we're kind of getting going. We're getting things set up, you know? And then they're like, we don't know how to resolve any conflict we set up. And then it's like, and that's just how it is. And it drives me insane. It drives me insane. I am surprised I even let the conversation get this far, because I get so heated when I talk about it that I'll be like, I can't do this right now. And then like I have to avoid it because I get so pissed off. Holy shit. Anytime I remember those stupid twins that like one of them was like whipping Bolin around, I hate them. Yeah. I hate that. It never was funny. This shit sucks. Like
the only good thing about season 2 was introducing not Viren. His name? Julie, do the thing.
Yeah, that guy. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
That he was like at least fun, because there was also little.
Varric?
There were like little to. Was that it? I think so. Yeah, I think so. It's been a long time, but I remember the guy.
Yeah. Varric.
Yeah, Varric. Yeah.
Yeah, he was like the only good thing about season 2. And it's just a gag. He's a gag character.
Yep.
That
Yeah.
does not a show make.
No, it does not. That fucking show drives me insane.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know it does. But you know what? Avatar's like I'd kill to talk to anybody about my feelings about Avatar.
Yeah, no, and I do like to talk about it because, like, as we have discovered before, where it's just like, you obviously have much more background knowledge because you were there, you were in the trenches, but, like, we still have, like, shared
Crawling through the mud.
opinions. It's still like we feel like the same about it, basically.
Right.
It's like, there's so much that's so good, and then there's some stuff that's just stupid as fuck, but, like, on the whole, like, there's so much that show brought forth that's like, wow, would love to reach anywhere near that again if anything would ever give anybody the chance to tell a serialized story, but, like, good fucking luck with that, you know?
If you can ever pry it out of Mike and Brian's hands.
Yeah, oh my god. I saw, what was it? There's some Avatar game, I think, that's happening, and, like, I was seeing ads for it on Twitter, and of course, you know, I'm like, I can't avoid it, and then I'm like, eventually I was like, I gotta block this because it looked like dog shit. It was like watching Aang running around, and I was like, man, this looks bad. This does not look good at all. And I could not even tell you the name of it. I don't remember. I just remember seeing it like several times, and I was like, who did this? Who did this to you? Like, what is like, I feel like there's so many things that I feel like you can make good games about Avatar, and there has nary been one ever. Like, it's never happened. And it feels like it would be so easy, but, like, I don't know. I don't know. It's never fucking come to fruition. I feel like there have been
There was a couple of Avatar games on, like, the PlayStation 2 that were also really bad.
Yeah, that's, like, anytime I have ever seen one, it is just like, damn, how did you fuck it up this bad? Like, this is something that you could, I don't know. I just don't know.
The fact that there is, like, an Avatar Studios now makes me so... I'm just like, please just leave it be.
Just leave it alone. I'm begging you to leave it alone. Like, I
don't want any of it.
Yeah. Me either. Tired of this shit.
You know, so many people who are like, man, wouldn't it be sick to see a Kyoshi movie? And I'm like, in a perfect world, yes. But honey, baby darling, please just acknowledge the fact that the Kyoshi movie is going to be way cooler in your head than it ever will be put on screen.
Yeah. Yep. I played the GBA Avatar game forever ago. I don't remember hating it, but it felt like it ended a bit short. Probably. That doesn't surprise me. Oftentimes, like, stuff like that where it's, like, a licensed media, like, game, it's contracted out to whatever studio that wants to take it out. Sometimes people approach, like, large IPs or, like, companies like that to be like, hey, we want to make a game about this thing. And then they'll be like, oh, okay, we'll lend out the IP to you to create this thing for us. You know, that does happen. But then also sometimes it's just like they basically contract out some whatever company to do stuff. And so you just kind of get whatever weird schlock, which is also part of why Kingdom Hearts stands... We always got to bring it back to Kingdom Hearts. That's part of why Kingdom Hearts stands out so much, because it's not just some, like... We're just throwing it out there, and they're just like, yeah, whatever, we'll just make some Disney shit or whatever. It's just, like, the most lovingly crafted, like, perfectly recreated, respectful of the source material in a way no other game has ever been.
Yeah.
Like, it's ridiculous. But anyway, yeah, a lot of stuff like that. Like, I'm not surprised that I am not surprised that, like, any adaptation of Avatar into a video game has been bad. Because I feel like while it's a very easy source material to take advantage of for a video game,
in order to do it right, you have to really, like, you have to put a lot of spoons in.
Yeah. Yes. There's just, it just feels like each attempt has been kind of a cheap, like, we're just writing on the it is Avatar, so like we're getting a game out, you know, we're getting it out, it's Avatar, yahoo, you know. It's just like, damn, okay, sure. And all of them look not great. The fan game, Avatar game minus some animation looks really good. Well, that's good.
Oh,
That's
by the
nice.
way, speaking of
Uh-huh.
franchises near and dear to my heart,
Yes.
how are you enjoying Baldur's Gate 3?
I love this game. It's fucking me up, dude. I'm like so fucking stuck in here. I didn't know all of, like, I purposefully kind of kept away from like looking too much into it because I was like, okay, I'm only hearing great things. I've seen some clips here and there. The characters look very fun. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm gonna avoid, like, I just want to go in knowing very little. I also do not have much working knowledge of D&D because I just don't mesh well with playing it. Like, the second I have to be, like, keeping track of shit on a piece of paper, I am checked out. I can't do this.
I
so,
am
like,
1000% with you. I really actually dislike playing D&D tabletop, but I grew up playing CRPGs like this, so this is my D&D.
Yeah, and it's like this obviously being like directly based off of like D&D and like everything, where it's just like, okay, cool, like I'm suddenly finding myself actually enjoying like all of the little intricacies in it, because now it's just presented to me in a much different format, you know what I mean? So I've been having a lot of fun, me trying to teach Niku a card game, visibly losing. Yeah, we were trying to play a card game once in the hotel and I was just like, just everything was like gone. Like, it's just, it totally just washes over me and nothing. So anyway, it's true. It's a lot easier if I can just get my hands on it, and then I'll start to understand, which is why playing a game that just has the mechanics, like the second we opened the fucking like wheel and all of the shit, I was like, oh god, oh no, this is not good. And then like give it time.
So are you playing on PS5 then?
We are playing on PS5.
Okay, cool. That's how I'm playing it as well.
Oh, okay, yeah, because we were just like, we just want to be able to like sit on the couch and like have a fun thing to play and just enjoy ourselves, right? And not have to sit at the computer and do, it's just a lot easier. And it's like, it's a game I can't exactly play, but I am watching, and I'm also being like the tactician, because like Jess is so much more willing to just be like, yeah, I'll go and I'll play the game and I'll run around and ooh, what's that? And ooh, go over here. But we get into the fight and I'm like, no, don't do this. That's a concentration. If you use this, we can't have our sleet storm bullshit ice hellhole on the map. It'll go away. You can't do that. You know, I have to be like, no, stop. No, you gotta do this over here. And so like, I'm having my own way I'm interacting with it, but like, boy, you could do anything in the, they got cock and balls in this game.
Fuck yeah.
They got everything in this game. Dude, you can see Bush in this game. Hell yeah. They got fully rendered cock and balls. Like, here's the thing. When we were creating our character, we somehow completely, entirely missed the, like, genitals option. Because there are, like, quite a few ones. And we went, like, down the list, but we just missed it. We didn't see it. So we had no idea. And then we went in, and we get our, like, first little sex scene with Asterion, because of course, right? But, like...
Oh, hell yeah.
There's, like, here we go. We're gonna bang the... we gotta go. We're going for him. Like, vampire... Like, I say twink, but I mean that so loosely, because, like, kind of, but not really at the same time. But anyway, we're going in excited as hell, and we're like, yeah, you know, we're seeing shots, but we're not really seeing anything. But like, we're seeing ass. We're getting full ass shots, and we're like, this is nice, you know, this is cool. And then full cock and balls, and we're like, oh, what the fuck, really? You know, we're like, no way, they modeled that. And then like, my buddy Jason was like, yeah, you can choose your own genitals, you know that, right? And we're like,
right.
You can? And so we had to go in and like go and look, and we're like, so anyway, you could do anything in this game. And like, we keep saying that, like, anything, like anytime some weird shit goes down, we're like, you can do anything in this game. This game has it all. Like,
well, listen, one of my favorite things that I love doing is I'm playing as a bard tiefling, and
right.
Whenever I'm wanting to like steal shit, I just I pull out my little violin and I start playing the tunes for the people, and they all come and they crowd around me, and then that just leaves everybody distracted, and Astarion can just like steal anything he wants.
He just goes in there and he's like, ooh, you know, you're just taking
And then
shit.
after I'm done robbing these people blind, I
Uh-huh.
stop playing my little violin and people throw gold at me.
Oh my god, that's so funny. You can do anything in this fucking game. I remember, like, we went, I guess, like, spoiler warning for people. I'm not through the game entirely. But just, like, I'm discussing things that happen in the game. But, like, anyway, we were fighting Auntie Ethel, so, like, the hag, right?
Oh, yeah.
And, like, we were going in and we're like, okay, we want to save this girl, but, like, we kept forgetting that, like, anything you can do in the fights, you can do outside. And we had to keep, like, reminding ourselves that we're like, yes, you can just do shit to the environment because it's D&D, right? So we were like, oh, okay. So, like, it was suggested that, like, it's like, yeah, you can just sneak around and, like, let her out of the cage first, because if you start the fight, like, the cage immediately gets set on fire, and we were like, we don't want to deal with this.
Right.
Who put Miku Megalovania in here? Anyway, but it was something where it was just so, like, we sneak around, and then, like, we kept, like, not being able to get to her cage because we realized belatedly that, like, the hag is there and invisible, and so we kept starting the fight on accident. And then, like, Canary is like, what if we just jump, but, like, quietly over to the, like, basically the switch to, like, drop the cage? And we're like, oh, right, can we do that? Would that work? And then, of course, we hop over, and it, like, works, and we're like, oh, okay, well. And then we let her out, but the fight still doesn't quite start. So we hop back over, go down, and we're like, here she is. And then we steal gold out of her pocket. and then Asterion stands up and the fight starts. And it was just so, like, you can do anything in this fucking game. Like, we just completely, like, avoiding, like, some fights. Like, we, like, cut, like, a certain fight, like, totally in half just because we persuaded a guy to kill himself. And we're like, cool, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah.
You could do anything. We also love how much, like, we'll always be like, okay, we need to start this fight and we want to get the surprise on everyone. So we're gonna, all right, Asterion, you're gonna hide and then you're going to shoot from forever away and you're going to land them for like 38 damage. And we're like, oh my god! It's insane. And then we're just like, okay, I guess we're just winning this fight then. That's whatever. But there's so much that, like, I think I'm just always astounded with how much they have accounted for. There are so many things you can do so differently, and they have, like, an outcome fully acted and voice acted entirely in response for whatever weird menial shit you've done before. And it's just, the level of detail is impressive, astonishing even, but, like, it's something that, like, people talking about, like, this game kind of ruining them for, like a standard of, like, wow, your choices actually fucking matter, like, everything you do kind of matters one way or another. And it's just like, uh-oh, it's, like, setting a new standard in a way that's like, oh, this is gonna be so hard for people to follow up on.
I will be right back. 1 second.
Okay. Baldur's Gate, you can do anything versus Genshin, nothing you do matters. Just like real D&D, you can skip so much bullshit if you're just smart about it. Also true. There is so much goof-ass shit you can do. Like, one time we went to go do a fight. I'm telling you guys. And, this lady we were fighting was standing on a wooden bridge. And we have this, like, big ball of fire that's, like, an active character that we can just drop. So it gets its own turn. It like, rams people. It's, like, burning people in an aura, right? And we had just set it, like, on the other side. It wasn't even on the bridge, right? But it just happened to be, catching, like, the supports for the bridge on fire. And without knowing it, like, we were just like, all right, here we go. We're getting all set up for this fight and everything. And then, like, in the middle of trying to do something, like, the bridge just suddenly collapsed from underneath the woman we were fighting because, like, the ball had caught it on fire. And it just... she just fell down, but the thing is, we really wanted her stuff, so we had to, like, reload it and fight her again. We did get a recording of it, though, but, like, it's just one of those things where we're like, ah, right, it's wooden, so it would catch on fire. Got it. That makes a lot of sense. So it's just stuff like that. Like, there's just so much you can do, and so much that they never planned for that you can do that I know of. Let's see. I know that I think somebody climbed like a castle wall just built on a bunch of crates and like barrels and shit, and it was just something that was like, oh yeah, can't lockpick this wooden door, set it on fire. And you're like, right, I can do that. That's right. It's so
Hey,
silly.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I had to swap over to my tablet.
Yeah. So people can go to bed.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Boy, we have been going for like 4.5 hours, by the way.
Heck yeah.
Because it's something that I was like, oh, it probably won't be a super long stream in case you're just like, as it goes on, you're feeling tired or not, just needing to stop or whatever. And like, we've just been, granted, it's been a while since we have been on call. So it's just like, we're just fucking going.
Yeah, it's just good to talk.
Yeah, exactly. But then we're making internet content out of it. So super cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Anyway, Baldur's Gate is really cool. And I know that.
I'm so glad you're having fun.
Yeah, as soon as like the stream is done, that is what we were going to continue doing. Our sleeping schedule, I had such a good little schedule going on, ruining it.
And then
Absolutely,
Baldur's Gate
yeah,
into your life.
totally destroying it. It's just so easy to keep going, and it's so like very rarely am I ever compelled to be like, yeah, I would love to play like another playthrough of a game. Because most of the time, even if there's like a little bit of a difference, it's not enough to make me want to play a whole ass game over again. But because shit can go so different, there are so many options, there are so many different ways of doing things, and huge different like story turns that you can get out of them that were actually genuinely like, I can't wait to play a second playthrough to see how this thing goes.
Oh yeah, I am already planning like several more playthroughs. And I am almost at the end of this playthrough. Like I've got, like I think I've finished up all the side quests.
Okay. Yeah.
I had like very, very minor spoilers, but like I had an orgy with my crew last night. And now I'm like, well, I think it's time to go take out the bad guys. So that was like one more for the road. I guess we'll finish up the game here real soon. And
Yeah,
I'm
I
sad.
guess we'll roll
but then
around
I'm
to
also
it.
Like, but then I'm like, you know what? It's cool though, because then I get to make another character and do it all over again in different ways.
Yeah, we've been very like struggling with like, we're like, oh my god, I love Astarion. We all love Astarion. He's so fantastic. All of the popularity that he has is completely 100% warranted, because not only is he a very fun and engaging character, he's also very well written, and there's a lot of interesting shit going on with him in a way that you're just like, damn, character of the year, I guess. Like, let's fucking go.
Yeah.
But like all of them are like written with a lot of like, they got a lot of shit going on. But what's something that's really funny, my buddy Micro, because we were like talking about Baldur's Gate with them, they had started playing like a while before us, and in their playthrough, they were like, oh yeah, I don't like Shadowheart, and also I killed her right at the beginning of my playthrough, because I am a cleric of Selûne, and was like, and so was like, I was probably prompted, right? And so it was just like, oh yeah, so like, I basically killed her right there, and then we just got through story, we just got through story shit with Shadowheart, and we're just like,
Oops.
oh man, yeah, we're like, uh-oh. Oh boy, we'll just keep a tight lid on that one for now. It's just like really funny. Just really just like, oh.
You know, and to your friend's credit, Shadowheart's probably my least favorite party member.
The thing is,
I was like,
yeah, no, we also felt, yeah, that's the thing. We also felt similarly, like that we were just like, Shadowheart's like, she was just too much of a hater. We were like, we have too much, we're sitting here, we have like Lae'zel, Asterion, and then fucking Shadowheart, and we're like, this is too much hater energy, I'm sending you back to camp. I don't want to, like, yours is probably, like, Lae'zel is just, like, she's just really straightforward, and I also really like her. Like, she's just really, like, she's very interesting in how, like, she is, how straightforward she is. You know that she's never lying to you. She's just how she is.
Yeah. She's a badass.
And then obviously, we're all in love with Asterion, so, like, of course he's staying in the party forever. But, like, it was something like Shadowheart, we're like, dude, chill out, man. Like, just go sit down, please.
Well,
and it's like,
it's never a strong start for a character when they are racist.
Yeah. It's something where it's just like,
especially when it's like, oh, well, they're only racist because it's like an evil race of Githyanki or whatever, and it's like, yeah, no, that just makes me not like you even more.
Yeah, it's Canary. Our cunty little party. It's true. Character quirk racism. What was I gonna say? Yeah, Shadowheart though, like, now that we've gone through some stuff with her, we're like, oh, okay, a lot more warmed up to her. She does grow as a character. And makes it a lot more tolerable. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I would never say she's a bad character. She's just not necessarily my favorite and can be like annoying, but like it's also like that's kind of just who she is. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like fittingly, she has like the lowest charisma out of everybody, and you're like, oh boy, 0 riz on Shadowheart. But it's just funny.
But I am also like looking forward to a playthrough where I have her in my party pretty consistently.
Yeah. Like, we did not have her for a very long time until we got basically to the Char, like, trials. And we were like, okay, well, we want to see story stuff, so we're gonna pull her out here.
There's so many situations and battles, like, story beats, that I literally spend hours on, because I do them multiple times to try and get the exact... Like, I know, cats are hungry. To try and get the exact outcome that I want. Like, that whole night song part with Shadowheart, I played over and over and over again.
We just had to do the fight several times. Here's the thing, in our little dynamic of how we're playing, I'm not against reading ahead a little bit just to save ourselves some time. Primarily because like we're probably definitely gonna play it again, right? And like we go through things mostly blind, but sometimes we're like, okay, this is like big and important, and I just don't want to fuck this up in a way that like I'm gonna regret as we continue to play this game. So like I will go read.
Very little to go off of like, is this the correct choice?
Yeah, you really go into some of this shit like totally blind. And so it's like, oh boy, okay, and so they're like with like the night song thing, like I was like, look, I will go and read because I'm also not as affected by like spoilers generally, right? So I was like, I'm the one who's volunteering to go look, and then I'll be like, I won't say anything, but I'm like, we don't want to do this thing, we gotta go do this thing if we don't want this shit to get totally super fucked. And that was one of the things with like Night Song that I was like, well, I can tell you one thing we don't want to do. So it was just like, it was really funny, but like when I was reading something, it was just like, if you roll a really high charisma check, which we have very high charisma, we are the most charming NB gnome wizard with a Chad chin named Dome. And we love him. Anyway, we were like, yeah, we have to roll this really high charisma check to like convince her kind of not to. But then as a precaution, like Jess was like, I'm gonna take this spear literally designed to kill this person. I'm gonna just send it to camp. I just don't even want to risk you having it in your hands. And then going in, it played out totally different because Night Song's like, what are you gonna kill me with? You don't even have anything. Right. And then like Shadowheart's like, oh fuck, you know, and it was just like, let's be friends. And it was so easy. And we're like, honestly, this is way more interesting than just trying to tell her to like, don't do this, and then she gets pissed at you, you know?
Right.
But
No, I did it multiple times, and since I normally didn't have her on my team, I like the first time I tried it, I went in like without her being there,
yeah.
and I just let Balthazar take the night song,
Oh my god.
and I was like, well, maybe no. Like as soon as the cutscene ended, I was like, no, that was bad. That was very bad. I don't like.
No, we can't do this.
No, back. And so
Yeah.
then I tried it again where I like brought Shadowheart and I fought Balthazar. I was like, man, I really don't like how my party makeup is here, like situated
Yeah.
at the base of this place. Like this sucks. And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go kill Balthazar before we even get here. So I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I went and I took like closed him up in his little lab, and then I just like rained chaos down.
Oh my god. And how did that go without him being there? Did you just get down to the bottom and then it's like, here she is, you know, and you're like, all right.
Then it was then it was just a conversation between Nightsong and Shadowheart, and like we were able to like do the persuasion checks, and everything was hunky-dory, and I was like, fuck yeah, finally. And like I spent several hours just to get that outcome.
Yeah, there's so much that you can like go and like fuck with and like affect like just what was going on. The amount of times we had to like reload like stupid fights just to be like, we want this one character to live, and then
right,
what was it, Jaheira, I think.
Yes, Jaheira, my
yes.
wife.
Okay, yes, your wife. All I know is like, I know that she's a reoccurring character. Like she's from before, but I'm like, I have no context, right, of one or two or anything, right? So I was like, oh, okay, I know she's like a returning character. But like there's like, we're fighting in Moonrise Towers, and here she is, and we were like, yeah, you can fight with your guys, but so we had like no control over her, and it was just like doing the dumbest shit possible, and we were like, no, stop dying, and like we can't revive her, so we had to like, we won a fight where she lived, but because she was like with the rest of them, they continued to fight others on the floor, and she died immediately, and she died off. We were leveling up. We were like, we come back out. We're like, what the fuck? Why are you dead? You know, like, what happened? And then we had to reload to like before even talking to her, to go talk to her, to be like, please be in our party so we can have control over her, so she would stop dying. And then she almost died anyway, but she didn't. So we're good. And now she's hanging out with us in our party, and it's pretty cool.
Oh, but, fuck yeah. God. Jaheira. The way, okay. Like, you do not need to know anything about Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 to play and enjoy this game. But there's so many sweet little nods and like just perfect little things for players like me. And I feel
I was seeing you tweet about it.
Yeah, I feel so alone because like I don't know a whole lot of people who have played the original games, and people who have played the original games, they played them like when they came out.
Right.
And that's like more than 20 years ago now at this point, because I think they came out in like 1998 and 2000. God. Yeah. It's
so far apart.
And but the little things that are there that are little nods to the original games, they're so nice. I love them. And the way that they handled Jaheira in particular is so good. Especially because like Jaheira is a popular character, but you know, she's her role in the original game, like in Baldur's Gate 1, is
Are there huge
You-
gaps of time between 1 and 2 and like
No.
in universe? Okay, so this is all kind of close together, like
Yeah.
chronological time-wise, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I should ask, like, do you have, like, any baseline knowledge to go off of for the first 2 games?
No, I have absolutely
Okay.
nothing.
Okay.
Like I've been,
So-
I've recognized, like I know of Baldur's Gate, and I've known it's a game series, and
Mhm.
I had virtually no idea or context for even what I was getting into with like how this game played, even coming into the third one. So I was like,
Right.
yeah, I've got nothing. I have nothing. I've
Yeah.
only known it has existed. That's about it.
Baldur's Gate 3 takes place, like, 100 years after the events of the first 2 games.
Okay, all right.
So-
Okay, so there is a some jump. Oh yeah, and then wait, is moon lesbians, were they a thing in the second game then?
No.
Okay, 'cause-
Unfortunately.
Because it was just they were like, oh, like died, and then it's been like 100 years, so I was like, oh, maybe
Right.
that was like something. Anyway,
It feels like something that would be based on the timeline, but
Yeah.
no, not really.
okay, all right, that's
Um,
fine.
But any books that you find lying around that talk about, like, the ball spawn,
Okay,
that is talking about the original 2 games.
okay, all right. I'll keep that in mind, especially because now we're definitely in territory talking about that kind of thing. So that's
Yeah, exactly.
you know.
So-
past my usual sleepy time. Good night. Thank you for hanging out.
Good night.
Anyway.
So the original game, the plot is you are with your foster father, Gorion.
Okay.
And he's like, child, we must leave the sanctuary of the great library of Candlekeep because there is a great evil coming.
Okay.
And so you leave, and in the middle of the night on your first day out, an armored figure comes and kills Gorion.
Okay.
And so then you're left all alone. One of your friends from Candlekeep, Emmeline, follows you and is like, I saw what happened, that sucks, but hey, I've got your back no matter what. And one of the last things that Gorion told you was that, like, if we're ever separated, you need to go find my friends Khalid and Jahira,
Okay.
and they can take care of you. So Khalid and Jahira are kind of like your godparents.
Okay.
And you can find them, get them into your party, or you can not get them into your party. The first 2 Baldur's Gate games are like, there's a huge cast of party members that you can have, and you can have a
Okay.
party up to 6.
Oh, okay.
And Jahira and Khalid are married, and they play kind of like, this was written in the late 90s. So Khalid is like a simpering, like, he's a fighter, but he's very, like, nervous, and he talks with a stutter. And
Okay.
Jahira is kind of like the bad bitch, nagging
Yeah.
wife. Like, that's the kind of role that they play. And then in the sequel, the game assumes that you had Khalid and Jahira with you, and the beginning of the sequel is that you have been captured by this mage who, like, tortures you and is doing experiments on you for reasons, and Khalid ends up dying.
Okay.
And it's very sad, and Jahira is with you. And then also in the second game, you can romance Jahira. So that's why I say she is my wife.
Hey, I hear you're single.
Yeah.
I hear you're single now, by the way. It's
Yeah.
sort of a shame, but like, anyway.
You want a kiss?
Yeah.
So yeah, the fact that Jahira is still around, like, she is a popular character in the fact that, like, she was romanceful in the second game, but as you can
Yes.
probably imagine, with her being kind of like a nagging wife trope in the first game, like, there was a lot of, like, sexism and, like, not everybody loved Jahira. So the fact that they do such an amazing job with her in this game, like, really warms my heart.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much that's like, there is so much that is obviously very like progressive and forward thinking.
Mm-hmm.
In though there is one complaint that I was sharing with my bud Jason that is just like, yeah, sometimes there's a lot of like, and we should always think goblins are always evil. And some races, it's okay if they die, like gnomes. And we're
Yeah.
like, us playing a gnome, and we're like, hello?
Hey.
like, like, just
That's
like,
what you're
we're
talking
literally
about.
like dating Asterion, and then Asterian's like, why do you want to save the gnomes? And we're like,
What do you
bud,
think?
you fuck a gnome. Come on. Like, what is it?
Oh, man.
Come on, bud. But,
The poor gnome side quests, whoops.
Oops.
Oops.
We,
That's one that did not go over well for me.
which one was that? Let's see. Go into the quest more, and I'll remember.
So, like, I'm assuming you're talking about the deep gnomes in the Underdark
Yeah. Yes.
that you're supposed to save.
Yeah.
So I got to that, the ruins of the city where
Yeah.
they are, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna explore around. I did
Mhm.
not realize that quest was on a timer.
Oh, yeah.
And
I have something very funny for that. So, we did know the quest was a bit on a timer, and because it's like, okay, there's what's his nut in like the room with gas, and they're like, we gotta gas, and we gotta get him out, and it was like we got him out, and then he was killing gnomes, and we were like, what the fuck, man? We don't want them to die, and so we kept trying to do stuff with but then it was always ending in like a fight, and we were like, we don't want to fight everyone either, and so we kept fucking around trying to like find a different angle, and we had fucked it with some other party where we could have been like on their side, so like we would have had a better chance in the fight and stuff, and then eventually we were like, I guess there's kind of no way out of this. We're just gonna let him die in there. Like, and so we started long resting to kill him. And then we're like, sorry, we can't save the other two. We're so sorry. The gnome's trapped in there. Don't know what happened to the others.
no.
Everybody cleared out after we woke up, and he's just dead on the ground. And we're like, okay. And then after we discussed this, like, our pal Jason was just like, oh yeah, see, when he was walking out of the room, I just shot him. And so he started the fighting this guy, and like he didn't get a chance to kill the gnomes, and we're like, oh yeah,
Wow.
you can do that. And so we were like, yeah, we want to save these gnomes. We're gonna save the gnomes. We did not save those fucking gnomes. And we were like, oh my god. Uh-oh. And we are a gnome. So,
Ooh.
yeah.
No, I ended up, I was just off exploring kind of the like upper areas before I really was talking to people.
Yeah.
And so I was like up in the rafters, and I long rested. And then when I like came back from camp, I hear this huge explosion. And I was like, what the fuck was that? And then
What
I just
the
like
fuck?
I just kept on my merry way. And I was doing a whole bunch of other side quests. And then I came back downstairs, and I'm like, where did everybody go?
Yeah, what happened? Who's this dead guy? Like, what's going on? That's so funny.
And then I'm looking at the corpses, and they're like, do you want to chop the drow's head off so that you can go give it to the
you can give it to the
And I was like,
mushrooms. And then it's just like, I guess so. Like, that was so, like, we don't know what would happen, but like, we're playing a fucking wizard, right? We have no strength. And it was like a strength check to cut his head off. And we were like, uh-oh, hope we don't fuck this up, you know? Barely made it. But yeah, it's so funny that like you did that on total accident, and we were like, we've run out of options. Sleep until he dies, you know? That's what we did. Did failing the strength roll is the best. Well, we made it because we're so strong and so sexy, you know?
sometimes failing is really the best option.
Yeah.
You get some great things that happen.
He mocks you for... Babe. Every time he gets a really good hit, we go, babe, yes! Like, he's our boyfriend, collectively. Have you done any save scumming? Oh, absolutely. Oh, we save scum the shit out of everything. It's I feel like that's almost the only way to play the game sometimes. It's just like, you can roll with everything, but we're like, we barely know what we're doing going into this game. And we're just like, Save, make a save. And then we were like, we don't like that. Pops out, goes back in. Hi,
I
baby.
tell this to everybody checking out this genre of games. People want to go into it and they're like, well, it's like D&D. So, I wouldn't be able to save scum in D&D. So I should just accept the consequences for what they are.
Yeah.
No, don't. You save scum. And you save scum because you are not playing tabletop D&D.
You
do not have
You are playing a video game.
You in a real tabletop D&D, you have a DM who can look at you rolling nothing but critical ones and go, you know what, dude, I'm gonna cut you a break. And we're gonna work around this.
Yes.
This DM in this computer game is a computer, and it does not care.
You pass or you fail.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's something that's like, it's
scum.
okay. You can save scum all you fucking want. It's fine.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna fucking knock you for it, that's for sure. I'm sure there are some people who might, because they're like, well, you just have to roll with the decisions. And I'm like, I can choose how to spend my time. And it's not gonna be going, fuck, and then fucking my game for the rest of it because I went ahead and killed Night Song and then all of these characters fucking died. I'm just like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm sorry, I'm not doing this. So,
right.
I can save scum all I want. And then also, it's almost my birthday. Very close. I was thinking I would hit midnight. Then it would officially be my birthday. And then maybe we can stop. Because I want to go play Baldur's Gate.
Baldur's Gate.
But I have 5 minutes, so we're gonna wait until it's officially my birthday, and then I'm gonna play the required birthday music.
Heck yes.
And then we can end it after pretty much 5 hours, 5-hour stream. Baby cat is restless. He will not settle down.
He saw something out there.
He did. But also we're getting close to food time for him, and he's gonna let me know.
Yep.
He will not let me forget it. So.
Man, yeah, but the whole Auntie Ethel situation, I ended up going into that area and failing the perception check when I initially got in there.
Really? Because we got it right away, and we were like, damn, I kind of want to see it all nice. So we were so curious, we wanted to see it, but we were like, oh, this place is all fucked up. So how did that go? Was it just so nice and pleasant until you get in there?
So nice and pleasant, and I talked to the sheep. I was like, why are the sheep saying bah? Because there's those red caps that are there.
Yeah. Which we immediately walked up, and it's bah. We were like, I think it's pretending to be a sheep, and so we bah back, and it's like, all right, whatever, and it just leaves us alone, and we're like, what's going on?
Yeah, so if you walk in there and you fail the perception check, they're sheep, it's all nice. There's a whole bunch of baskets laying around that have apples in it.
Yeah, with apples, so nice.
The apples say that they're a delicious, juicy apple.
Yeah, totally normal.
So I picked a whole bunch of those up. I'm like, this is suspicious as fuck, but I'm
rolling with
hard.
it.
I'm just gonna take them. Take nothing that isn't nailed to the floor.
Basically, yeah.
And then and then I ended up kind of going a backwoods way. So unfortunately I didn't get to see what Auntie Ethel's place looked like all nice.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because I was curious what it looked like, but yeah, I'll just have to look it up, I guess.
A back way, I got into a fight, it went terribly, and so I was like, alright, well, I need to reload my save. And it turned out my save was before I entered the swamp.
I see. So you got a second chance at that check.
So I re-rolled it and got it. And then I was like, what the fuck?
What the fuck is going on? There is a well that you can drink from that when everything's all fucked up, it's it smells of rotting flesh and all the yucky, icky, yucky. But apparently if you drink from it, you get a +10 health buff on top of being fully healed, even though it's icky,
What?
yucky.
Really?
Yeah, you do. Like, we didn't get to. It just happened to be something I read when I was trying to be like, okay, what the fuck do we, like, I'm me researching a bit, you know, and I was like trying to figure out something to do. And it just happened to be like, yeah, for the fight, it's a pain in the tits. You should drink from that fountain. Like, it looked yucky, but like it gives you like a health buff. And I was like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Because we were like, ooh, God, no, we are not touching that.
Yeah, no.
Does Ethel use it against you? That's so interesting. There are so many things that can happen. God damn it. I also know that apparently, when you, like, if you kill her and you use Speak to the Dead, she answers questions differently, whether she has like I think she has like some locket on her or something, and if you take it and then ask her questions, she like has different shit to say versus when she's wearing it. And I was like, there's so much, because we didn't even kill her. We just were like, give us the girl and your disgusting hair, and we did that, and Karlach yelled at her so hard that she gave us everything and then left. But then we were like, I wish we killed her, because fuck that lady.
So I wanted to end up with the result of, like, killing Ethel and not letting her escape. And that was my main goal going into it. And I redid that one a couple of different times.
Oh, I see.
And when I finally killed her, I accidentally killed the girl too.
Oh my god.
And in a previous save file when I tried the fight, I had gotten rid of Ethel, but she like escaped. And then the girl was just like, you ruined everything.
Yeah. And she's like,
and so when I got to the one where I finally killed Ethel, but also killed the girl, I was like, yeah, it's all right.
Okay, have you seen what happens with that at all?
Yes, because Whitney is also playing through the game. So I'm also watching their playthrough.
Yeah.
And Whitney did it where Whitney took like the hair from Ethel, let her go, and then went outside and used the wand on Connor.
Yeah. And it's just like
just gave the wand to the girl.
Yeah, we did that too. We were like, here's your husband, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. It's my birthday! Yay!
Happy birthday!
Wahoo! It's my birthday today. With this music playing. Yeah. Wait. I love this song. It's so beautiful. Wait, hold on. Everything has to stop. Okay, wait. Unless you obviously unmute my stream, you're not gonna hear any of this, but...
No, I mean, yeah.
But, really important song.
You know what? I will go
okay.
back to the stream and listen to it.
Birthday bash. Michael, it's your birthday today. Nice stream. Is on its way.
Michael.
Wait. Oh my god.
Michael, it's your birthday today.
Wait, hold on.
Michael. Rex, we are the Rex. We are the Rex. We are the Rex. We are the Rex.
I gotta piss so bad. have to sit down because if I keep moving, I gotta pee. Oh, shit, I can't do anything with these hands. It's just like Germa in the dollhouse. I'm just like him.
Wow.
Wow. He like wore these stupid fucking gloves, and then he had a watch taped around one. So awful. Just.
The poor watch.
I know. It barely stayed on. Anyway, almost done. This song's so much longer than I remember it being. Hooray! A birthday! I gotta pee so bad. Anyway, hooray, we're done. We're done with birthday song. We did it. I have my gloves. I did a dance. The hat almost came off of my head. I felt it.
Perfect. What a good start to the birthday.
Yeah, and I get a bunch of tasty food. I'm king now. This is my domain. I feel like I say that all the time anyway, but now especially. It's my
Doubly
special
true.
boy day. Have fun playing Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, you bet I will. I'm gonna lie down on the couch.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat something. I'll figure it out later. And I'm gonna have a great time kissing my boyfriend, Asterion.
Heck yeah.
I say my,
So-
but it is our. Anyway,
Our.
yes.
Have you guys gotten to Act 3 yet?
We just got into Act 3. We literally,
Okay.
we got into, and we're just past, we finished everything with Moonrise Towers. Now we're, in the new area. We just had a nice reveal. Nice. We just had a reveal with the Guardian, and we were like, cool.
Cool.
And then basically we saved afterwards. There was a guy who was like, don't let them into my basement. And we're like, what's in your basement? He was like, fight them, die. We're like, all right, we're gonna go to bed. It's 4 a.m, so,
Yeah.
that's where we're at. We literally just showed up. We gave a kid some fucking sausages and had a guy yell at us, and then we were like, time to go to bed. We got shit to do tomorrow. So that's where I'm at currently.
Heck yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yep. Anyway. Okay,
Yeah,
now that
you're so close to Baldur's Gate City itself.
yeah, we're not there yet, but we're so almost there. So we're just excited to see more. Just so ooh. So
Ooh.
Mary sent a special
Well, I
link.
should let you get to that then.
Hold on. Germa sings Happy Birthday in the studio. To me?
Everybody, come on.
God. God, he's incredible.
Happy birthday. Fucking goddamn.
Okay, there we go. We did it. Let's see. Can I control my mouse with these gloved hands?
Good luck.
Not really, but I can try. I'm trying. I can't even feel it. Like, I'm like, do I have it? I don't know. I can't tell. It's like moving, but okay, I think whatever. I'm just not gonna stroll. Anyway, it's my birthday. I don't have to do anything I don't want to. Boom.
Do what you won't.
I can and I will. Do what you want because a pirate is free. You are a pirate.
Yo ho.
Yar
Yo
har
ho,
fiddly
beach.
DD. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna end this stream here as much as I'm loving your company and we haven't hung out for so long. But also it has been 5 hours.
It has been 5 hours, and I am dying for you to play more of Baldur's Gate 3 so that we can
Yes.
talk about it.
Okay,
more.
yeah. Yeah, I will let you know as things happen. So
Love
I'll
that.
update you. But yes, and then we can hang out again real soon. Especially
Sounds
on
good.
Steam because it's fun and people enjoy it. So, we'll do that.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, okay. I will say goodbye to everybody here on the stream.
Yes.
Thank you for hanging out with me until my birthday, and thank you for the birthday wishes. I'll see you later. I don't know if what I'll be doing on Thursday, but something. We'll figure it out. Maybe I'll just play a game. I don't know.
Figure something out.
Figure fucking something out. But until then, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys later. And thank you, Tenil, for coming and hanging out and chatting with me the whole time. Everybody say
Heck
thank
yeah.
you, Tenil.
Thank y'all.
And yeah, we'll see you later, okay? Okay. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya. Bye.